Chapter 22:17. Everyone gradually felt that this item had an aphrodisiac effect. At this time an old man said, "This is absolutely true. I've seen it with my own eyes." "What? You've seen it with your own eyes? Quick, tell us." "That person is a relative of mine. His health is not very good. His hair is gray and he looks very haggard. In the end, after using this perfume and soap, guess what happened when I saw him again a month later?" The old man talked about the facts he had seen with relish. "Tell us, don't leave us hanging." "Yes. The old man continued, "A month later, my relative's gray hair became black and shiny. His face glowed, and his body became strong. I heard that he married another wife. Those days, tsk. Oh my God. Is that true? He can still marry another wife at this age? Wow, it seems that this thing can really strengthen the aphrodisiac. It's amazing." The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course. Everyone was shocked. This thing was too magical. After hearing this, the rich businessman was even more convinced of the authenticity of this thing. If that old man could become a man again, what was impossible for him? He was determined to get such a good thing. At this time, Zhang Feng said again, "This perfume and soap were made by Dr. Sun over 10 years. It was made by fusing various Chinese herbs, so it's very precious." The audience was in an uproar. What? Dr. Sun? Really? No wonder Dr. Sun rarely comes out for more than 10 years. It turns out that he has been studying perfume and soap. At the same time, some people were curious. They heard that this was made by President Zhang and Dr. Sun together. What? That's impossible. President Zhang looks like she's in her early 20s. Wouldn't she be a child 10 years ago? No. Maybe President Zhang was Dr. Sun's apprentice at that time? That's true, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But at this moment, the miraculous effect of the soap and the discussions of these people made the high-ranking officials sitting upstairs unable to hold back. Aphrodisiac. Which man didn't want to be erect? Which man didn't want to prolong his life? Aphrodisiac could make him strong and vigorous. Which man didn't like or need it? Upon seeing this, Zhang Feng continued, "Then let's begin the bidding. There's no starting price. No limit. Every bid must not be less than 10,000 strings of cash." Everyone sighed. My goodness, this thing is so expensive. Whoever buys this is an idiot. Only those people have money to burn. The auction begins. 11,000 strings of cash. A voice came from upstairs. Zhang Feng looked in that direction and thought, isn't that the direction of the Gao clan's loft? Have they finally lost their patience? Hee. The Gao family offers 11,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 22,000 strings of cash. A rough voice rang out from the other side of the pavilion. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard walked to the railing and looked at the pavilion where the Gao family was located. He spoke in an indifferent tone. Isn't this the head of the Yu clan, Yuchi too? No wonder he dares to challenge the Gao clan. That's right. The Gao clan has always been a bully. They're in for it this time. The Yu clan offers 22,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes walked out from the Gao clan's loft and looked at Yuchi too fiercely. I offer 44,000 strings of cash. He thought to himself, the Yu clan actually wants to join in. The Gao clan has been planning to get the perfume and soap for a long time. They missed the perfume, but they definitely can't miss out on the soap. The Gao clan offers 44,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Yuchi too shouted again. I offer 88,000 strings of cash. Then, he looked at the head of the Gao clan with contempt, as if challenging his mood with a, what can you do to me expression. The Yu clan offers 88,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? There was an uproar in the audience. The two clans were fighting. One was more powerful than the other. A small soap was actually being hyped up. Yes. The Gao clan is probably furious. On the Gao clan's side, the head of the Gao clan was very angry. He looked at Yuchi too fiercely and seemed to be holding back his anger. He immediately shouted, 150,000 strings of cash. At this time, the head of the Gao clan was no longer raising the price for the soap. He was fighting with the head of the Yu clan. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. Yu Suqian kept winking at his father, indicating that he should stop raising the price. However, Yuchi too didn't even look at him and shouted again. I offer 200,000 strings of cash. This frightened Yu Suqian. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he quickly winked at Zhang Feng, fearing that the old man wouldn't listen to him. Yuer also looked at Zhang Feng, indicating that he should stop. Zhang Feng saw Yuer looking at him and gave her a reassuring look. He nodded and told her to raise the price as much as possible. He would give that thing to the old man later. Yuer nodded. Yu Suqian saw Zhang Feng's affirmative look and knew that Prince Zhang must have a plan in mind, so he didn't stop his father. The Yu clan offers 200,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Seeing this, the head of the Gao clan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The servant beside him quickly went up to support the head of the Gao clan. It seemed that the head of the Gao clan was very angry with the head of the Yu clan. Look, the head of the Gao clan is vomiting blood. The Yu clan has a way. Everyone fell into a discussion. Chapter 22:18. Congratulations to the Yu family for obtaining this item. Go backstage after the auction. Yuchi too smiled knowingly and returned to his seat. He just couldn't stand the way the Gao family bullied others. This time he had to let them bleed. Suddenly, there was a burst of boos in the hall. This little perfume was sold for a sky-high price of 200,000 strings of cash? This is unimaginable. Let's not compete with them. As the auction became more and more heated, the atmosphere at the scene became white-hot. The previous perfume and soap had made the wealthy merchants and even the big families upstairs look forward to the next item. Zhang Feng looked around, cleared his throat and said, Next, we will show the third item. Please take a closer look. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman walked out from behind the stage again. She carefully held a tray in her hand and covered a tall object with a red cloth. It aroused the curiosity of the audience and they were all discussing what it was. What is this? Is it rarer than the previous two items? Zhang Feng immediately removed the red cloth and revealed the mysterious veil. It was a wine bottle made of colored glass. The wine bottle was transparent and there was a faint pattern of a dragon engraved on it. It was very beautiful. After the wine bottle appeared, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once. What is that? Is that colored glass? It can't be, right? Why is it transparent? What's going on? There is actually such a beautiful thing in the world? When the big families upstairs saw the item, they all stood up with shock in their eyes. They looked at the wine bottle in front of them in disbelief and were speechless. After the shock, the head of the Zhao family stared blankly and stammered, What treasure is this? Is this colored glass? He couldn't help but think that this young Master Zhang actually took out such a rare treasure. It was really rare in the world. It would be great if he could get it. He had better take a look first. When the time was right, he would make a move. These wealthy merchant clans and large families had seen colored glass before, but this was the first time they had seen this transparent and flawless colored glass that Zhang Feng had taken out. They had never thought that Zhang Feng would be able to take out such a treasure, and their hearts were filled with shock. When the head of the Wang family saw the glaze, he was also shocked beyond words. This auction had really broadened their horizons. Previously, the perfume and soap had already given them a big surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a treasure behind them. The Wang clan head thought to himself, such a treasure would definitely attract the covetous eyes of those old fellows. It would be best if he could think of a way to bid for it. Let's see what's going on with this colored glass first. The patriarch of the Gao family, who had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by the Yu family, also liked the transparent glass. However, when he thought of that old man from the Yu family, he couldn't help but feel angry. It was better to just watch from the sidelines. When Mr. Yushan, who was upstairs, saw this item, his heart suddenly trembled. This little friend Zhang actually had such a treasure. This old man had seen many large and small colored glazes, but this was the first time he had seen a transparent colored glaze. Seeing that the glaze had attracted the attention of countless people, Zhang Feng continued to say, This glaze was created by the world's most powerful glaze master, Algernon. Later, it was forged into this transparent glass with my unique refining method. This wine bottle is called the 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle. As soon as these words came out, The whole place was in an uproar. What? This was actually created by the most powerful glaze master? 9 secluded night magnificent wine bottle? This is unheard of. So this item has such a background. The large families upstairs could no longer sit still at this moment. They looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. After knowing the origin of this wine bottle, the head of the Zhao family was shocked. He couldn't help but carefully examine it. It turned out that this transparent glass had such a story. This wine bottle originally belonged to the dynasty and symbolized nobility. Who could control such a rare treasure? Madame Zhao walked in front of the patriarch and said lightly, "Master, if you like it, wouldn't it be better if we bid for this treasure?" That's right, that's right. This wine bottle represents supreme nobility and is very suitable for your noble status. The attendant next to him immediately stepped forward to flatter him. The patriarch of the Zhao family smiled slightly and didn't answer. He secretly thought that he didn't want to participate in this auction. It was just that his wife wanted to come here to see the perfume. He couldn't resist her coaxing and pestering and finally came here. He didn't expect that those old fellows would also come. This 9 secluded night magnificent wine bottle had attracted their attention. This time, it would definitely be a bloody battle. As for the patriarch of the Wang family, he looked at the 9 secluded night magnificent wine bottle with surprise in his heart. However, he thought that this item would definitely cause a fight. When the time came, it would be fine as long as he supported Prince Zhang unconditionally. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he looked at the wine bottle in disbelief. He was shocked in his heart. This kid doesn't want to live anymore. This wine bottle was used by the royal family and represented the symbol of supreme nobility. If this was seen by the emperor, it would be terrible. Chapter 22:19. At the same time, the big families upstairs were ready to make a move. They were bound to come for the 9 nether night essence. A fierce battle might break out next. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately said, "Let's cut to the chase. There's no starting bid. Each bid must not be less than 20,000 strings of cash. Let the bidding begin." I bid 40,000 strings of cash. Zhang Feng followed the voice and looked upstairs. It seemed to be the direction of the Zhao family. They finally couldn't hold back anymore. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Zhao family bids 40,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher than him? The head of the Zhao family sat there confidently and let the servants bid. He was determined to win this time. How could he let others take advantage of such a treasure? Everyone was in an uproar. Good Lord, he bid 40,000 strings of cash. As expected of the Zhao family. How generous! I bid 80,000 strings of cash. Just as everyone was sighing, a domineering voice came from upstairs on the other side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes standing upstairs. What shocked everyone was that this was the Wang family, who kept a low profile and rarely showed their faces. Everyone was shocked. What? The Wang family is actually challenging the Zhao family? This is really a rare anecdote. At this moment, the head of the Wang family bids 80,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher? The head of the Zhao family suddenly became interested. He couldn't help but wonder why the Wang family, who had always kept a low profile, would suddenly go against him today. He instructed the servant to just make a small gesture. The servant stepped forward and shouted, "I bid 100,000 strings of cash." The head of the Zhao family bids 100,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher? Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. According to this trend, how high would the price of the wine bottle be? How precious was this thing to make these great clans so interested in it? Meanwhile, the other clans on the stage were quietly observing the current situation, waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. Seeing this, the head of the Wang family shouted, "I bid 150,000 strings of cash." What? The head of the Wang family bid 150,000 strings of cash. I didn't expect the Wang family to be so secretive. Everyone sighed and couldn't help but admire the courage of the Wang clan. The head of the Wang family thought. Before, he had discussed the matter of cooperating with little friend Zhang Feng, and he knew that it was time for him to choose his side. Whether or not the Wang family could make a comeback depended on this. What he needed to do now was to express his sincerity to little friend Zhang Feng and support him unconditionally. When the patriarch of the Zhao family saw this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just what was the Wang family trying to do? He, who usually acted in a low-key manner, had eaten the wrong medicine today? He instructed the servant to continue bidding. When the servant heard this, he immediately shouted, "We bid 180,000 strings of cash. The head of the Zhao family has bid 180,000 strings of cash. Everyone, is there anyone else with a higher rank?" It seemed like the head of the Zhao family wanted to play. I had to play with him. I shouted, "I bid 200,000 strings. The head of the Wang family has bid 200,000 strings of cash. Is there anything higher? It's 200,000 strings of cash. What are you waiting for? If you miss it, you won't have another chance." When the big families heard this, they were shocked. Just what were the Zhao and Wang families trying to do? The two families were directly going against each other. In the pavilion on the other side, the head of the Gao family, who had recovered from his shock, stood up and shouted, "We bid 1,000,000 strings of cash. The head of the Gao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. What are you waiting for?" The crowd was in an uproar. What? The head of the Gao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash? Didn't he just vomit blood because of the Yu family? Now he's ready to fight with the other two families? The head of the Gao family looked at the other two families and thought to himself, the 9-dragon jade emperor goblet was such a precious item. The old man had to get it no matter what. When the time came, he would give the goblet to Fan Yonglu and he would be able to find peace. When Madame Gao saw this, she went forward to support the old master and asked, "Old master, are you all right? Why don't you sit down and rest? Let them fight." The head of the Gao family shook his head and said, "What do you know? Don't worry about me." When the Yu family upstairs saw this, Yuchi too smiled. "I didn't expect that the old man would fight with the Zhao and Wang families after fighting with me. Interesting, interesting." When Mr. Yushan saw this, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Good lad, this glazed wine goblet is actually worth so much. It's already reached 1,000,000 strings of cash." The old man couldn't help but raise his hand to bid. Yuchi Gong quickly stopped him and said, "Mister, what are you doing?" Mr. Yushan said, "Old man also wants to join in the fun with such a good item." Yuchi Gong was shocked, but then he smiled and said, "Don't do that. That lad still has a lot of this. He'll definitely leave some for you." Mr. Yushan was delighted. Could there really be more? He looked at Yuchi Gong in confusion, and Yuchi Gong nodded. When the head of the Zhao family saw this, he frowned. "This guy. Now the Gao family wants to fight with me. They're not done yet." He ordered his subordinates to continue bidding. The subordinate shouted, "We bid 3,000,000 strings of cash." "What? 300,000 strings of cash? How many years of savings do I have to save for that?" It seems that this item will definitely belong to the Zhao family. For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Chapter 22:20. The head of the Zhao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, it will belong to the Zhao family. Seeing this, the head of the Wang family did not say anything and continued to bid. This action meant that he was already on Zhang Xiaoyu's side. No matter what, he had to support Zhang Xiaoyu. Since the Zhao family wanted to play, then he would play with them. He immediately shouted, "We bid 350,000 strings of cash. The Wang family has bid 350,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" For a moment, everyone looked at the Wang family in disbelief and sighed. I didn't expect the Wang family to bid 350,000 strings of cash. How many years of savings did they have? I didn't expect the wine bottle to rise to such a level. It's hard to imagine. The head of the Zhao family was shocked. The Wang family must be crazy to spend 350,000 strings of cash to buy this item. 350,000 strings of cash was not a small amount. Could it be that they spent everything just to buy this item? Since they wanted to play, then he would play with them. Otherwise, they would say that the Gao family was a coward. One must know that the Gao family valued their reputation the most. Today, the Wang family had repeatedly provoked them. How could they let others see them as a joke? He immediately stood up and walked to the front. "Look, the head of the Zhao family has stepped forward." "Yes, It seems like the Zhao family has played for so long and is finally going to make a move. When the other families saw the head of the Zhao family step forward, no one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. They became more and more restless. The head of the Zhao family looked around and shouted faintly, "The Zhao family wants it. 1,000,000 strings of cash." What? The Zhao family has not shown their might, but they actually bid 1,000,000 strings of cash. Yes, they are indeed a big family. They are so generous. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. The people from the other families were also shocked by the Zhao family's patriarch's actions. They didn't expect him to be so generous. However, it was impossible for the Zhao family to monopolize this treasure. Someone immediately stood up and said, 2,000,000 strings of cash. Who is it? Who shouted? They actually went against the Zhao family. Isn't this the Wu family? They also made a move. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes staring at the head of the Zhao family. As everyone knew, the heads of the Zhao family and the Wu family usually did not have any conflicts. Why would the two families be like this because of this item? Could it be that this thing was so good? Everyone was in an uproar. At this moment, Patriarch Gao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other until their faces turned red, he was a little tempted. Although he had never seen this kind of thing before, the value of this kind of thing was obvious. Moreover, this kind of transparent glass, according to the information sent back by the Gao family's business manager in Chang'an City, there was indeed this kind of glass. Moreover, it was really used by the royal family and the people of the Duke's mansion. Outsiders had never seen it before. But now, what was Zhang Feng trying to do? I bid 3 million. Surnamed Wang, are you really going to make things difficult for me? The Seeker clan was furious. Wang Jiazhu chuckled and said, "None of us here are fools. You and I both know the value of this thing. As the saying goes, the highest bidder gets it. You can afford it, but do you think my Wang family can't?" The Wang family offers 3.5 million strings of cash. Patriarch Gao's frown deepened as he listened to the two family heads. Both of them were sly old foxes. Both of them were people who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Could it be that this thing was really that good? Patriarch Gao could not help but be tempted. Looking around, he gritted his teeth and said, "The Gao family offers 4 million. The business went on. On the stage, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He said loudly, "Patriarch Gao is really a hero of the time. You are really generous. 4 million. Who else can be higher than you? If not, then this item belongs to family head Gao." Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Patriarch Gao actually offered 4 million? You don't say. If so many family heads bid at the same time, it means that the second price of this thing is much higher than the current 4 million. TSK. 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 Besides, who is Patriarch Gao? He is the #1 existence in the Jiangnan clan. He has seen all the rare treasures in the world. Anything that can make him take action must be extraordinary. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard that person's words. At this moment, Patriarch Gao's face turned slightly better. There was a slight smile on his face. However, the leader of the Zhao family and the players were in a difficult position. Was it just about to fall into his hands? This, after thinking for a while, Patriarch Wang looked at Patriarch Gao's smug face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "The Wang family offers 4.2 million. Everyone was stunned. Was Patriarch Wang crazy? Or could it be that this thing was really that valuable? He dared to offer such a high price? 4 million was equivalent to the total income of the Wang family for 3 years. He dared to offer 4 million? Chapter 22-21. At the same time, when the families upstairs saw that the Zhao, Wang, and Gao families were constantly bidding, they could not remain calm. They could not help but wonder what the three of them were doing. Could it be that Lu Li was so precious that they were fighting over it? When the patriarch of the Gao family heard the bid, he was shocked. He didn't expect that the patriarch of the Wang family, who usually kept a low profile, would actually go against the old man today. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The patriarch of the Gao family couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He even felt a little disgusted. After thinking for a moment, he shouted, "The Gao family bids for 25 million. Since the Wang family wanted to play, then the old man would play with them. Seeing this, Zhang Feng cupped his fists at the patriarch of the Gao family and said loudly, "The patriarch of the Gao family is generous. Are there any higher bids? If not, this treasure will belong to the Gao family." Hearing this, everyone on the scene was stunned. Behind a pillar not far behind the patriarch of the Zhao family, two businessmen couldn't help but whisper, "What? The patriarch of the Gao family has bid for 25 million strings of cash. Oh my god, the Gao family is backed by the Fanyang Lu family. They have a rich foundation. This little bit of money is nothing." Moreover, the Gao family is ranked among the top in Jiangnan apart from the 5 families and 7 major clans. That's why he dares to bid. However, it seems that no one dares to bid now. Sigh. The big shop is bullying the customers. The big shop is bullying the customers. Isn't that so? Look at how fiercely the Zhao family was competing just now, but now they're silent. They probably don't dare to compete anymore. When the patriarch of the Zhao family heard their discussion, his face immediately turned ashen. These words were like needles piercing his heart. Madame Zhao saw that the patriarch's expression was not right and stepped forward to say something. The patriarch of the Zhao family suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "The Zhao family bids for 5 million strings of cash. The Zhao family wants this glaze." Zhang Feng cupped his fists at the patriarch of the Zhao family and said, "The patriarch of the Zhao family is generous. It seems that the glaze belongs to the Zhao family?" The people present were constantly discussing. This Zhao family is indeed a big family. They're offering for 5 million strings of cash right off the bat. That's right. I wonder if the Gao family. The head of the Gao family was shocked when he heard this. The Zhao family actually came out to compete with the old man. The old man didn't care about the Wang family, but the Zhao family. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision in his heart. How could the dignified Gao family back down at this time when it was a matter of face? As long as he took this lioli, he would give it to the Fanyang Lu family and the old man. Thinking of this, the Gao family's patriarch smiled and immediately shouted, "My Gao family offers 5 million strings of cash." Zhang Feng exclaimed, "Ayaya! The patriarch of the Gao family has offered 5 million strings of cash. What a big deal. It seems like the Gao family is determined to get this item." Everyone on the scene exclaimed in surprise and started to discuss. As expected of the Gao family, to have such wealth. That's right. It seems like the Zhao family has suffered a loss. Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten that the Wang family hasn't made a bid yet? Who knows, they might have something big up their sleeves. Yes. Why did I forget about that? The patriarch of the Wang family couldn't help but think when he saw this. He came to the auction with a desperate attitude to express his position. At this moment, how could he stop just because of the Gao family and the Zhao family's high price? He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The Wang family is willing to bet all of our wealth on this item." Who else? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. See, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They couldn't help but whisper. The Wang family actually wants to bet all of their wealth on this item. Is he crazy? Is this item really that valuable? Seeing this, Zhang Feng cupped his hands at the patriarch of the Wang family and said, "This is incredible. The patriarch of the Wang family is actually betting all of his wealth on this item. Is this lioli goblet going to fall into the Wang family's hands?" The patriarch of the Gao family was shocked and his heart was full of surprise. Was the Wang family crazy? They actually bet all of their wealth? Just when he was puzzled, the patriarch of the Wang family looked at the patriarch of the Gao family and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Is the patriarch of the Gao family scared of me? Don't dare to bet?" Everyone couldn't help but gasp. See, they couldn't help but talk about it. Look, the Wang family is actually provoking the Gao family. This is going to be interesting. Do you think the patriarch of the Gao family will continue to bet? He'll be a fool if he continues to bid. Although the patriarch of the Gao family is rich, he won't take this risk. I think the patriarch of the Gao family must be scared by the patriarch of the Wang family. He doesn't dare to accept it. Then, everyone burst into laughter. The laughter reached the patriarch of the Gao family's ears. At this moment, his face was ashen. He thought to himself, what the hell is the Wong family doing? They actually bet all of their wealth and even provoked the old man. This is really infuriating. He was about to continue bidding, but after thinking about it, he realized that betting all of his wealth was not a wise move. The old man wanted to see what the Zhao family and the Wang family were up to. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Gao family returned to his seat and sat down. The patriarch of the Gao family wasn't stupid. How big was the Wang family? They actually wanted to bet all of their wealth with the Gao family. The patriarch of the Zhao family was shocked. He didn't expect the small Wang family to bet all of their wealth for this item. This was such an unwise move. He didn't know what medicine was in the gourd. Although the Zhao family was big, it was better to be careful. Seeing that the patriarch of the Gao family had fallen silent and stopped bidding, the patriarch of the Zhao family didn't say anything. At this moment, the other families were shocked by the action of the patriarch of the Wang family. The ordinary Wang family was actually betting all of their wealth for this item. Could it be that the value of this item was extraordinary? Their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 22:22. At this moment, all the families fell into silence. The auction hall was silent. No one knew what the Wang family was up to, and why they were willing to bet all their assets on this item. At this moment, a sudden voice broke the silence in the auction hall. My Wu family is also willing to bet all our assets on this item. As soon as he said that, the silent auction hall was in an uproar again. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and started discussing. They couldn't help but say, why is the Wu family betting all their assets on this glazed goblet? The Wang family is crazy. Could it be that the Wu family is crazy too? What exactly is this item? Why is it so magical that the Wang family and Wu family are willing to bet all their assets on this item? At this moment, the big families couldn't help but feel puzzled about the Wu family's actions. If the Wang family was being silly, why was the Wu family also being silly? Could it be that this item was really that valuable? That it was worth the two families to bet all their assets on this item? The patriarch of the Gao family couldn't help but shudder. He thought to himself, why is the Wu family here? No matter how precious the glazed goblet is, it's just a glazed goblet. Are they stupid to bet all their assets on such a lousy item? On the other side, the patriarch of the Zhao family was also having mixed feelings. His expression was uncertain. No matter how valuable the glazed goblet was, it wasn't enough for the two families to compete for it. Could it be that there was something else going on? When Zhang Feng saw that the Wu family was also bidding for this item, he smiled and thought to himself, it seems like the fish has finally taken the bait. He then said, the Wu family is really generous. Is there anyone else who is willing to continue bidding? If not, this glazed goblet will belong to the Wu family. Are you sure you don't want to increase the price? The people in the auction hall were constantly discussing and laughing from time to time. If they continue bidding, they would be stupid. Who would be so foolish to bet all their assets on this item? Yeah, no matter how precious this glazed goblet is, it's just an ornamental item. Can it bloom into flowers? As for the various large families, their eyebrows were almost twisted into a hemp rope, and their expressions were uncertain. They weren't foolish enough to bet with the Wang family and the Gao family. It wasn't easy for their families to develop to where they were today, and no one wanted to bet on Lioli with the family that they had painstakingly built. On the other side of the stage, Mr. Yushan revealed an incredulous expression as he muttered, this kid actually managed to dig out the wealth of the two families. If this continues, won't he be playing with fire? Seeing this, Yu Qigong chuckled and said, Mr. need not worry, that kid is crafty, he has his own reasons for doing this. When Mr. Yushan heard this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is this kid trying to do? Say. It seems like I'll have to have a good talk with this kid after the auction ends. Otherwise, I'll end up dragging the old man into this mess. After looking around, Zhang Feng said indifferently, if anyone wins this glass goblet, I, Zhang Feng, will teach you the paper-making technique. The crowd went into an uproar again. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not help but discuss the Tao. What? The paper-making technique? This paper-making technique is quite rare. If you can get it, you'll be rich. Yeah, I really don't understand what President Zhang is thinking. But you'll have to bet all your wealth. If it's you, do you dare? Zhang Feng's words made the big families restless. This paper-making technique was extremely precious in the market. If they could get their hands on the manufacturing method, wouldn't they be able to get rich? At this moment, their hearts were in a dilemma. If they won the bid, they would have to bet all their wealth. This kind of transaction was really not worth it. After thinking for a while, no one stood out to bid. When the head of the Wu family heard this, he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "It seems like I've made the right bet. If I can get it, I'll be able to turn my life around. Not only will I get the glass goblet, but I'll also master the paper-making technique." Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. When the head of the Gao family and the head of the Zhao family heard this, their hearts were in turmoil. However, at this moment, they were betting all their wealth. They didn't dare to bet, nor could they afford to. They could only watch the Wang family and the Wu family compete with each other. Hearing this, the head of the Wang family was shocked. Was this Prince Zhang serious? Was he really going to hand over the paper-making technique to the Wu family? After thinking about it carefully, this Prince Zhang wasn't a stupid person. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't want to continue bidding with the Wu family. He knew that his goal was to raise the price and lure these people out. After a moment of silence, Zhang Feng continued, "Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, this glass goblet and the paper-making technique will belong to the Wu family." At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one was willing to continue bidding. They weren't willing to do such a stupid thing. Chapter 22-23. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Then, the glazed goblet and the paper-making technique belong to the Wu clan." The auction is a success. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. There were people constantly mocking the Wu clan. "I'm afraid this Wu clan is an idiot to bet all of their assets on something like this." "Shoo! Don't let anyone hear you." The head of the Wu clan chuckled and returned to his seat. He looked around proudly as though he was telling the other clans that they didn't dare to bet on it. The other clans remained silent and waited quietly for the next item. On the stage, Mr. Yushan couldn't sit still anymore. He looked at Yu Qigong with a puzzled expression and said, "What do you think this kid is up to? He actually sold such a precious white paper-making technique. Is he a fool? You have to know how precious the white paper-making technique is in the market." Yu Qigong chuckled and said, "Mister, don't worry. That kid is as smart as a monkey. How can he do something that he isn't confident in? Just continue watching. He must have his own reasons for doing this." Mr. Yushan was filled with doubts and couldn't help but sigh. If the white paper-making technique was given to the Wu clan would definitely rise in the future. One must know that the glazed goblet was already precious, and the transparent glazed goblet was even rarer. No one had even seen it before, yet this kid was willing to give it away. After a while, Zhang Feng spoke again. "Next up is the hottest part. It will also be the last item of this auction. This item is exclusive to women. Men, please stay away for now." The crowd was filled with doubts and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What exactly is it? Why is it so mysterious? Yeah, quickly take it out and let us see." They couldn't wait to find out what the final item was. Zhang Feng clapped his hands. Immediately, 3 beautiful women walked out from behind the stage and slowly walked up to the stage. At first glance, they were Zhang Feng's 3 wives. What were they bidding for? The 3 women wore glazed goblet jewelry and stood elegantly on the stage. The jewelry looked exceptionally beautiful under the light. The crowd exclaimed. Hiss! They couldn't help but gasp. Everyone was talking about it. Isn't that Zhang Feng's wife? Why are they on the stage? What are they doing? Quick, look at their bodies. What is that shiny thing on their heads? How beautiful! What the hell is this? Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Please be quiet and listen to my explanation. The shiny thing you see is called a glass hairpin. It's made of glass and is very beautiful. Of course, it's not just this hairpin. There are also other accessories, such as rings. If you like, you can go to the backstage room to pick." Instantly, all the women present widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. This kind of thing had never been seen before. One had to know that they usually only used ordinary jade and gold hairpins and ornaments. This was the first time they had seen a hairpin made of glass like this. They couldn't help but exclaim, "I want to buy it! I want to buy it! This is too beautiful. There's something else besides the hairpin. I'm looking forward to it." Not only the women present, but even the madams of the large clans couldn't resist the temptation of this transparent glass hairpin. Which woman didn't want to be beautiful? Who didn't want to tidy themselves up beautifully? This glass hairpin was simply a blessing for women. At the same time, the head of the Zhao family narrowed his eyes and was extremely shocked. This Prince Zhang was really extraordinary. Not only did he make this transparent glass, but he also made such a small item. His method of making glass was superb. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a little more concern in his heart. When the other clans saw these small ornaments made of transparent glass, they also had mixed feelings in their hearts. They all had different thoughts. What they were amazed at was not how exquisite the glass ornaments were, but more of their admiration for Zhang Feng's skill in making glass. It could be said that he was the best. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said lightly, "Then the bidding for the last item will begin. There is no starting price. The highest bidder wins." The bidding begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately became very lively. A madam in the upper left corner suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "I bid 30,000 strings of cash." Following this madam's bid, the other madams couldn't sit still and stood up to bid. A madam below also stood up one after another and shouted, "I bid 50,000 strings of cash." Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "The madam over there has bid 50,000 strings of cash. Are there any higher bids?" The men sitting next to the madam's side and couldn't help but talk. This is another fight between women. Yes, if they like it, then let them buy it. The woman in the upper left corner was unhappy and immediately shouted, "I bid 100,000 strings of cash. You come and bid." Seeing this, the madam below immediately retorted, "I'm not afraid of you. I bid 150,000 strings of cash." The two madams started to quarrel. One after another, it was very lively. The man beside her revealed a helpless expression. After arguing for a while, the hairpin was finally won by the madam in the upper left corner. Zhang Feng said lightly, "If the madams and ladies like these jewelry, you can follow you or backstage to choose what you like. There are many more for the madams to choose from." Chapter 22-24. All the madams present had excited expressions on their faces. After the finale of the auction ended, it was gradually coming to an end. Zhang Feng looked around and cupped his fists with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I announce the end of the auction. I have prepared fine wine and a feast for all of you at Chang'an Hotel. I hope that all of you will come." After sending everyone off, Mr. Yushan slowly got up and walked towards Zhang Feng with Yu Qigong. "Mr. He Xian." Zhang Feng heard Yushan call him that and hurriedly waved his hand. He bowed to Yushan and said, "Mr. Yushan, what are you doing? You can just call me Zhang Feng." Mr. Yushan shook his head. As the saying goes, those who reach the top come first. Mr. He Xian's actions are truly admirable. How could Zhang Feng not know that Mr. Yushan was mocking him? However, he still played dumb. "Ha ha ha, what are you saying to Mr. Yushan? Let's go. I have prepared some gifts for Mr. Yushan. I hope that Mr. Yushan will come." Mr. Yushan smiled and didn't say anything. He followed Yu Qigong out of the door. A moment later, in the front hall of Zhang Feng's residence, Mr. Yushan lit a cigarette and started smoking. Although Zhang Feng had just given it to him not long ago and it wasn't much, it was quite addictive. Mr. Yushan worriedly asked, "Little friend Zhang, aren't you going overboard?" He knew that this brat was capable of doing anything. This time, he had even invested all of the Wu clan's assets. Wasn't he afraid that the Wu clan would come after him? One had to know that behind the Wu clan was a large clan. If anything happened to the Wu clan, the upper clan would definitely find trouble with this brat. What was he trying to do? This time, it wasn't just the Wu clan. There was also the Zhao clan and the Gao clan. Wasn't he afraid that those people would join forces to deal with him? One had to know that the Wu clan and Qi Wang were all connected. If anything happened to their subordinates, their superiors wouldn't just ignore it. Wasn't this brat afraid of the Wu clan and Qi Wang's revenge? Zhang Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. He let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Mister, to be honest, I did this to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes." Mr. Yushan was shocked. Although he had long known that this kid had some sort of goal, he was still too inexperienced to deal with the 7 Wangs of the 5 families. It must be known that the 7 Wangs of the 5 families were able to take root in Jiangnan for so long. Of course, there was no need to doubt their strength. Could it be that this brat held this auction to cause internal strife in these clans? Wasn't he afraid that those people would make a move on him in advance? Now that he had dragged the Wu clan into the water, what was he trying to do? He even gave the paper-making technology to the Wu clan. Wasn't he afraid that the Wu clan would react and join forces to deal with him? Could it be that this time, the Wang clan was betting all their assets just to drive up the price and pull the Wu clan and Gao clan into the water? He already had a grudge with the Gao clan. Furthermore, the Gao clan was a branch family of the Fanyang Lu clan, and was one of the clans that was developing at the front. Wasn't he afraid that the Gao clan would join forces with the Wu clan to deal with him? Or could it be that this kid already had a countermeasure? Zhang Feng played dumb and said, "I wonder what Mr. Yushan means by saying this?" When Mr. Yushan saw this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will react and retaliate against you? Furthermore, you have even auctioned off the papermaking method. Aren't you afraid that those clans will do something?" Zhang Feng immediately shook his head. "Mister, you don't have to worry. This kid has a plan. Now, I have the funds to start up the academy, so I will have to trouble Mister." It must be known that the papermaking method wasn't something that just anyone could create. He had already handed over the core technology to the Yu clan to manage. The Wu clan could only obtain a superficial knowledge of the auction's technology. They were unable to grasp the true core technology. The Wu clan had bet all their assets to bid for the glazed goblet. Of course, they had to give them some benefits to pull them into the water. As for whether they would retaliate when the time came? What a joke. It was impossible. No matter what the Wu clan did, they wouldn't be able to create the glazed goblet. It must be known that without the papermaking technique, it was impossible for them to create the glazed goblet. The Wu clan was still far from being able to fight with Zhang Feng. Why not give the Wu clan some benefits and firmly control it in their hands? The key was to deal with the small clans like the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. They had to continue conserving their strength and pull in a wave of forces that belonged to them in order to gain a firm foothold in Jiangnan. As for the Gao clan and the Zhao clan, the Gao clan originally had a grudge with Zhang Feng. This time, the 2 clans had shed all pretense of cordiality because of the glazed goblet. The next step was to infiltrate the clans one by one, and the destruction of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would be a step closer. The next step was to completely control the Wu clan. With the Wu clan's assets, the Academy's funds would be settled. Furthermore, the transparent glazed goblet and the perfumes and soaps would be successfully advertised. The business route in Jiangnan would gradually be opened up. The next step was to wait for the Wang clan to come over and discuss some matters in detail. Mr. Yushan nodded and bid farewell to Zhang Feng, preparing to leave. After Mr. Yushan left, Yu Qigong walked over to Zhang Feng and said with a serious expression, "I say, Fengzi, you've really gone a bit overboard. The Wang clan has been scammed by you." Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. It must be known that the Wang clan came to the auction this time to express their position to Zhang Feng. One must know that behind Zhang Feng's back was the imperial court. This was a wise move. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes would be destroyed sooner or later, so they had to stand on the right side. The Wang clan was now completely tied to him. Since they had sided with him, he couldn't treat them unfairly. When the time came, he would definitely give them some benefits to allow them to survive. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Chapter 22-25. After bidding farewell to Yu Qigong and the others, Zhang Feng stretched and prepared to return to his room. Recently, there had been an endless stream of tedious matters. Zhang Feng had not had a good rest for a long time. After opening the door, he took out some fine wine and sat at the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. No one knew what he was thinking about with his empty eyes. Too many things had happened in Jiangnan this time. Now, a small crack had been opened in the 5 families and 7 watches. Next, he only needed to rope in a wave of power that belonged to him and control these scattered clans. Then, he would be able to gradually gain a foothold in Jiangnan. After this auction, the relationship between the Zhao clan and the Gao clan must have gradually stiffened. Next, he only needed to quietly wait for them to come find him. It must be known that the Gao clan was one of the more powerful clans of the Fanyang Lu clan. In Yuezhou City, they could be considered a relatively powerful clan. This time, the Zhao clan suddenly interfered and did not care about the Gao clan's face. In the future, the Zhao clan would definitely be targeted by the Gao clan. The only choice the Zhao clan had was to cooperate with Zhang Feng. They had no choice but to fight against the Gao clan. Of course, they did not have the strength to do so. The other choice was to cooperate with Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng represented the imperial court. No matter how powerful the 5 families and 7 watches were in this generation of Jiangnan, if they opposed the imperial court, they would be destroyed sooner or later. As for the Wang clan, the actions of this auction had already shown that they stood on Zhang Feng's side. If they did not choose a good position, then their Wang clan would sooner or later be destroyed by the Gao clan. Therefore, they would certainly stake everything on this one throw to express their sincerity to Zhang Feng. After that, Zhang Feng only needed to pull them to his side and put in effort for what he was going to do next. There was also the Gao clan. When they first arrived in Jiangnan, they had a conflict. This auction had completely stiffened the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhao clan and the Wang clan. When the time came, pulling the 2 clans together to deal with the Gao clan would not be a problem at all. Now, the main thing was to gradually develop his power in Jiangnan. He needed to open a school and open a business route. Only when he gradually became stronger would he have the confidence to deal with the 5 families and 7 kings, disintegrate them from the inside, and infiltrate them bit by bit. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his sleeve and lit it up. He immersed his mind into the next deployment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng was abruptly awakened and pulled back his thoughts. He stood up and prepared to walk out of the room. When he opened the door, he saw Jia Daoren hurrying over. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, "Old Jia, what's the hurry?" Jia Daoren shouted, "Master, the Wang and Wu family heads are here." When Zhang Feng heard this, he was confused. Why did the Wu clan and the Wang clan come together? It seemed like the 2 fishes had taken the bait. The next thing would be much simpler. Thinking of this, he instructed Jia Daoren to have the Wang clan head wait in the living room while the Wu clan head came to the backyard to find him. A moment later, the Wu clan head came to the backyard with an excited expression under Jia Daoren's lead. He was in a very good mood. Not only did he win the bid for the extremely precious glazed goblet, he also obtained the technology to make the white paper. One had to know how precious the white paper was in the Jiangnan market. Most of the paper sold in the market was rice paper, and white paper was very rare and expensive. Normally, only scholars could afford to use white paper to write, so one could imagine how precious it was. However, Zhang Feng actually gave him the technology to make the white paper as a gift along with the glazed goblet. One could imagine how happy the Wu clan head was. Not only did he obtain the beautiful glazed goblet, but he also obtained the technology to make a fortune. The excitement in his heart was overflowing on his face. The Wu clan head pushed open the door and saw Zhang Feng sitting at the table, drinking cup after cup of wine. He walked over with a smile and said, "Prince Zhang, why are you drinking alone? Old man, let's have a drink together." Zhang Feng raised his head and saw the Wu clan head walking towards him with a smile. He immediately stood up and smiled. "Yo! Clan head Gao is here. Come this way please. Old Jia, bring another jug of wine." Hearing this, Jia Daoren went into the house to get the wine. After a while, Jia Daoren brought the wine to Zhang Feng and the Wu clan head. He poured a cup for both of them and left the room. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Come, clan head Wu, let me toast you." After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup and raised it. The Gao clan head saw this and raised his cup as well. After a mutual gesture, they drank the wine in one gulp. Then Zhang Feng asked Jia Daoren to bring a wooden box. The Gao clan head was very curious. He didn't know what was inside, so he asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, what's in this box? I can smell the fragrance through the box." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It's called a cigarette. Take a puff to refresh your mind." As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing 2 cigarettes wrapped in paper. They exuded a charming fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. The Gao clan head couldn't help but pick up the cigarette and sniff it. Sure enough, the fragrance assailed his nostrils. This thing is really good. This Prince Zhang is really good at discerning people. He couldn't help but study the transparent glazed goblet and the perfumed soap. He didn't expect there to be such good things. This really opened the eyes of the old man. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart at Zhang Feng's excellence. Chapter 22-26. Zhang Feng handed a lighter to Patriarch Wu and signaled him to light the cigarette. Patriarch Gao took the lighter and lit the cigarette. He took a deep puff and suddenly felt light and incomparably comfortable. That kind of feeling was indescribable. He didn't expect that a small cigarette could bring him such a wonderful feeling. This Prince Zhang actually created something so fascinating. He was indeed a young talent. Old man Gao couldn't help but admire him. Patriarch Gao couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, he asked again, Prince Zhang, do you know what the cigarette is made of? Why is it so fragrant? This. Patriarch Wu, I'll tell you later. Zhang Feng smiled and filled Patriarch Wu's cup. He said, I wonder why Patriarch Gao is visiting me? In fact, Zhang Feng knew why Patriarch Gao was looking for him. After the auction, Patriarch Gao was bound to ask him about White Paper's papermaking technology. After all, Patriarch Gao had bet his entire fortune. Of course, Patriarch Gao couldn't wait to see him. Patriarch Wu suddenly came back to his senses after being asked by Zhang Feng. He came to find Zhang Feng to ask about the papermaking technology of white paper. After drinking some wine and smoking this cigarette, he almost forgot about it. He had bet all his money and now relied on the papermaking technology of white paper to make a comeback. Fortunately, he had made a lot of money in the market. With the rarity of white paper and the technology, it would be difficult not to make money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little comforted. He opened his mouth and said, Prince Zhang, I wonder what the papermaking technology of white paper you talked about in today's auction is. When Zhang Feng heard this, he knew that Patriarch Wu wanted to ask about white paper. Only he and the Yu family had the core papermaking technology of white paper. If it wasn't someone he trusted, Zhang Feng wouldn't casually give such a precious thing to others. Even if Patriarch Wu obtained the papermaking technology, they wouldn't be able to make white paper. The core technology was in his hands. However, he still had to put up a front. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Oh, I almost forgot about this. I'm sorry, you've helped me a lot. You've solved the funding problem for my college. I've already given the papermaking technology to the Yu family. Such a big business, the Yu family can't take it all. You can discuss it with the Yu family when the time comes. When Patriarch Wu heard this, his heart trembled. This Prince Zhang had given the papermaking technology to the Yu family. What should he do? He had bet all his assets, but in the end, he only had to share the papermaking technology with the Yu family. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. When he thought of this, Patriarch Wu's face turned ashen. His expression was very unnatural. Before he came, he was filled with anticipation and excitement. He thought about how he would become incomparably rich after obtaining the papermaking technology of white paper. However, Zhang Feng's words instantly poured cold water on him. Was this Prince Zhang playing with him? He had already bet all his assets. Could he go back on his word? If he went back on his word, where would the Wu family's face go? How would outsiders view the Gao family? When he thought of these things, Patriarch Gao's heart was incomparably complicated. He wanted to cry but had no tears. When Zhang Feng saw Patriarch Wu's hesitant expression, he guessed that Patriarch Gao must feel that he had suffered a loss. He had bet all his assets on the papermaking technology, but in the end, he had to share it with the Yu family. Obviously, he wasn't satisfied with this result. However, wasn't this Zhang Feng's goal? He wanted to completely control the Wu family in his hands. Even if he obtained the papermaking technology, he wouldn't be able to set off any big waves. Everything would be under his control. However, he still had to give the Wu family some benefits so that they would fall into his trap. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Patriarch Wu, you have done me such a big favor. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. I have a glazed workshop in the center of Yuezhou City. I want to let you manage it. I wonder if Patriarch Wu is willing? What? Glazed workshop? Prince Zhang actually wanted to let him manage such a rare glazed workshop. One must know how precious glazed was. If that was the case, then with the paper-making technology and the glazed workshop, wouldn't he make a killing? When he thought of this, Patriarch Wu's heart was incomparably excited. He couldn't believe that Prince Zhang would actually let him manage the auction house's hot transparent glazed business. If that was the case, would it be a problem for him to make a comeback? Perhaps in the future, he would become even wealthier than before. He might even surpass the other clans. This way, he would be able to establish a school of his own in Jiangnan's market. When he thought of this, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He immediately nodded and said, "Then I will have to thank Prince Zhang. This old man can't thank you enough." Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. It seemed that this old fox had finally fallen into his trap. If he didn't give him some benefits, then he wouldn't be able to do it. One must know that whether it was the glazed workshop or paper, the final control was in his hands. Zhang Feng couldn't hand it over to others. He just wanted to control the Wu family in his hands. Zhang Feng had already thought of handing over paper and the glazed core to the Wang family. After all, the Wang family had helped him so much. He couldn't let him suffer a loss. Afterward, Patriarch Wu excitedly bid farewell to Zhang Feng and returned. Before he left, he didn't forget to take Zhang Feng's cigarettes. Such good things were treasures to them. Chapter 22-27. After the Wu clan head left, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He called Jia Daoren over and instructed him to check the Wu clan's assets. The Wu clan's influence in Jiangnan wasn't too bad, so they must be quite wealthy. With this, the preparation of the academy wouldn't be a problem. Next was the Wang clan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng slowly walked towards the living room. As soon as he arrived, he saw the Wang clan head pacing back and forth in the living room. It was obvious that he had been waiting for too long and couldn't sit still. Zhang Feng smiled and walked towards the Wang clan head. He said loudly, "Sorry for making you wait for so long." The Wang family head looked over and saw Zhang Feng walking in with a smile on his face. His heart was filled with excitement. He had gambled everything in this auction in order to express his stance to Zhang Feng. He had even shed all pretense of cordiality with the Gao family and the Zhao family. Now, he had no other choice but to rely on Zhang Feng. If he didn't seek refuge, what awaited the Wang clan was destruction. They would be bullied by the Gao clan sooner or later and wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, when he saw Zhang Feng, it was as if he saw the hope of survival. He didn't ask for anything else but for Zhang Feng to protect the Wang clan. After all, Zhang Feng had the imperial court behind him. If he didn't take a good position, then the Wang clan would be destroyed sooner or later. In the eyes of the 5 clans and 7 gazes, the Wang clan was just an obedient dog that would come and go as they were called. They were completely unimportant. Therefore, the Wang clan made this decision after thinking for a long time. They came to find Zhang Feng this time to see what arrangements Zhang Feng would make. As long as the Wang clan could be of use to them, they would do it even if it meant going through fire and water. Thinking of this, the Wang clan head smiled and said, "It's fine. I should be the one apologizing." The Wang clan wasn't of much help in this auction. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Uncle, look at what you're saying. You've helped me a lot. Without your help, how could the Wu clan come out?" Without the Wang clan's clan head's help, the Zhao clan and the Gao clan wouldn't have shed all pretense of cordiality because of Lu Li, much less draw out the Wu clan. This was a great help. Hearing this, the Wang family head said, "Little friend Zhang, if you need anything in the future, just say it. My Wang family will definitely support you. Although we are weak, we will do our best to help you. As long as you need us, just say it." Although the Wang family was worried that if they chose Zhang Feng, they would be kicked around like a dog and treated like cannon fodder. However, Zhang Feng was recommended by Mr. Zihuai, and he was very cautious. He was also very open-minded. Although he was young, he dealt with things in an orderly manner. In terms of wisdom, there was no need to mention. This time, he set up such a big trap and involved all the clans. He even controlled the Wu clan. His methods were admirable. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "What are you talking about? We're a family, so there's no need to say such things. I've just arrived in Jiangnan and am unfamiliar with the place. I'm very happy to have your help. It just so happens that I need you to help me with something." The head of the Wang family was an old friend of the old elementary scholar, and Zhang Feng trusted his character. In Jiangnan, He was determined to cultivate a power of his own. He was very relieved to leave his core business in their hands. No matter what Zhang Feng did, he never did it himself. He always handed over his business to people he trusted and let them develop it. He only needed to give advice. Since the Wang clan and he were already in the same boat, there were some things that he didn't need to hide. Jiangnan was full of things and he needed help. The Wang clan head was puzzled and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's the paper-making technology of the white paper and Lioli mill. I handed the white paper to the Yu clan and Lioli mill to the Wu clan. I want you to go to Lioli mill and help the Wu clan manage it. Since we're a family, I'll hand over the core technology of the white paper and Lioli mill to you." When the Wang clan head heard this, he was shocked and looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zhang Feng would hand over such a valuable business to him. He even handed over the core technology to him. The Wang clan head wasn't a fool. If he could tell him these things, then the paper-making technology of the white paper that the Wu clan had was only the tip of the iceberg. The real technology was in the hands of Zhang Feng. It was just that he didn't expect that Zhang Feng would hand over such important things to his Wang clan to manage. His Wang clan didn't have any virtue or ability. They only wanted to live a good life under Zhang Feng's protection. He didn't expect that Zhang Feng would trust him so much. He looked at Zhang Feng blankly and exclaimed, "Little friend Zhang Feng, what virtue or ability does this old man have?" As he said this, he bowed to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw this and quickly helped the Wang clan head up. He was just a junior and couldn't accept a bow from an elder. He immediately said, "The fact that I'm handing it over to you means that I trust you very much. We're all family, so don't refuse. Also, uncle, don't call me so formally." Then he smiled and looked at the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head didn't refuse anymore and was filled with excitement. He really didn't misjudge him. Zhang Feng was indeed a reliable person. In the future, the Wang clan might rise because of this. Chapter 22-28. Subsequently, the Wang clan head bade farewell to Zhang Feng and left the Zhang residence. Zhang Feng yawned and prepared to return to his room to have a good rest. Today's matter could be considered to have been satisfactorily resolved. The next step was to run these matters and wait for Jia Daoren to finish the inventory of the Wu clan's assets before making any plans. He dragged his exhausted body into the room and threw himself onto the bed. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, a crisp knocking sound came from the outside. Zhang Feng opened his hazy eyes and lazily got up. He walked to the door and opened it to see Yu and Jingshu staring at him. He then returned to the room and leaned on the chair. He lazily asked, "Why are you guys here?" He glanced at Yu and Jingshu from the corner of his eyes. He saw that they were wearing jewelry made of colored glass and looked exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't help but think that those noble madams had already left. Zhang Feng looked at Yu and Jingshu and chuckled. With the contrast of the colored glass jewelry, the two of you are even more enchanting. Yu and Jingshu couldn't help but blush when they heard Zhang Feng's praise. Indeed, these two girls were naturally beautiful. With the addition of the jewelry, they looked even more beautiful. One must know that clothes make a man, and Buddha relies on gold. At this moment, the two of them were like fairies. They were so enchanting that even Zhang Feng was intoxicated by their beauty. As he spoke, Zhang Feng went forward and hugged the two girls in his arms. He smiled and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Yu said angrily, "You are still talking about it. Don't you know how much trouble you have caused?" Zhang Feng was confused and expressed that he was in a daze. What exactly happened to him? What happened? Or did he do something wrong? Yu continued, "Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will come after you for tricking them in this auction? You even let go of the paper-making technique. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he suddenly realized that the two of them were worried about him. He couldn't help but laugh. One must know that Zhang Feng was usually very cautious. He wouldn't do anything if he wasn't 100% confident. So what if he gave the paper-making technique to the Wu clan? Could they make it? He had already handed over his family assets. Zhang Feng wouldn't suffer a loss. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two don't worry. I have my own plans. This time is to firmly control the Wu clan in my hands. So what if I give them the paper-making technique? Didn't I give the core technique to your family?" When Yue heard this, she was instantly enlightened. She had been traveling among the major powers for many years, so how could she not understand this logic? It turned out that Zhang Feng had handed over the papermaking technique to give the Wu clan some benefits and drag them down with him. The core technique was still with the Yu clan. Even if they gave the Wu clan the papermaking technique, would they be able to make it? Of course it was impossible. What Zhang Feng wanted to do this time was to stir up internal conflicts between these families and stiffen their relationships with each other. He wanted to slowly break them down one by one and pull them to his side. So everything he did before was just a bait to lure them out. She couldn't help but admire this man who had captivated her even more. At this moment, Jingshu suddenly asked, "Young Master Zhang, what if the Wu clan realizes this and retaliates against you in desperation?" Zhang Feng chuckled and quickly kissed Jingshu's face. This caused Jingshu's face to turn red. She immediately said shyly. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two don't have to worry. Not only did I give the paper-making technique to the Wu clan, but I also gave the glazed workshop to the Wu clan to manage." When the two girls heard this, they exclaimed, "What? You also gave the glazed workshop to the Wu clan to manage? Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will turn around and deal with you? Are you stupid? Do you know how precious and valuable the glazed workshop is?" After saying this, the two girls broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace and angrily turned their heads to the side. They seemed to be really angry. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Aya, my two grandmas, don't be angry, okay?" As he spoke, he pulled the two women into his arms again and hugged them tightly, afraid that they would break free again. He smiled apologetically and said, "Grandmas, listen to my explanation. I naturally have my own reasons for giving this to the Wu clan. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't think before doing things?" The two girls thought about it. Usually, Zhang Feng did things meticulously. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure of. Could it be that there was some secret? Perhaps he was like Paper who had the core technology. That was why he gave it to the Wu clan. As for the Wu clan, even if they knew that Zhang Feng was deceiving them, they couldn't retaliate. This was because their family property had already been given to Zhang Feng. If they didn't do it, the Wu clan would decline. Therefore, the Wu clan could only continue to cooperate with Zhang Feng in order to survive. If they didn't listen, then the only thing that awaited the Wu clan was failure. Therefore, the Wu clan's economic lifeline was firmly pinned down by Zhang Feng. Compared to the Wang clan, who had already surrendered, the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhao clan had also been strained because of the auction. The Zhao clan had already offended the Gao clan. All that was left was to slowly pull these clans to Zhang Feng's side one by one. From there, his influence in Jiangnan would rise step by step. He would overthrow the 5 clans and 7 hopes and disintegrate them from the inside. All of this was only a matter of time. The two girls couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. They were ashamed of their inferiority. Zhang Feng's methods were indeed brilliant. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 22-29. Master, I'm back. At the same time, a hurried voice came from outside the house. Zhang Feng, who was discussing matters with the 3 women, was really shocked. He said lightly, "Speak." Jia Daoren pushed the door and hurriedly said, "Master, the Wu family's property has been accounted for. It's in the courtyard now." Zhang Feng heard this and his face suddenly became happy. He hurriedly said, "Go, go, 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 let's go out and have a look." Zhang Feng and the 2 women followed Jia Daoren to the courtyard. They saw that there were many large and small boxes in the courtyard. The boxes were filled with countless jewelry and copper coins. The dazzling lineup was quite spectacular. They didn't know how much these things were worth. Zhang Feng was shocked by everything in front of him. He didn't expect that the small Wu family in Jiangnan would have such a huge wealth. It seemed that they spent a lot of money on normal days. They actually accumulated so much money. Now he didn't have to worry about the funds for the preparation of the academy. These assets were enough to start the academy, and it was more than enough. It just so happened that the businesses in Jiangnan could be operated. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but show a touch of joy. Now the funds were enough. The next problem was the manpower. Now the news of the academy's opening had spread. So many students gathered in Jiangnan. However, the academy only had one teacher, Mr. Yushan. He was afraid that the manpower was not enough. It seemed that he could only invite Mr. Yushan to discuss it again. He immediately asked Jia Daoren to invite Mr. Yushan to the mansion, saying that there was something important to discuss. Then he returned to the house. While they were talking, outside the door, Gao Kan's muffled voice sounded. "Master, Mr. Yushan is here," he hurriedly said. "Invite him in. Speak of the devil and he will appear." He immediately got up and prepared to go out to greet him. With a creak, the door was opened. Mr. Yushan smiled and said, "Mr. Hsian, how have you been?" Zhang Feng saw this and hurriedly went to greet him. He smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yushan? Come, please sit down and talk." Then he led Mr. Yushan to a chair and sat down. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng's smiling face and couldn't help but think, could it be that this kid is up to something again? Why did he suddenly invite the old man here? What kind of medicine is he trying to sell? Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said, "Mr. Hsian, why did you invite the old man here?" Zhang Feng smiled. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The auction this time was also because of Mr. Yushan's reputation to attract countless aristocratic families. The harvest was quite bountiful. This time, Mr. Yushan definitely wouldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mr. The Wu family's property has already been accounted for. It's enough to set up the academy. The academy is also in the process of being built." Previously, the news of the academy was spread out, attracting countless students. Now, more and more students are gathering. If the academy is built, I'm afraid Mr. Yushan won't be able to handle it alone. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan roughly understood what Zhang Feng wanted to do. Wasn't he just interested in the old man's students and his old friends in Jiangnan? He was beating around the bush to get the old man to bring those people to the academy and teach the students. This kid's belly was really full of evil tricks. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you a great scholar yourself?" Zhang Feng's heart trembled. This Mr. Yushan was mocking him. Not only did he have to be busy with the academy, he also had to deal with the matters of the clans. How could he have the time to care about the academy? He roped in Mr. Yushan to be a hands-off manager so that he could focus on other matters. He simply didn't have the time to deal with the trivial matters of the academy. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mr. This kid has just arrived in Jiangnan and is unfamiliar with the place. Mr. Yushan is a golden signboard here in Jiangnan. This kid's talent is shallow. Moreover, I have to deal with the matters of the clans and have no time to take care of the academy. Mr. Yushan, if an ordinary person wanted to become a great scholar, they would need at least 10 great scholars to recommend them. Then they would need to register with the Imperial College, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and the Supreme Court. Only then would the Imperial Court issue a document. However, this wasn't all. One still needed to obtain the approval of the Shandong clans. Mr. Yushan was in Jiangnan and had students all over the place. He also had old friends who were great scholars. If they joined the academy, then the academy could proceed smoothly. He could also busy himself with the matters of the clans and wouldn't have to worry about the academy. Mr. Yushan couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This kid usually had a way of dealing with people. He was like a fish in water when it came to business. He opened the academy for the sake of the students and the common people. Considering his sincere heart, the old man would agree to his request. Thinking of this, Mr. Yushan said faintly, "All right, considering Mr. Yushan's kindness, the old man will help." When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It seemed that this matter had finally come to a successful end. Next, he would have to deal with the matters of the clans. Chapter 22:30. At the same time, Yuezhou City, Zhao Manor. The Zhao family's patriarch was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, his mind constantly thinking about something. At this moment, the Zhao family's patriarch's head was swollen and hurting badly. He was dizzy. It was as if someone had ruthlessly hit him with a stick. Since the end of the auction, various unexpected things had happened, causing the Zhao family's patriarch to feel a sense of urgency that he had never felt before. Originally, he wanted to wait and see before making any plans. But now, because of some unforeseen events, he was pushed to the cusp of the storm, causing the originally peaceful Zhao family to become turbulent. The originally low-key and ordinary Wang family actually made such an unexpected move at the auction, causing the Zhao family's patriarch to be unable to guard against it. Not only did they drag him down, but they also offended the Gao family at the same time. He was afraid that his peaceful days in the future would change in an instant. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch stopped and sat beside a stone table made of stone. He picked up the wine pot on the table and slowly poured a cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. He let out a long sigh, and his eyes became serious. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Feng. This Zhang Feng's actions were rigorous and he was quite resourceful. Not only did he have a super high glass manufacturing process, but he also made perfume, soap, and other things, causing disputes among the clans. Zhang Feng's arrival caused the clans who originally minded their own business to fight openly and covertly. And that Wang family, why did they suddenly become so crazy and actually completely fall out with the Gao family? Wasn't he seeking his own death? If they fell out with the Gao family, would they still have good days in the future? Suddenly, the Zhao family's patriarch slapped his forehead and thought of something. Could it be that the Wang family and Zhang Feng had long been in cahoots? Otherwise, why would the Wang family make such an extreme move and offend the Gao family? And that Wu family must be the same, to actually bet all their assets. They probably wanted to drag other clans down with them. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch frowned and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did Zhang Feng do this? What was his motive for doing this? Could it be that he wanted to stir up conflict between the various clans and deal with the 5 clans and 7 nobles? The head of the Zhao clan revealed a look of astonishment. Thinking about it carefully, this Zhang Feng was backed by the imperial court. His purpose in coming to Jiangnan this time was definitely not pure. This auction might be the fuse. At this moment, the head of the Zhao clan did not dare to continue thinking about it. With Zhang Feng's actions, the unlucky one was his Zhao clan. The Zhao clan had always been an observer among the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans. They only wished for the stability of their clan. However, Zhang Feng's appearance broke the peace and forced the Zhao clan to make a choice. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! He shook his head, a helpless expression appearing on his face. Pouring another cup of wine into his stomach, he let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but think that he had already offended the Gao family. His future days would definitely not be good. The Zhao clan's influence in Jiangnan was not enough to resist the Gao family. What should he do? The patriarch of the Zhao family stood up and looked up at the sky. His mind was constantly thinking about how the Zhao family should respond at this moment. On second thought, if they didn't cooperate with Zhang Feng, the Zhao family would sooner or later be bullied by the Gao family and decline. If they cooperated, what benefits would the Zhao family get? The Zhao clan's patriarch's heart was filled with melancholy. He couldn't help but feel incomparably worried about the future of his clan. Suddenly, the Zhao clan's patriarch's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that the Wang family and Wu family didn't cooperate with Zhang Feng. What if the Zhao clan also cooperated with Zhang Feng? If they did this, would the Zhao clan obtain a turning point? Thinking about it carefully, Zhang Feng was a person who usually acted in a low-key manner and was open-minded. Moreover, he built White Deer Academy in Chang'an and was famous throughout the world. He also had the support of the imperial court behind him. He was a big tree that could be relied on. In addition, his daughter's relationship with Zhang Feng was not bad. Then the benefits that the Zhao clan could obtain would definitely not be small. Perhaps in the future they would rise because of this? Right now, the Zhao clan was facing a problem of standing. If they stood on the side of the 5 families and 7 watch, then how could the Zhao clan maintain their self-control? If they stood on Zhang Feng's side, would the Zhao clan undergo an earth-shattering change because of this? One must know that even the Wang family and Wu family were willing to stand on Zhang Feng's side. Then why couldn't the Zhao clan do the same? One must know that behind Zhang Feng was the imperial court. No matter how powerful the 5 families and 7 watch were, if they fought with the imperial court, the result would only be destruction. If 2 tigers fought, what would the Zhao clan do? Thinking of this, the Zhao clan head was conflicted. His decision would affect the fate of the entire Zhao clan. If he took a wrong step, then everything would be over. There would be no turning back. Thus, he had to be cautious. After thinking for a moment, the Zhao clan head composed himself and shouted, "Men, call the 2 young ladies over." A moment later, Zhao Yu'er and Zhao Ru'er arrived at the rear courtyard. When they saw the Zhao clan head, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did their father suddenly look for them? Could it be that there was something wrong? The Zhao clan head looked at his two daughters and couldn't bear to see them like this. Do you two like Zhang Feng? In an instant, the Zhao clan head's words stunned Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruer, causing them to exclaim in shock. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruer's faces instantly turned red. They didn't understand why their father would bring up this matter again. Last time, Zhang Feng had clearly said it. Impossible. Moreover, at the start, they didn't have that kind of feeling toward Zhang Feng. It was only after their father mentioned this matter to them that the shadow of that bastard, Zhang Feng, seemed to be imprinted in their hearts. However. Chapter 22:31. After a moment of silence, the head of the Zhao family said with a haggard face, I know the fate of a woman in the family, and I feel guilty. But this is the Zhao family, and this is what every big family is going through and will go through in the future, so I can't do anything. At this point, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruer's eyes reddened, and their hearts were in turmoil. Hearing their father's words, they knew that the family was going to do something against their will again. But this was the tragedy of a clan. Under the bright and beautiful exterior, what was hidden was helplessness, filthiness, shamelessness, benefits, and exploitation. This was a clan. They didn't know that they would always fantasize about meeting the person they were destined to meet, and that he would take them away from everything, and then find a mountain to live in seclusion for the rest of their lives. But, Father, what do you need us to do? Zhao Yu held back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes and asked calmly. She also wanted to escape from this reality, but what else could she do? The only thing waiting for her was to accept her fate. At this moment, Yu had already handed her fate to the heavens. The head of the Zhao family paused for a moment and said with a melancholy face, the family is now in a life-and-death situation. I originally wanted to marry you to another family, but I can't bear to do so. So, after much consideration, I've decided to let the two of you find Zhang Feng again. At this moment, the head of the Zhao family had no other choice. He could only let Yu and Ruer find Zhang Feng and make a final gamble. Otherwise, what awaited the family was the wrath of the Gao family. If they offended the Gao family, the Zhao family would never have a day of peace. Rather than that, it was better to find Zhang Feng again. One had to know that Zhang Feng was backed by the imperial court, and with Zhang Feng's protection, the Zhao family could at least protect themselves. Now that the situation had deteriorated, they could only let the two of them see Zhang Feng's attitude before making a decision. What was their father thinking? Could it be that it was because of the auction? At that time, Zhao Yu was also present. She witnessed with her own eyes how several great clans were competing with each other for Lu Li. Moreover, the Wang clan and Wu clan had gambled their family assets. Could it be that this matter had implicated the Zhao clan, causing the Gao clan to be dissatisfied? Zhao Yu was also present at the auction. Therefore, her father's decision this time might be because the Zhao family didn't care about the Gao family's reputation and offended them. Therefore, he wanted them to seek protection from Zhang Feng so that the Zhao family could have a breather. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruer nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms. The patriarch of the Zhao family looked at the two girls leaving, his heart filled with helplessness. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would he send his daughter away? He sighed deeply. At the same time, in the Wu's living room, the patriarch of the Wu's sat at the head of the table with a frown, as if he was thinking about something. They didn't go to the auction this time, but they heard some news. It was said that a few great clans were competing with each other for the same thing. The Wang clan even gambled their family assets. Not only that, the Wu clan did the same as the Wang clan. Both clans gambled their family assets to compete for the Lu Li, but in the end, it was still won by the Wu clan. It should be known that although the Lu Li was precious, it wasn't to the extent that a few great clans were competing for it. Even the Gao clan was competing for it. Why did Zhang Feng do this? What was the purpose of causing a few great clans to compete for it? Could it be that he had some purpose? The patriarch of the Wus thought more and more inconceivable. He couldn't help but sigh. What do you think of this matter? Everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, a person below stood up and said, Patriarch, to be able to cause a few great clans to compete for it, the value of the Lu Li is definitely extremely precious. Our Wus didn't go to the auction this time. Will that cause Zhang Feng to be dissatisfied? The patriarch of the Wus frowned slightly. He couldn't help but think that they had to be daring. One should know that in this auction, those people with the 5 surnames and 7 desires were secretly watching. If they went and were known by those people, wouldn't that be courting death? Those people with the 5 surnames and 7 desires could destroy the woos in minutes, so they couldn't be careless. However, when this Zhang Feng first came to Jiangnan, there were 1,000 guards behind him. It seemed that they were all retired soldiers. Furthermore, that Zhang Feng had Yu Qigong by his side. What should they do? They couldn't defend the 5 surnames and 7 desires and Zhang Feng. Was there no foolproof plan? Thinking of this, the patriarch of the woos felt a headache. With a worried expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Then do you have any solutions?" Everyone fell into silence. At this moment, another person stood up and said, "Patriarch, isn't Manor in contact with that Zhang Feng? Why don't we let Manor go and find Zhang Feng? Perhaps our woos can also get involved in this glaze business." The patriarch of the woos changed his mind. That's right. Wasn't Manor on good terms with Zhang Feng? If she went to find Zhang Feng, there might be a way to ease the situation. Otherwise, how could the woos survive? They couldn't defend either side. It seemed that this was a good idea. The patriarch of the woos nodded and said, "Then you go and tell Manor about this. At present, this is the only way." At present, the woos didn't dare to offend anyone. If they offended one side, what awaited them was destruction. Therefore, they could only seek survival between the cracks of Zhang Feng and the 5 surnames and 7 desires. Therefore, sending Manor over now was a show of sincerity from the woos. If something happened to Manor and Zhang Feng, then it couldn't be better. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the woos finally felt a trace of comfort in his heart. Chapter 2232. At the same time in Yuezhou City, Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng was lying on a chair in his room, a cigarette in his mouth. There was wine on the table, and he was immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by the cigarette. At this time, a voice woke Zhang Feng up. He heard Jia Daoren shouting outside the room. Master Fan is here." Zhang Feng was a little surprised. Why is this guy here? Zhang Feng got up and opened the door. He saw Fan Jin looking at him excitedly, his eyes full of awe. He felt a chill in his heart. "Is this guy looking for me for something?" He said lightly. "Master Fan, is there something you need? Come, let's talk inside." Fan Jin followed Zhang Feng into the room and sat down. After Zhang Feng sat down, he hurriedly handed the box in his hand to Zhang Feng. "Teacher, this is the Fan family's sincerity. Although it's not much, it's still a little bit of sincerity. Please accept it." "Is this why Fan Jin is looking for me?" Zhang Feng was a little surprised. Although Fan Jin had expressed the Fan family's position last time, this time, he couldn't help but look at the Fan family in a new light. It seemed that the Fan family was completely on his side this time and had shown their sincerity. In this case, he couldn't let the Fan family suffer a loss. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "In this case, it's not right for me to refuse. Just as well, my glass business in Yuezhou City will be handed over to the Fan family to manage." Fan Jin was startled. These words gave him a fright. One had to know that colored glaze was rare and extremely precious. Young Master Zhang's attainments in colored glaze were unheard of. That transparent colored glaze had attracted the attention of several big families. Not only that, young Master Zhang had also made colored glaze into jewelry for women. He even owned businesses such as perfumes and soaps. Now that he had handed over the colored glaze business to the Fan family, it was like a life-saving straw that lit up the Fan family's hope. Thinking of this, Fan Jin was so excited that his hands were trembling. At this moment, Fan Jin was unable to express his feelings with words. He immediately said, "Teacher, I'm afraid I can't bear this responsibility." Zhang Feng suddenly felt helpless. Since the Fan family had chosen to follow him, how could he let them suffer? Furthermore, they had taken out their assets to express their sincerity. No matter what, he had to protect the Fan family and give them a way out. The perfumes, soaps, and other businesses were already taken care of. However, the papermaking and glass businesses in Yuezhou City were currently lacking manpower. It would be better to give some of these things to the Fan family to show his sincerity. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said in a low voice, "We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. I've divided the glaze business into 3 parts. One of them will be given to the Fan family, while the rest will be given to the Yu family. Together with the papermaking technology, I'll give it to the Fan family. Fan Jin was shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to trust the Fan family so much and give them such precious things to manage. He was very happy for the Fan family's decision. Not only the colored glaze, but the white paper was also extremely expensive in the market. Ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with them. But today, young Master Zhang had actually entrusted these two items to the Fan family. How lucky was he in his previous life? The paper-making technology was the most important thing. Mastering these things was equivalent to mastering the road to wealth. He didn't expect Prince Zhang to make such a decision. It seemed that following Prince Zhang was an absolutely wise choice. Perhaps in the future, the Fan family would gradually rise because of this. They wouldn't decline day by day like before, and they wouldn't have to live under the oppression of the 5 families and 7 factions. This made Fan Jin even more determined to follow Zhang Feng and strengthen his power in Jiangnan. Fan Jin looked at Zhang Feng and nodded excitedly. He said, "Teacher, I will never forget your kindness." Then he bid farewell to Zhang Feng and got up to leave. After seeing Fan Jin leave, Zhang Feng also stretched. He saw Yu Suqian coming over from the corner of his eyes, so he called him back to the room to drink. A moment later, Fan Jin came to Zhang Feng's room again with big and small bags of luggage. He pushed the door and entered. Zhang Feng and Yu Suqian, who were drinking, were shocked by Fan Jin, who suddenly broke in. They saw Fan Jin with big and small bags of luggage and were confused. "What is this guy doing?" Zhang Feng asked doubtfully. "You are?" Fan Jin smiled and said, "Aren't I going to take care of the glaze and papermaking business? I'm going to live in teacher's house." The wine that Zhang Feng just drank suddenly spurted out. He couldn't help but feel helpless to Fan Jin. "I asked him to take care of the papermaking and glaze business, but this guy actually wants to live in my house. Forget it, I'll just live in it." He immediately waved his hand and agreed. At this time, Yu Suqian on the side saw Fan Jin living in the house, so he also jumped out and shouted, "Brother-in-law, I also want to live in the house." Zhang Feng was speechless at the moment. This guy is probably here for the cigarettes and wine in my house. Who let this guy be my brother? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng nodded helplessly. Chapter 2233. Yuezhou City. Martial House. An incomparably luxurious mansion was located here. At this moment, in the courtyard, a middle-aged man was leisurely lying on a rattan chair. In his hand, he was holding a crystal-clear and very beautiful glass wine bottle. He couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the glass bottle. Hiss! There was actually such a wonderful thing in the world. It made people unable to put it down. This was the Wu family head who had bought the glazed goblet from Zhang Feng's auction a few days ago. Since the end of the auction, he had been staring at the glazed goblet every day as if he was possessed. He was extremely infatuated with it, and his face was filled with incomparable happiness. The head of the Wu family gently exhaled towards the glazed goblet and used his sleeve to wipe it. He was afraid that the glazed goblet would be stained with dust. His eyes were filled with love and he couldn't help but think, "This glazed goblet is as white as summer and is incomparably translucent. It is truly a rare and peerless treasure. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to be able to create such a wonderful item." Thinking of this, the Wu family head seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He carefully took out an exquisite wooden box from his sleeve. His eyes were filled with greed as he picked up the wooden box and sniffed it. It was as if his whole body was immersed in this wonderful feeling. Then, he took out a craft paper cigarette from the wooden box and shouted, "Housekeeper, bring me a lighter." A moment later, Gao Cheng came to the Wu family head's side with a lighter and blew on it. The Wu family head gestured for Gao Cheng to light the cigarette in his mouth. After the cigarette was lit, the Wu family head narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He breathed out rings of smoke and immersed himself in the wonderful feeling of the cigarette. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Wonderful! 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 This cigarette not only refreshed the mind, but also made people temporarily forget some trivial things. It was really a treasure. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for more from the Zhang mansion and sold it back. At this moment, the Wu family head was comfortable, but the housekeeper beside him was suffering. He was choked by the smell of the cigarette and couldn't stop coughing. He said repeatedly, "Master, what is this black stick of yours? It's so suffocating, I can't stand it. Patriarch Wu smiled and said, "What do you know? These are cigarettes made by Prince Zhang. Ordinary people can't even touch them. I had to ask Prince Zhang for them." The housekeeper was shocked. What was so good about this black thing? It was also very choking. He really didn't understand why the old master liked this thing. The same went for that glass bottle. Ever since the auction ended, the old master had been staring at that thing. Wasn't that just ordinary glass? How could it be so precious? He really couldn't understand why his master valued this so much. At this moment, the Wu family's patriarch no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he picked up the wine jug on the table and filled his cup to the brim. Then, he drank it all in one gulp and revealed an expression of enjoyment. At this moment, the housekeeper could not bear to watch any longer. He could not help but exclaim in his heart, "It's over! It's over!" Master had gone mad. Master actually gave up the family property that he had worked so hard to manage for the sake of this thing. It was really not worth it. Were Lu Li and the black stick really so precious that they were worthy of Master's attention? The housekeeper could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked doubtfully, "Master, are the Lu Li and the black stick in your hands really that precious? Are they worth you betting all your family property on? Is this really worth it?" The Wu family's patriarch shook his head and sighed deeply. He did not expect the housekeeper to be so short-sighted after following him for so many years. He had not improved at all. Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch explained, "What do you know? Have you seen this transparent glass in the market? Do you know its value? How can you understand the value of this cigarette?" One had to know that this transparent glass was unheard of in Jiangnan. Its value was even more precious. Otherwise, how could it have caused so many big families to fight over it? Fortunately, the old man had managed to get it. There was no need to mention the black stick. Its value was not lower than the glass. Moreover, the old man had the paper-making technology that Prince Zhang had given him. White paper was extremely rare in Jiangnan. Only scholars could use it. Its value was almost the same as the glass. Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch smiled and said, "Do you know that if my Wu family wants to make a comeback, we have to rely on this? Otherwise, why would I bet all my family's property?" Moreover, that Prince Zhang had given the old man the paper-making technology of white paper. The housekeeper was shocked. The paper-making technology of white paper? He did not expect that not only did the old master obtain the glass, but he also obtained the paper-making technology of white paper. No wonder the old master had bet all his family's property. However, if he really made a fortune, would the people with different surnames and 7 aspirations be unfavorable to the old master? Thinking of this, the housekeeper could not help but remind the old master, "Old master, if the Wu family really makes a comeback, the people with different surnames and 7 aspirations, the Wu family's patriarch sneered. "If Lao Tzu made a fortune, would he still be afraid of you?" At that time, the old man would definitely be richer than the Gao family. Even if the people with different surnames and 7 aspirations were to come, the old man would not be afraid of you. Chapter 2234. At this moment, Wu family head was immersed in the endless pleasure brought by the glass goblet and the cigarette. At this moment, reporting to the master, "Wang family head is here to visit." A voice pulled Wu family head back to reality from this wonderful moment. In the blink of an eye, he saw a man hurriedly coming from the courtyard to report. The head of the Wu clan was deep in thought. Why did the head of the Wang clan suddenly pay a visit? Did something happen? Just as Wu family head was thinking, Wang family head walked towards Wu family head with a face full of smiles. When he saw Wu family head, he smiled and said, "Brother Wu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look like a spring breeze." Hearing this, Wu family head got up and walked towards Wang family head. He smiled apologetically and said, "You're too kind. Brother Wang suddenly came to visit. I'm very happy. Come in, please." Then Wang family head followed Wu family head to where the rattan chairs were. After the two of them sat down, Wang family head took the lead and said, "I'm here to congratulate Brother Wu." Wu family head couldn't help but feel puzzled. This old guy suddenly came for an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Wu family head shook his head and sighed deeply. He said, "Alas, what's there to congratulate? Brother Wang, don't make fun of me." Seeing this, Wang family head thought, this old guy is hiding something from me. Could it be that he's afraid that I'll come and take a share of the profits? Then he smiled and said, Brother Wu, we're all smart people. Who in Jiangnan doesn't know that you spent a lot of money to buy the glass goblet at the auction? Are you afraid that I'll target your treasure? Wu family head raised his hand and held his forehead. With a frown on his face, he sighed and said, Alas, Brother Wang, don't make fun of me. I blame myself for being impulsive. Now my days are extremely difficult. I don't know what to do. When the Wang family head heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. When the Wu family head saw the Wang family head laughing, his expression couldn't help but change. What kind of medicine was this old man selling in his gourd? The Wang family head stopped laughing and said, Brother Wu, you don't know. Before I came here, I went to the Zhang mansion. This time, I came here to help you solve your problem. When the Wu family head heard this, he frowned. Could it be that the Wang family had some sort of relationship with Zhang Feng? Could it be that the Wang family also wanted to interfere? The Wang family head looked at the Wu family head and laughed. Brother Wu, how about I pay for it and you pay for it? What do you think? The head of the Wu family looked at the head of the Wang family in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if this thing was really that valuable. Otherwise, why would this old man make such a request? One had to know that the Wang clan had also gambled all of their assets to compete for this item. And in the end, it was obtained by him. As expected, they came here with ulterior motives. However, the Wang family and Zhang Feng were on the same side. If the Wang family wanted to interfere, the Wu family couldn't say anything. After all, this was arranged by Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family asked doubtfully, Brother Wang said that you came here to solve your problem. Could it be that you know something? Why don't you tell me? The Wang family head smiled and said, Brother Wu, how much do you think the glazed goblet on the table is worth? The head of the Wu family turned his head and glanced at the glazed goblet. He couldn't help but think that he had been playing with this glazed goblet for the past few days. This goblet was transparent and its appearance was very exquisite. Indeed, this transparent glazed goblet was extremely rare in the market. However, this goblet, no matter how precious it was not enough for him to make a comeback. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family couldn't help but say, This goblet is precious, but I'm afraid it's not enough to solve my Wu family's problem. Although this glazed goblet was precious, it wasn't enough to make the Wu family rise. One had to know that the Wu family had gambled all of their assets to obtain this item. However, the head of the Wu family couldn't see what was so precious about this glazed goblet. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family looked at the head of the Wang family in confusion. The head of the Wang family couldn't help but laugh when he saw how confused the head of the Wu family was. Then he said, Brother Wu, do you know about the female jewelry made of glazed goblets that Prince Zhang took out at the auction? For example, hairpins and such. The head of the Wu family nodded. He knew about those things. When they were displayed, they attracted the attention of all the women present. They were very popular. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Wang, what do you mean? The head of the Wang family smiled and said, Then how much do you think this hairpin is worth? The head of the Wu family thought for a moment. The jade hairpins on the market were only worth 100 or 200 coins. Although he wasn't too sure about the price of the jade hairpin made of glazed goblets, it should be around 600 or 700 coins. Then he looked at the head of the Wang family and said indifferently, Although glazed goblets are precious, they are only worth a few hundred coins. The head of the Wang family smiled and said, Brother Wu, you are really ignorant. This is a hairpin made of transparent glazed goblets. You must know that transparent glazed goblets are used by the royal family. I'm sure you know its value. Chapter 22:35. Patriarch Wu was stunned when he heard this. It was used exclusively by the royal family. He had heard of it before and knew that only the royal family had it. This was the first time he had seen it in Jiangnan. Could it be that the jewelry made of transparent glass contained a huge amount of wealth? Brother Wang, don't keep me in suspense. You must know something since you're here. Just tell me. Wu family head shook his head in distress. Wang family head stroked his beard and smiled. This glass hairpin is worth a lot. It's worth at least 10,000 strings of cash in Jiangnan. How many people can afford such a high price? If you sell a hairpin for 10 coins, how many people are there in Jiangnan? How many women are there? Excluding the old and young, How many are there? You can calculate this account. 10 copper coins. Can't any of the servant girls in this residence take out 10 copper coins? Hiss. Wu family head couldn't help but gasp. There were many people in Jiangnan, and many of them were women. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that beauties came out of Jiangnan? If this hairpin was sold for 10 coins, how many would 10 people be? 100 people, 1,000 people. This. Wu family head widened his eyes and looked at Wang family head. Brother Wang, is what you said true? Wang family head didn't say anything. He just looked at Wu family head and sighed. Sigh. Brother Wu, don't you believe me? At this moment, the head of the Wu family felt extremely awkward. It was not that he did not believe it, but he had never thought that this small piece of glass jewelry could be so valuable. If they could monopolize the entire Jiangnan, then it would be a huge fortune, and the Wu family had made the right choice by betting on this piece of glass. Thinking of this, Wu family head said apologetically, Brother Wang, it's not that I don't believe you, but this small glass hairpin, can it really make our Wu family rise again? Wang family head shook his head and said, Come. Brother Wu, let me explain it to you. Not just Jiangnan. If this glass hairpin is sold to the entire Tang dynasty and even exported to Persia, think about it, what will happen? Think about it, how many people will there be? Will your Wu family not be able to rise? When Patriarch Wu heard this, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Now that he had said it, it seemed to be true. If they were sold to the entire Tang dynasty, how many people would there be? If they were sold for 10 copper coins each, how much wealth would that be? Then export to Persia and other places, enter and exit trade, this. Hiss. Family head Wu couldn't help but gasp. Clan Master Wu couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Wang, after hearing your words, I suddenly understand. The Wang family head smiled and said, That's nothing. Brother Wu, not only do you have the valuable azure glass, but you also have the paper-making technique. Do you know how much it is worth? The head of the Wu family was stunned. He couldn't help but think that this white paper was very expensive in Jiangnan. Normally, only the scholars or scholars of noble families would use it when they held books. Its value was self-evident. Commoners couldn't afford it at all. Even the rice paper in the market was expensive, let alone this white paper. Could it be that the Wang family head asked this question because there was some business opportunity in this white paper? He immediately asked, Brother Wang, what kind of wealth do you think this white paper contains that I don't know about? This white paper is worth 1,000 copper coins per kilogram in Jiangnan. The profit is quite low. There's not much profit. The Wang family head smiled. This patriarch Wu really didn't understand the true value of this white paper. It should be known that this white paper was not only smoother than rice paper, but also whiter than rice paper. Prince Zhang only wanted to sell it at a low price and occupy the market in Jiangnan. Seeing this, the Wang family head said lightly, Brother Wu, how much does Prince Zhang sell this white paper in Chang'an? The Wu family head shook his head. How could he possibly guess? He only knew the value of this white paper in Jiangnan. As for Chang'an, he really didn't know. Thinking of this, he asked doubtfully, Brother Wang, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly. Seeing this, the Wang family head smiled and said, Prince Zhang sells this white paper for 800 copper coins in Jiangnan. If you sell it at a low price in Jiangnan, think about the value of this white paper. The Wu family head was shocked. He looked at the Wang family head in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how much this white paper would be worth if it was sold at a low price. One should know that this white paper was better than rice paper. If it was sold at a lower price than rice paper, it would be a huge fortune. The Wu family head was shocked. The Wu family head really didn't think about this. The Wang family head looked at the Wu family head and whispered, Do you know how many scholars there are in Jiangnan? Prince Zhang is going to open an academy after the new year. How many students will there be? Think about it again. With so many people, how much of this white paper will be consumed? The Wu family head stood up in shock and stared at the Wang family head. His chest was heaving up and down. At this moment, the Wu family head was extremely excited. If this was the case, the Wu family's turnaround was just around the corner. With azurite and this white paper technology, who would the Wu family be afraid of? He looked at the Wang family head excitedly and said, Brother Wang, you are really my confidant. The Wang family head smiled and patted the Wu family head's shoulder. He said, "Brother Wu, don't forget me when you get rich." "Ha ha ha ha, I won't." If the Wu family head was really as the Wang family head said, then the Wu family's future wealth would be unimaginable. By then, the Gao family and the Wu family head would be nothing. The Gao family might even become the richest family in the world. Chapter 2236. Hangzhou Prefecture. Yu Residence. A solemn atmosphere filled the hall. Two middle-aged men and a young man were sitting in 2 rows of chairs. They seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. They were Fan Jin of the Fan family, Patriarch Wang of the Wang family, and Patriarch Wu of the Wu family. They were here to discuss the distribution of Prince Zhang's assets with Patriarch Yu. After an unknown amount of time, Patriarch Wu of the Wu family could not sit still any longer. He turned to Patriarch Wang and said, "Brother Wang, it's been so long, but Patriarch Yu still hasn't arrived. What's the meaning of this?" He couldn't help but think that young Master Zhang had previously mentioned the papermaking technique and asked him to come to the Yu family to discuss this matter. Why hadn't he appeared after waiting for so long? What exactly was the Yu family's patriarch trying to do? Thinking of this, the Wu family head, who had been waiting for a long time, broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but worry. One had to know that he had come for the white paper's papermaking technology. Previously, the Wang family head had also gone to his residence to talk about the white paper. The value of paper made Patriarch Wu of the Wu family even more uncontrollably excited. Patriarch Wang turned to see Patriarch Wu of the Wu family asking him. He could not help but be puzzled. This old man can't sit still anymore? At the same time, he looked at the center of the hall and couldn't help but worry. A long time had passed, but the Yu family's patriarch still hadn't appeared. Could it be that something had happened? Since his Wang family had followed young Master Zhang, he would gladly accept whatever young Master Zhang asked him to do. In the past, the Wang family was like a kite in a precarious situation. Since they stood on Prince Zhang's side, not only did they give him a way out, but they might even be able to make a comeback. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel a trace of comfort and anticipation. Then, Patriarch Wang patted Patriarch Wu of the Wu family on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Wu, don't be anxious. Since Prince Zhang asked us to discuss the details with Patriarch Yu, we just have to wait quietly. Could it be that you can't wait any longer?" Wu family head smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No. Meanwhile, Fan Jin, who was sitting on the other side, was quietly waiting for the patriarch of the Yu family to appear. To him, Prince Zhang was the savior of the Fan family. He didn't expect to get anything in return. He only hoped that following Prince Zhang would give the Fan family a chance to survive. No one knew how much time had passed. At this moment, a voice sounded. The 3 patriarchs who were still deep in thought in the hall immediately pulled their minds back and couldn't help but look outside. A middle-aged man wearing an embroidered robe walked in from the outside. He smiled at the 3 family heads and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry for the long wait." The moment the 3 patriarchs saw the middle-aged man, they recognized him to be the patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Qihong. They immediately stood up and bowed. "Patriarch Yu, what are you saying? We've just arrived." A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Wu family head's face as he thought to himself. The patriarch of the Yu family was too ostentatious. He actually made them wait for so long. If the old man hadn't come here for the paper-making technology of the white paper, the old man would have already left in a huff. Why would he wait here with them for so long? Yu Qihong smiled and said, Come. Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk. Then, he walked to the main seat in the middle of the hall with vigorous steps. He stepped on it and looked at the 3 patriarchs below with endless joy on his face. Looking at the 3 patriarchs below, he thought to himself, it seems that the 3 patriarchs suddenly visited my Yu family because of Zhang Boy's properties. The core of the paper-making technology of the white paper was handed over to the Yu family to manage. A few days ago, Yu came back and told him about the Zhang Boy's auction, which caused quite a stir. The transparent glass that could only be used in the imperial palace was created, causing all the major families to fight over it. In the end, the Wu family bought the glass with all their fortune, and even gave away the paper-making technology of the white paper. It seemed that the Wu family came here today to discuss this matter with the old man. Thinking of this, Yu Qihong couldn't help but look at the Wu family, who didn't look too good, and a smile appeared on his face. The Wu family's patriarch broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "What is this old man thinking? Why is he looking at the old man? It seems that my Wu family won't get any benefits from today's discussion." Yu Qihong didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded at the Wang and Fan family's patriarchs and greeted them. The Wang family's patriarch and Fan Jin also nodded back to Yu Qihong. This made the Wu family's patriarch panic. It seemed that the Wang family and Fan family would definitely get a lot of benefits this time. In that case, what should the Wu family do? The Wu family couldn't afford to offend the Yu family's patriarch, not to mention Prince Zhang. Now that he had lost all his fortune, he relied on the white paper technology and the glass to flip. How could the Wu family face themselves in today's situation? Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch sighed deeply. Sigh. He was living under someone else's roof, and now he was penniless. What else could he do? He could only wait and see the results of this discussion. At this moment, a voice broke the silence in the hall. Yu Qihong opened his mouth, looked at the three patriarchs and said lightly, "You all must be here to discuss the distribution of Zhang Boy's properties, right?" Chapter 22:37. Hearing that, the three family heads nodded at the same time. Family head Wu looked at Yu Qihong with anticipation in his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Yu Qihong smiled and said, "You three patriarchs can distribute among yourselves. Don't bother about old man." Instantly, the whole fell into silence. The three patriarchs were shocked. They looked at Yu Qihong suspiciously, their eyes full of doubt. What was the Yu family's patriarch doing? One had to know that they had come to the Yu family this time to discuss the distribution of young Master Zhang's assets. But, Patriarch Yu wanted them to distribute among themselves. What were they supposed to do? These assets belonged to Prince Zhang, and the Yu family had a close relationship with Prince Zhang. If Patriarch Yu didn't say anything, how would they dare to distribute the assets among themselves? Could it be that Patriarch Yu was plotting something? The three patriarchs looked at Yu Qihong suspiciously, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Yu Qihong continued, "Everyone, don't be confused. No matter what the outcome is, just let me know after you're done discussing." Hiss. The three patriarchs couldn't help but gasp. It seemed like they had to be careful about the distribution of assets. They couldn't afford to offend Patriarch Yu, and even more so Prince Zhang. After thinking for a moment, Patriarch Wu said, "Since Patriarch Yu isn't participating in this discussion, let's begin." Patriarch Wu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Since Patriarch Yu wanted them to distribute among themselves, Patriarch Wu would definitely be the first to speak. This was extremely important to Patriarch Wu. It was related to whether Patriarch Wu could change his fate. Patriarch Wu said plainly, "I won't beat around the bush. I'll take 60% of the Liuli assets arranged by Prince Zhang." As soon as he said that, the other two patriarchs looked at Patriarch Wu and exclaimed in their hearts. This old man was really asking for too much. He asked for 60% in one go. There were 4 patriarchs in the hall, so Patriarch Wu wasn't afraid of biting his tongue. Patriarch Wang couldn't hold it in anymore. Zhang Feng had also arranged for him to support Patriarch Wu. Did Patriarch Wu want to monopolize the Liuli assets? The glazed glass industry was owned by Prince Zhang. If they wanted a share, Prince Zhang would also get a large share, and the rest would be divided among them. However, they didn't expect that the Wu clan head would ask for a large share. How could the Wang clan head compromise? Family head Wang couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up with an ashen face and said to Family head Wu, "Family head Wu, you've gone too far." The Wu family head smiled and ignored the Wang family head. He looked at the Yu family head with a serious expression, wanting to see what he would say. However, Yu Qihong, who was sitting at the head of the table, only looked at clan head Wu with narrowed eyes and didn't say anything. This made clan head Wu's heart beat faster. What was this old man thinking? Could it be that he had asked for too much? Or thinking of this, Patriarch Wu's attitude slowly changed. If he offended the Yu family and Prince Zhang, then it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything and would fail at the last moment. He said suspiciously, "If that's the case, then the Wu family will take 20% and give the large share to Prince Zhang and the Yu family head. Is that okay?" Hearing this, the Wang family head's expression gradually improved. It seemed that the Wu family head had realized that he was too reckless and had slowly lowered his initial momentum. If this continued, the Wu family wouldn't be in a good position at all. Fan Jin, on the other hand, watched quietly as they discussed the distribution of Prince Zhang's property. He came to the Yu family as a bystander this time. It was difficult for him to repay Prince Zhang's great kindness. He only wanted to help Prince Zhang and didn't ask for anything else. If there was a need, the Fan family would help. He wouldn't compete with the other two families. If he offended the Yu family and Prince Zhang, then he would have to bear the consequences. In the end, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Yu Qihong narrowed his eyes and stared at the Wu family head. He thought to himself, it seems that the Wu family head values the distribution of the Zhang family's property very much. But then again, it's inevitable that he would be excited after losing his family's fortune in exchange for these benefits. After watching for a while, he took out a cigarette from his sleeve and put it in his mouth. When Fan Jin saw this, he stepped forward and lit the cigarette for Yu Qihong. Yu Qihong looked at Fan Jin with a smile and a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The Wu family head saw that the Wang family, the Fan family, and the Yu family head were silent, so he said, "Everyone, if there are no objections, then it's decided?" In the end, he was greeted with silence. It seemed that his concession was the best choice. If he continued to be stubborn, it would definitely cause the other two families and Prince Zhang to be dissatisfied. After thinking about it, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. The Yu family head kept silent, and the Wu family head suddenly panicked. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What was this old man thinking? He didn't participate or speak. What should he do? Chapter 22:38. If he didn't drag the Yu family's patriarch down with him, the Wu family would be the unlucky ones if there were any unforeseen circumstances. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but think of the papermaking technology. Prince Zhang had given the papermaking technology to the Yu family a long time ago. If he were to stand out and discuss the distribution of the papermaking technology with the Yu family's patriarch now, how much could he benefit from this? Would he offend the Yu family? Would he offend Prince Zhang? Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch stood up and bowed submissively to the Yu family's patriarch. "Patriarch Yu, how about the Wu family take 10% of the papermaking business?" Then, he glared at the Yu family's patriarch. The Wu family's patriarch was very nervous. He didn't know what the Yu family's patriarch would say next, and he didn't know if his words would incite public anger. The Wang family's patriarch, who was sitting next to him, looked at the Wu family's patriarch thoughtfully. It seemed like the Wu family's patriarch already knew about this matter. If the Wu family was too greedy and overzealous, then the Wu family's efforts would be in vain. One had to know that Prince Zhang had a close relationship with the Yu family. Who didn't know that? Yu Qihong yawned leisurely and ignored the Wu family's patriarch. He only waved his hand at them and leaned back in his chair silently. This made the Wu family's patriarch extremely conflicted. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare to be careless, afraid that he would say something wrong and cause problems. Seeing that no one had any objections, the Wu family's patriarch couldn't help but feel a little happy. 10% was also a huge fortune. Then, he continued, "Then, I'll be in charge of the glazed workshops in the city center. The new workshops are still under construction. How about you be in charge of them?" The Wang family's patriarch was unhappy when he heard this. How could the other glazed workshops be as prosperous as the one in the city center? One had to know that the glazed workshops had been operating for a long time, and the profits it generated were considerable. This Wu family head's plan was really good. He wanted to monopolize that good place for himself and let the old man manage the other glass workshops. Why didn't he manage them himself? He was really too cunning. Thinking of this, the Wang family head said angrily, "Brother Wu, you really know how to take advantage of others. That place is a fertile land, and the benefits you can earn from it are considerable. It's not good for your Wu family to occupy it, right?" The Wu clan's patriarch's eyes lit up. The old man had gambled all of his clan's assets in exchange for this. If he couldn't obtain the best benefits, then how could the Wu clan make a comeback? The Wang clan kept going against him today. What exactly were they trying to do? Could it be that they were blaming him for not cooperating with them? He remembered that a few days ago, the Wang family head had sought him out to discuss the matter of cooperation. Could it be that the Wang family head had jumped out because of the unequal distribution? He was determined to obtain the glass workshop in the city, but he couldn't afford to offend the Wang family head. If he caused too much trouble and caused Prince Zhang to be dissatisfied, then wouldn't that be a great loss? After thinking for a moment, the Wu family head smiled and patted the Wang family head's shoulder. He said indifferently, "Brother Wang, how about this? You and I will manage that glass workshop together. As for the benefits, we will distribute them reasonably. Don't cause any conflicts because of this." The Wu family head still couldn't cause too much trouble. This matter was related to whether or not the Wu family could rise. He couldn't be careless. It was better to curry favor with this old man first. The Wang family head couldn't help but frown when he saw the Wu family head's eagerness. What was this old man trying to do? His Wu family wanted to rise. But wasn't the Wang family the same? In the past, the Wang family was also a famous and prestigious family. But now they were in decline. Fortunately, they had Prince Zhang's support. When it came to benefits, he couldn't ignore it. But seeing that the old man was willing to compromise, he reluctantly agreed. After all, he was now working for Prince Zhang, so he had to consider the big picture. Thinking of this, the Wang family head's expression softened slightly and he nodded. Seeing that the Wang family head had compromised, the Wu family head finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to argue like this, it would definitely cause the Yu family head to be dissatisfied. The division of labor for the glass workshop had already been discussed. The next step was the papermaking technology for Bai Ji. Now, the Yu family head was in charge of this. But now the Yu family head hadn't said anything, so he dared to fight with him. Bai Ji's market in Jiangnan was very sizable. No matter where they operated, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Thinking of this, the Wu family head asked tentatively, "Yu family head, how will the division of labor for Bai Ji's papermaking factory be divided?" Yu Qihong, who was in a daze, was pulled back to reality by the Wu family head's words. He glanced at the Wu family head and said indifferently, "You arrange it yourselves." The Wu family head's heart skipped a beat. The Yu family head hadn't said much from the beginning. Everything he asked was arranged by them. What was this old man trying to do? Yu Qihong yawned and said, "If there's nothing else, the old man is going to rest." For a moment, the Wu family head's face was ashen. It turned out that he came here today to let them discuss among themselves. The Yu family head didn't take him seriously. After thinking about it, he held back. After all, he couldn't afford to offend them now. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left without looking back. The Wang family head and Fan Jin bowed to the Yu family head and left one after another. After seeing them leave, the corner of Yu Qihong's mouth curved into a smile. The old man's son-in-law is Zhang Feng. No matter how you divide it, the old man will have a share. The old man doesn't care about you. Chapter 2239. At the same time, Yuezhou City. A huge mansion was located in the bustling area of the city. There was a plaque made of Phoebe Zhennan wood hanging above the Vermilion Gate. There were two big words written on it. Gao Mansion. Next to these two big characters, there was a line of small characters. Fanyang Lu Shi. Walking into the courtyard, there were countless exotic flowers and herbs. There were even many precious species that even the palace didn't have. In the middle of these flowers, there was a middle-aged man. His hair was combed high, and there were some white hairs on his temples. There were many wrinkles on his face, and a pair of muddy old eyes were half squinted. His expression was uncertain. He was the head of the Gao family, Gao Xian. At this time, he seemed to be thinking about something. "Master!" Gao Cheng called out from behind. Gao Xian's thoughts were interrupted, and he frowned. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied. He didn't like people interrupting him when he was thinking. However, hearing the voice, it seemed to be Gao Cheng's housekeeper. He faintly said, "Gao Cheng, don't you know that I don't like to be disturbed now?" Gao Cheng was slightly surprised, and then said, "Master, I didn't mean to disturb you, but it's Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng? Gao Xian frowned, turned his head slightly and asked, "What's wrong with Zhang Feng?" Gao Cheng lowered his head and said with a worried face, "Master, Zhang Feng is now building white paper factories in Yuezhou City. I don't know what he's going to do. When he went out to buy things, He saw some craftsmen building paper factories in Yuezhou City. He didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to do, so he hurried back to tell his master. Sure enough, when Gao Xian heard Gao Cheng's report, he frowned and shouted angrily, "Is this true?" Gao Cheng hurriedly lowered his head and said softly, "It's true, master." Gao Xian's brows were almost twisted into a ball as he thought to himself, "What is this Zhang Feng trying to do? Building a paper mill at this time?" Ever since she returned from the auction, Gao Xian's heart hadn't calmed down for even a single day. At the auction, the Wang clan, Wu clan, and Zhao clan were competing with the old man for Lu Li. In the end, the Wang clan and Wu clan actually put their entire wealth on the line to oppose the old man. Gao Xian couldn't get rid of the old man's reputation. It was all because of Zhang Feng. What was the purpose of Zhang Feng building paper mills all over the city? Was it purely to develop a business? Thinking up to this point, he turned his head to glance at Gao Cheng and asked in puzzlement, "What do you think Zhang Feng's intentions are?" Gao Cheng was startled by the patriarch's question. He said timidly, "Master, this Zhang Feng suddenly acted like this. Presumably, his motives are impure. You should know that the value of white paper is quite high. Why would he build a paper mill at this time?" Could it be? Gao Xian was shocked. Could it be that this Zhang Feng wanted to oppose the old man? The business that circulated on the surface of Jiangnan City was basically based on rice paper. The white paper was very precious and the cost of production was not low. Only those scholars used it to hold books, so the patriarch's money was not cheap. Could it be that Zhang Feng wanted to build a paper mill to compete with the old man for the white paper business in Jiangnan City? Gao Xian strolled to the table in the courtyard and sat down. She picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a cup of wine to drink. She let out a long sigh. Alas! It was said that the price of Zhang Feng's white paper was quite low. If he competed with the old man for business in Jiangnan City, wouldn't the old man be at a disadvantage? It should be known that the low price of white paper would attract the pursuit of countless scholars in Jiangnan City. Its value was very considerable. Plus, Zhang Feng's business skills. This matter. I'm afraid it's not good. Gao Xian turned her head and looked at Gao Cheng with a melancholy face. She sighed and said, "Gao Cheng, what do you think of this matter?" Hearing this, Gao Cheng was hesitant at the moment. It seemed that there was something he hadn't told her, which made Gao Xian puzzled. Could it be that there was something else besides the matter of Zhang Feng building a paper mill? She shouted angrily, "Say it!" Gao Cheng was so scared that he sat on the ground and stammered, "Old master, this lowly one also heard that the Wang family, Fan family, and Wu family went to visit the Yu family 2 days ago and had a long discussion before they left." As soon as he said this, Gao Xian was instantly furious. She flicked her sleeve and knocked the wine pot and wine cup on the table to the ground. Gao Cheng was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. It should be known that no one could stop the master when he was angry. The Wang family, the Wu family, and the Fan family were actually together with the Yu family. The Yu family and Zhang Feng had a close relationship. Previously, the Yu family in the auction house was against the old man, which made the old man very angry. He didn't expect that the Wang family and the Wu family were also with Zhang Feng. Presumably, the Zhao family and Zhang Feng must also be connected. The old man was furious. He had long seen that there was something wrong with them. They actually shed all pretense of cordiality and went against the old man at the auction house. Gao Xian suddenly stood up with a furious look on her face. She cursed, "You guys are really something. If my Gao family doesn't show our power, do you really think that I'm made of paper?" In Jiangnan, his Gao family was considered to be one of the top clans among the 5 families and 7 gazes. There was no need to talk about their financial resources. He didn't expect that the appearance of Zhang Feng would make those big clans unite to go against his Gao family. Chapter 2240. But what could be done at the moment? If this went on, how could the Gao family survive in Jiangnan in the future? Thinking of this, Gao Xian was a little embarrassed. After all, the attraction of white paper was hard to resist. But when Zhang Feng developed the Gao family, what should he do? The Gao family was being forced by a few families to the point of being helpless? This was not the Gao family's style. "Master, I have a plan." Gao Cheng stood up and said obediently. "Oh!" Gao Xian was shocked. Her eyes suddenly became a little excited. This Gao Cheng had followed her for many years. He was quite good at dealing with people and had a knack for crafty ideas. Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng with interest and said, "Tell me about it." Gao Cheng chuckled as he moved closer to Gao Xian and whispered, "Master, we can poach people from Zhang Feng's paper mill." Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng suspiciously. She could not help but wonder. What kind of plan did Gao Cheng come up with? Poach people? Would it work? She said faintly, "Tell me about it in detail." "Old man, listen." Gao Cheng's eyes darted around as he looked at Gao Xian and said, "Master, I have a few fellows in the paper mill. When the time comes, I will talk to them and bring them over to our side. We can make our own paper. Wouldn't that be better?" Hiss. In an instant, Gao Xian's eyes turned into the shape of a copper coin. She muttered, "Yes, why didn't old man think of this?" Not to mention other things, if they did as Gao Cheng said and poached people from the paper factory, wouldn't they have mastered the technology of white paper? Then they could sell it at a low price. Zhang Feng's paper factory would not be able to operate. This was a good idea. With the Gao family's influence in Jiangnan, if they sold white paper, their business would be booming. But at the same time, Gao Xian was worried. If they could not poach people, what should they do? Not only would they not get the technology of white paper, but if people knew about it, the Gao family would lose face. Then, he turned to look at Gao Cheng suspiciously and said, "Will this work?" Gao Cheng smiled sinisterly and said, "Master, you don't know this, do you? Money makes the world go round. Besides, with Master's strong financial resources, is there anyone you can't poach?" Hearing this, Gao Xian's face could not help but reveal a smug smile. Indeed, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be done with money. In terms of wealth, who could compare with the Gao family? As long as they had enough money, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Then he patted Gao Cheng's shoulder and laughed. "Gao Cheng, looks like old man didn't misjudge you. You really have a lot of ideas." Gao Cheng said with a flattering smile, "It's my honor to be able to give advice to Master." He was secretly delighted. In the Gao family, Old Master usually treated him well. It was just that sometimes, Old Master's temper was not very stable, and his mood was unpredictable. Today, he saw Old Master beaming with joy. Suddenly, he bared his teeth and said, "Master, it's not only that. Not only can you get the technology of making white paper, but you can also get the glaze business easily." Hearing this, Gao Xian suddenly became interested. He didn't expect Gao Cheng to bring him more surprises than just this. He even had a plan. He smiled and said, "Gao Cheng, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. Old man usually treats you well." Gao Cheng immediately said, "Master, you're simply reducing my lifespan. It's my duty to solve your doubts. I also have an old friend in the glaze workshop. If you can rope him in, Master, not only can you get the technology of making white paper, but also the method of making glaze." Gao Xian was shocked when he heard this. Then he laughed. This was a great surprise. Old man had been taking care of the glaze for a long time. If he could get the method of making glaze, TSK, the value of this was immeasurable. It should be known that the transparent glaze was owned by the royal family. If old man also opened a glaze workshop. Thinking of this, Gao Xian's eyes lit up. Then Zhang Feng and the other families wouldn't be afraid of his Gao family. From now on, his Gao family would be able to dominate Jiangnan. So what if they had 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Their daily interactions were just for face. If something really happened, no one would help you. It was all for benefits. If he had the technology of making white paper and the glaze, who in Jiangnan could stop him? Ha ha ha. Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng with a gratified smile and said, "Gao Cheng, I'll leave this matter to you. This old man believes in your ability. If this matter is handled well, this old man will reward you handsomely." Hearing this, Gao Cheng's heart bloomed with joy. What an honor it would be to be recognized by Master. He immediately said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely settle this matter properly. Just wait for the good news." Gao Xian smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and signaled Gao Cheng to quickly settle this matter. After Gao Cheng left, Gao Xian looked at the hundreds of flowers in the courtyard. His heart was filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng and the Wang family, Wu family, Fan family, and Gao family, just wait for the old man's anger. Old Man will let you know the consequences of offending the Gao family. Chapter 2241. Prince Zhang, have a cup of hot tea first. In Zhang Feng's residence. Jing Shu quietly looked at Zhang Feng as she handed him a cup of hot tea. Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude and put down the brush. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was neither too cold nor too hot. These were the tea leaves that Chang Feng brought from Chang'an. It tasted sweet and fragrant. A soft tea aroma filled his mouth, making him unable to help but recall the aftertaste. It was not in vain that he had personally picked these tea leaves. The taste was good. If he had known, he would have brought more. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, "Good tea." Jing Shu pursed her lips and smiled. She pointed at the paper filled with words in front of Zhang Feng. "What are you doing? You've been sitting here for 4 hours. It's time to eat. Just a little more. It'll be done in a while." Yu Er looked at the two of them from afar and pouted with jealousy. "You're really heartless. Do you know that you've offended the Gao clan? Aren't you afraid that they'll take revenge on you?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and pulled Yu Er over. He then pulled Jing Shu's hand and chuckled. "So Yu Er was worried about me." Yu Er blushed and broke free from Zhang Feng's hand. She glared at Zhang Feng and said angrily, "What are you doing now? You're still in the mood to drink tea at a time like this? Do you want the three of us to become widows in the future?" She couldn't help but recall that when she had returned to the Yu clan, her father had told her that the Wu clan, Fan clan, and Wang clan had come to the residence to discuss the distribution of Prince Zhang's businesses. At this time, paper mills were being built all over the city. Wasn't this a clear sign that they were going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Gao clan? Even though Prince Zhang had a confrontation with the Gao family because of her, she was still the Gao family. However, this was Jiangnan, the Gao clan's territory. They had to be cautious and take precautions. A few days ago at the auction, Prince Zhang had escalated the conflict between the clans and vented his anger on the Gao clan, causing the Gao clan to lose face. Now, he was competing with the Gao clan for the white paper business. How could the Gao clan let this go? They would definitely make a move against Prince Zhang. She couldn't help but worry. Looking at Zhang Feng's unhurried manner, she felt incomparably furious. Zhang Feng sighed. "Sigh, the tree may wish for peace, but the wind won't stop blowing. I don't even care about a small Gao family. I'm just waiting for him to make a move." Yu Er's face was filled with shock, and endless doubts arose in her heart. Could it be Prince Zhang already had a plan? Thinking of this, Yu Er asked in surprise, "Why?" Zhang Feng stood up, took Yu Er and Jing Shu into his arms and said with a smile, "Why do you think I'm holding this auction? Don't you understand the principle of casting a long line to catch a big fish?" Yua was stunned and couldn't help but think, she exclaimed. "Could it be? You mean," Jing Shu thought for a moment and said, "You mean to lure the Gao clan into your plan and take control of the Gao clan?" Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he stroked Jing Shu's beautiful hair with his hand and nodded. "As expected of my woman, Zhang Feng. You're like a roundworm in my stomach. You know everything I'm thinking." The two women immediately cast a look of disdain at Zhang Feng and acted like they wanted to vomit. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. It should be known that what Zhang Feng wanted to do was to lure the Gao clan into his trap. When he first arrived in Jiangnan, he offended the Gao clan because of Yu Er. Since then, he had made the Gao clan lose face because of the auction. The Gao clan must hate Zhang Feng to the core and want to kill Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was already a sworn enemy of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Now that he had offended the Gao clan, Zhang Feng had completely become their public enemy. The Gao clan was bound to take revenge on Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng was waiting for them to make a move. Once the Gao clan made a move, they would fall into Zhang Feng's trap. In this way, Zhang Feng could carry out his plan to eradicate the Gao clan or control them in his own hands. In this way, the first step of his plan would be completed perfectly. The next step was to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Suddenly, Yu Er was enlightened. She couldn't help but nod. Then, she looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Then, what are you going to do next?" Zhang Feng lazily leaned on Jing Shu's shoulder. Smelling the waves of fragrance from Jing Shu's body, he couldn't help but be fascinated. "Wait and see. If the Gao clan comes, I, Zhang Feng, will welcome them at any time." For a moment, Yuer's heart felt as if it was struck by lightning. It turned out that Prince Zhang had already thought of a countermeasure. No wonder he was drinking tea so leisurely with a calm expression. However, this bastard, why didn't he tell me earlier? He made me worry for a long time. He's really lovable and hateful, but I can't do anything about him. Thinking of this, Yuer couldn't help but feel angry. So, she broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace and prepared to leave angrily. Zhang Feng quickly got up and stepped forward to pull Yuer back into his arms again. He smiled and said, "All right, my great aunt, it's all my fault. Don't be angry." As he said that, he quickly kissed Yuer's face. Yuer, who was still angry, flushed red in an instant. Zhang Feng looked at the two women with a smile on his face and thought to himself. The next step was to wait for the Gao clan to fall into his trap and lure out the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. If you don't make a move, then I, Zhang Feng, will take the initiative to attack. Chapter 2242. Ha ha ha, Fengzi, come out. Lao Tzu is here. The next morning, Yu Qigong arrived at Zhang Feng's residence early in the morning. He went up to the door and banged on Zhang Feng's door. Seeing this, Jia Daoren quickly went up and blocked Yu Qigong. "Sir, you're here." When Yu Qigong saw the situation, he smiled and said, "It turns out that this kid is still sleeping?" Jia Daoren's face stiffened. He quickly explained, No. Master is bathing. Please wait." Bathing early in the morning? Was this kid crazy? Yu Qigong knew that this guy was someone who could sleep until the sun shined on his butt. What time was it now? Why was he up? Yu Qigong couldn't help but be even more curious. He asked, Go. Hurry up and tell him to come out. I'm here to drink with him." Jia Daoren instantly felt a headache coming on. If it was anyone else, if they dared to say such words, they would have been beaten to a pulp. However, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to fight in front of the man in front of him. Who was this? The god of war of the Tang dynasty, a duke. Thinking of this, Jia Daoren quickly smiled apologetically. "Master Yu, please wait a moment. I'll go get Master." "No need, Yu Qigong was about to say that he would personally go and see if this kid had collapsed. After all, who could stand being accompanied by 3 beautiful women? However, after thinking about it, he asked in a low voice, "Is Fengzi bathing alone?" "Ah yes." Hearing Jia Daoren's words, Yu Qigong's playful heart rose. "Fine, I'll go take a look. This kid is drowning." Master Yu, this is not right." Jia Daoren was shocked. However, he didn't dare to offend either of the 2 masters. He could only follow behind Yu Qigong anxiously. Yu Qigong knew Zhang Feng's residence like the back of his hand. After asking around, he arrived at the place where Zhang Feng was bathing. He slammed his palm on the door. Instantly, the door creaked. "Fengzi, you're not done yet?" Zhang Feng, who was enjoying his bath, was shocked when he heard this. He accidentally slipped into the pool and drank a big mouthful of water. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pointed at the door and scolded, "See you. What are you doing so early in the morning?" "Ha ha ha, then I'm coming in." As he spoke, Yu Qigong pushed open the door. The door bolt should have been able to withstand the full force of a man in his prime, but in Yu Qigong's hands, it was as if it was closed. With a push of his hand, the door fell down instantly. Looking at the house filled with warm steam, Yu Qigong felt as if he had seen an incredible treasure. "Hey, what are you tinkering with this time?" Zhang Feng, who had poked his head out of the pool, saw Yu Qigong and was immediately enraged. He pointed at Yu Qigong and scolded him. "Damn you, you made Lao Tzu choke on water." Yu Qigong immediately burst out laughing when he saw Zhang Feng's pathetic state. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong, flicked his wet hair, and said indifferently, "You uncouth fellow, what do you know? This is a bathhouse." Yu Qigong stared at Zhang Feng with wide eyes, his face full of confusion. "What's this? Bathhouse?" This kid was always tinkering with things that he didn't understand. He had never heard of a bathhouse before, so he was instantly curious. He stood up and looked around the room. He looked to the east and looked to the west. From time to time, he would let out a cry of surprise. The bathhouse was very big. Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong were in the main pool. There were stairs leading down to the pool, and there was an entrance to the pool. Outside the pool was a smaller pool, and there was a big pot for heating the pool. The water would flow from the small pool into the big pool in the house through the entrance. There was also an outlet at the other end of the big pool to maintain the flow of the water. Looking at the large pool before him, Gong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Good lad, you actually didn't tell Lao Tzu that you had such a good thing. Lao Tzu will bathe with you. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng exclaimed from the pool. Don't come down, your grandpa. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a splash. There was a splash in the pool. Gong jumped into the pool, scaring Zhang Feng so much that he hurriedly climbed out of the pool. He looked at Gong with disdain. Your grandpa, are you crazy? Gong was a military man, and he was always on the battlefield. Sometimes, he wouldn't be able to take a shower for months or even a year, so his body was often accompanied by a foul smell. This made Zhang Feng very disgusted. Zhang Feng loved cleanliness and would shower almost every day. How could he tolerate Gong jumping into the pool? He immediately climbed out of the pool. Seeing Zhang Feng climb out of the pool, Gong cursed. You lad, don't tell me you think Lao Tzu stinks? You hid so far away. How dare you dislike Lao Tzu? See if Lao Tzu won't pull you down to bathe with Lao Tzu. As he spoke, he rushed out of the pool and walked towards Zhang Feng. Seeing that Gong was about to pull him away, he was so scared that he hurriedly ran away, cursing as he ran. Your grandpa, what are you trying to do? Mother ** cur. Hey, don't touch me, I'll F * king come down, okay? F * ck. Get away from me. However, how could Zhang Feng outrun Gong, who was skilled in martial arts? He was caught on the spot and pulled into the pool. Chapter 22:43. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them climbed out of the pool, their bodies steaming. Gong's tan skin instantly looked much whiter after soaking in the pool. Gong was like a curious baby. He sniffed the fragrant arm and looked at the soap. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said to Zhang Feng, You brat, what's going on with this bathhouse? You better explain it to me properly. Why do I feel so comfortable all of a sudden? Zhang Feng looked at Gong in disdain, his face full of helplessness. Big brother, how often do you bathe? Gong thought for a moment. Probably in the summer. We were dredging the river at that time, so I went in for a swim. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out when he heard that. He asked in a trembling voice, Other than this time, when was the last time? Gong was a little impatient. Kid, why are you asking so many questions? The men of the Tang dynasty basically bathe once a year, when they bid farewell to the Chinese New Year. What's wrong with that? Bid farewell to the Chinese New Year? That means they only bathe once a year? Oh my god! Zhang Feng was going crazy. It turned out that every time he was with these guys, he could smell the thick stench of sweat that could not be dispersed. It turned out that he thought about the stick they used to wipe their butts, and then thought about bathing. Instantly, Zhang Feng's hair stood on end. It was too F * king scary. These were the men of the Tang dynasty? What the F * ck? F * ck your grandpa. Gong looked at Zhang Feng's constipated face and was instantly unhappy. He snorted and said, Hey, you're still complaining that Lao Tzu stinks after bathing? As he said that, he got ready to drag Zhang Feng into the pool again. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly dodged Gong and exclaimed, Damn you, you want to do it again? Gong laughed mischievously as he looked at Zhang Feng, causing goosebumps to appear all over Zhang Feng's body. Alright, I give up. Let's go out and have a drink while we chat, alright? At this moment, Zhang Feng was afraid that this guy would pull him into the water again. He thought about how this guy had not bathed for a long time and used a rod in the toilet all year round. Could it be? At this moment, Zhang Feng's mind was already filled with that image. Fortunately, he managed to hold it in. Otherwise, he would have vomited last night's meal. After that, the two of them changed their clothes and prepared to leave the courtyard. A moment later. In the courtyard, the two of them were leisurely lying on chairs, enjoying the sun. The warm sunlight shone on their bodies, making them feel very comfortable. Yu Qigong picked up a jar of wine and poured it into his mouth as if he was drinking water. Good heavens, this guy's alcohol tolerance is really high. Lao Tzu's alcohol might not even be enough for this guy. Just like that, Yu Qigong finished the entire jar of wine as he muttered under his breath. Good wine. Comfortable. Ha ha ha. On the other hand, Zhang Feng leisurely picked up the jar of wine and poured himself a cup. He tasted it carefully, unlike Yu Qigong's boorish behavior. At this moment, Yu Qigong turned around and asked with interest. I say, Feng, do you have any more of this soap? Give me a few hundred of them. When Zhang Feng heard that, he looked at Yu Qigong strangely and asked in confusion. Why do you need so much soap? If you need it, I can give you a few. 100 of them should be enough for you. Yu Qigong chuckled. Lao Tzu, bring some back to give to my good friends. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong suspiciously. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that this guy wants to? Zhang Feng's eyes widened. He did not dare to imagine that scene and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. When he thought of that, Zhang Feng quickly moved his chair to the side and put some distance between him and Yu Qigong. He looked at Yu Qigong in disbelief. When Yu Qigong saw Zhang Feng looking at him like that, even an idiot knew what Zhang Feng was thinking. He quickly explained. Lao Tzu is giving it to a good friend. It's a girl, not. Damn you, what are you thinking? F***CK. Do you believe that Lao Tzu will beat you to death? As he said that, Yu Qigong was about to roll up his sleeves and stand up to teach Zhang Feng a lesson. When Zhang Feng saw that, he quickly hid far away, afraid that this guy would flip out. Thus, Zhang Feng shouted. You don't come over. Do you believe that I'll tell sister-in-law that you? When Yu Qigong heard this, his arrogance immediately disappeared, and he became like a frosted eggplant. As expected, men were all afraid of women. Seeing that Zhang Feng was threatening him, Yu Qigong was flustered and exasperated. If you dare to tell Lao Tzu, don't think that you'll have it easy. Then, he sat down again and looked at Zhang Feng, who was far away from him. He was really angry, so he turned his head and no longer argued with Zhang Feng about this matter. Thus, he played with the soap in his hand and sniffed it from time to time. He could not help but exclaim that the soap was really good stuff. Then he asked. Feng Zi, didn't you think of anything else when you set up this bathhouse? When Zhang Feng heard that, he was puzzled and could not help but ask. When I was bored, I set up a place to take a bath and soak in it every day. Yu Qigong's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, is this kid really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Chapter 22:44. This bathhouse was so comfortable after a bath. If it turned into a business, it would be a considerable amount of wealth. If this kid didn't want to do it, Lao Tzu could. With that thought, Yu Qigong chuckled. I say, Feng, give me a few hundred or 1,000 for your soap. Lao Tzu can open a bathhouse. When Zhang Feng heard this, he looked at Yu Qigong in surprise and could not help but think. Bathhouse. Tiske. Zhang Feng abruptly slapped his own head and suddenly saw the light. Why didn't I think of that? When did this guy's brain become so good? He could even think of such an idea. He couldn't help but be curious. I say, old Yu, when did you become so smart? Can't you tell? Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Why did those words sound so weird? Nothing good came out of this kid's mouth. Is this kid insulting me or praising me? Is he saying that Lao Tzu is stupid? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Thus he scolded, What do you mean, kid? Can't Lao Tzu come up with such a good idea? Zhang Feng chuckled. No, I don't mean anything else. Go on. Yu Qigong patted his chest, and his aura instantly rose. Cough cough. He cleared his throat. I'm going to ask you to get me more soap and perfume, then open a bathhouse and spread the news. That way Lao Tzu will be rich. With that thought, Yu Qigong's eyes were filled with copper coins. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng smiled but didn't say anything. Seeing Yu Qigong's smug look, he really didn't want to hurt his confidence. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. I say, old Yu, you're oversimplifying things. With your IQ, you're only suitable for leading troops to war. You really can't do business. Zhang Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Yu Qigong's heart, instantly crushing his confidence. Gong stopped laughing and turned around to ask, "Damn you, then what brilliant plan do you have? Why don't you tell me?" He was well aware of Zhang Feng's ability. No one could compare with this kid in terms of strategy and business. If this kid had not kept a low profile, he might have been the richest businessman in the Tang dynasty by now. Zhang Feng smiled, picked up the full wine jar, and poured another cup of wine, drained it in one gulp, and said indifferently, "To be a businessman, you have to calculate every step of your plan, how to carry it out, what to prepare in the early stages. Your skills are really not enough, old you." Gong said impatiently, "You're the best." Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly with an innocent look on his face. Gong had the urge to beat someone up. But at this moment, he wanted to hear what Zhang Feng had to say, so he restrained himself. Zhang Feng continued, "If it were me, I would first spread the news and attract people to experience it for themselves. After experiencing it, they would then spread the news about the bathhouse. By then, there would be endless people coming to experience it, and it would snowball. Not only that, I'm going to set up a massage area in the bathhouse to provide massage services. This way, not only would the bathhouse be open, but it would also open up a sales channel for perfumes and soaps." Gong was shocked and couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng's way of doing business. What was this kid's brain made of? Why didn't Lao Tzu think of that? What the F***ck was a massage? Thinking of this, Gong couldn't help but wonder, "Feng, what the F***ck is a massage?" At this moment, Gong was confused. The bathhouse was already novel enough, but this kid came up with a massage? What the F***ck was this? Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Gong's puzzled look. "Lao Yu, this massage is good stuff. It can relax the muscles and promote blood circulation. It's very good for the body. Then what exactly is this?" Gong was like a child who was filled with the unknown and asked curiously. Zhang Feng could only explain, "This massage is like what you call traditional Chinese acupuncture. You use your hands to find the various acupuncture points on your body and press them." Hearing that, Gong looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He didn't expect massage to be so comfortable like acupuncture. One had to know that he used to lead troops to war all year round. His body often didn't get good rest and was very tired. This kid actually came up with something like a massage. It seemed very interesting. Lao Tzu could give it a try. Thinking of this, Gong looked at Zhang Feng and chuckled. "Feng, how's the relationship between us brothers?" Zhang Feng saw Gong's fawning face and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. This guy definitely has something to ask of me. King know this guy too well. Then he said with a look of disdain, "Lao Tzu, don't try this. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Lao Tzu won't fall for it." A 7-foot-tall muscular man looking at you with a face full of flattery, who would be able to stand it? Seeing that Zhang Feng had compromised, Gong whispered, "Feng, why don't you open this bathhouse and bring Lao Tzu along? We can work together." Chapter 2245. Zhang Feng looked at Gong with disdain. He shook his head like a rattle drum and said softly, "Don't worry. No, no, no. Absolutely not." He couldn't help but think, if I let this guy run the bathhouse, won't he scare away the customers? How am I supposed to run it? I'd better close it down as soon as possible. Gong saw Zhang Feng shake his head and couldn't help but ask angrily, "Damn you, why can't Lao Tzu do it? Are you looking down on Lao Tzu or something?" As he spoke, Gong's temper flared up. He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng saw Gong's stance, he immediately turned around and prepared to run away, afraid that this guy would do something outrageous. As he dodged Gong, he shouted, "I say, old you, we can talk, but we can't use force. You're being boring. This isn't something that can be solved with force. You should know that this matter isn't as simple as you think it is." When Gong heard that, he stopped in his tracks and said angrily, Then tell me, why can't I do it?" When Zhang Feng saw that Gong didn't move forward, he let out a long sigh of relief. This guy's temper hadn't changed. He was still as stubborn as ever. Then he said calmly, "Running a bathhouse is a respectable thing to do. Look at your appearance. It would be strange if you didn't scare the customers to death. How can I let you work with me?" When Yuqigong heard that, he thought, this kid is calling me ugly. Heh, is this kid itching for a beating? Does he want Lao Tzu to loosen his bones? At that moment, his face turned green as he glared at Zhang Feng angrily. It was as if he wanted to swallow him alive. When Zhang Feng saw that, his expression changed and he immediately said, Stop. Stop. Old you, I don't mean anything by you accompanying me. Don't think too much. This bathhouse business doesn't make much money anyway. The main thing is to sell the perfumes and soaps. Tell me, how are you going to sell the perfumes and soaps to people like this? When Yuqigong heard that, his expression softened. When he thought of what Zhang Feng said, he couldn't help but be speechless. This brat was too mean. He clearly despised Lao Tzu for being ugly. However, there was nothing he could do about the business of selling perfumes and soaps. He could just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Yuqigong thought about it and decided not to do it. Zhang Feng looked at Yuqigong and smiled without saying anything. It's fine if you want him to be a boss and sit there collecting money, but you want him to sell soap and perfume? With old Yu's image, even if he just stood there and didn't say anything, no one would dare to buy from him. Selling perfumes and soaps was a respectable thing to do. How could a boorish man like him understand these things? Zhang Feng said faintly, Old you take the money and invest in this bathhouse. When we make money, I'll give you a part of it. When Yuqigong heard this, he felt a little better. Indeed, he might not be suitable for selling perfumes and soaps. Who was this kid going to give this job to? He couldn't help but ask, if you don't let Lao Tzu manage it, then who do you want to find to do this? Yuqigong's words made Zhang Feng feel awkward. He suddenly pinched his chin and couldn't help but think. Hiss. This was a problem. Who should he find? The premise was that this person must be absolutely trustworthy, and his image couldn't be bad. When Yuqigong saw that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, he immediately said, How about Lao Tzu introduce someone to you? When Zhang Feng heard this, he raised his head and looked at Yuqigong. Who could this guy recommend? Could it be someone as ugly as him? He suddenly widened his eyes and didn't dare to think about it. He couldn't help but ask. Old you, tell me about it. Yuqigong chuckled. It's that kid Yu Suqian. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this guy's work. When Zhang Feng heard this, he thought about it again. This Yu Suqian was indeed quite reliable, but Yu Suqian was handling the land and other matters for him. He was still outside at the moment. He immediately shook his head and said, No, he's busy with the land. When Yuqigong heard this, he nodded. He didn't know who was suitable to manage this matter. Zhang Feng returned to the chair, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Yuqigong. The two smoked, and the air was filled with a strong tobacco smell. Zhang Feng's mind kept thinking about who would manage this bathhouse. This Wu family and Wang family. No. Now that they were in the development period, they were busy with the glazed workshop and the paper mill. Who else could it be? It's best to have a good image. Master, Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru are here to visit. A voice came, pulling Zhang Feng back from his thoughts. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Weren't the 2 ladies of the Zhao family the image representative of this bathhouse? With them, would he be afraid that the soap and perfume wouldn't be able to sell? This way, all his problems would be solved. A moment later, Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ruer were led by Jia Daoren to the place where Zhang Feng and Yuqigong were. When the 2 ladies saw Zhang Feng, they were full of anxiety. The 2 of them came under the orders of the Zhao family's head to befriend Zhang Feng and test Zhang Feng's attitude. Chapter 2246. Prince Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru greeted Zhang Feng warmly. Zhang Feng immediately went forward to greet Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru politely. Indeed, it's been a long time. He then called for Jia Daoren to serve tea. The instant tea leaves and the rich aroma stunned Yuqigong, Zhao Yuer, and Zhao Ru. The tea leaves of the Tang dynasty, no matter what kind of tea it was, were all crushed and then stewed in a pot with condiments. However, Zhang Feng's tea was different. Not only did it have a rich aroma, but its color and shape were also very different from the tea leaves of today. Everyone's eyes lit up. This thing was good stuff. Zhang Feng took in the greedy looks of the 2 girls and old Yu. He then chuckled and said, I didn't know that the 2 of you would be visiting today. It's like this. Zhao Yu walked forward and smiled. Can't we talk about old times with Prince Zhang? In an instant, a trace of doubt flashed across Zhang Feng's face. Then he smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Come on, the tea is here. Let's sit down and have a drink." The two girls sat down. Zhao Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. She couldn't help but praise the tea. She couldn't help but be amazed. She didn't expect Prince Zhang to know so much about tea. The tea he made was indeed fragrant and delicious. Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. This guy can't even move after seeing a beauty. He picked up the wine jar and drank, ignoring them. Zhao Yue said, "Prince Zhang is now a big shot in Jiangnan. The business under him is like the sun in the sky. I'm so envious." Zhang Feng heard that and couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Yue meant. They must have been sent by the head of the Zhao family. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to be on good terms with him and get some benefits. That was why they sent them here. Last time he had made things very clear. This time he must have a purpose. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's just a small business. How can it compare to the Zhao family? I'm just trying to make a living." When Yu Qigong heard Zhang Feng's words, he almost spat out the wine he had just drunk. He resisted the urge to laugh and looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. This brat was too damn good at pretending. Lao Tzu could not stand it anymore. Zhao Yue giggled when she heard this. She covered her mouth with her hand and said coquettishly, "On the way here, the two of us saw construction going on everywhere in the city. After asking around, I found out that Prince Zhang is building a paper mill and a glazed workshop. There's a long queue at the entrance of the paper mill in the city. Many scholars and students are lining up to buy your paper. The line has already stretched all the way out of the city. Prince Zhang must have made a lot of money." When Zhang Feng heard this, he was quite surprised. He did not expect the paper business to be so popular. It seemed that it would soon dominate the entire Jiangnan market. What did Zhao Yue mean by that? Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and suddenly realized that Zhao Yue was mocking him for forgetting her friend and wanted him to give her some benefits. No wonder it sounded so weird. Zhang Feng said, "Miss Zhao, from what you're saying, it's just a small business. If you're interested, I have a business deal for you." When Zhao Yue heard this, she could not help but be surprised. It seemed that Prince Zhang knew the purpose of her visit. But what did he mean by that? Did he really want to help the Zhao family? That's impossible, right? She asked doubtfully, "What does Prince Zhang mean by that?" This young lady is willing to listen to Prince Zhang's wise advice. Zhang Feng picked up the teapot unhurriedly and poured himself a cup of tea. He took a sip of the tea. He let out a long sigh. He said, "It's like this. I'm planning to open a bathhouse. When the time comes, the Zhao family will be in charge. What do you think?" When Zhao Yue heard this, she was extremely puzzled. She had never heard of this before. "What's a bathhouse?" She could not help but ask. "Prince Zhang, what's a bathhouse?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's a place for bathing. But my bathhouse is very big. There's a big pool for many people to bathe in. You two are so beautiful. This is the image of the bathhouse. It just so happens that you're in charge of selling perfumes and soaps. With this, it's hard not to make money. What do you think?" Zhang Feng's words made Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruer's faces turn red like apples. They did not expect the business deal that Prince Zhang was talking about to be such a shameful matter. They were instantly infuriated. They cursed loudly. "Shameless! We're really rude to visit you today." With that, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ruer turned and left the courtyard in a huff. At that moment, Zhang Feng stood there, not knowing what to do. His mind was blank. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Why did they leave? I introduced such a profitable business to them, but they didn't appreciate it and even scolded me. What the F***ck is going on? Chapter 2247. At that moment, Zhang Feng was in a bad mood. All he did was introduce a business to them. Did they have to have such a big reaction? He suddenly felt like crying. Women's hearts were like needles at the bottom of the ocean. As he said that, he picked up the wine jar and poured a full glass of wine, then drank it in one gulp. Yu Qigong, who was next to him, saw Zhang Feng's speechless expression and couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! Lao Tzu is dying of laughter. Feng, you're really something. Lao Tzu has never seen someone as shameless as you. Zhang Feng heard that and rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong. Damn you! You're not comforting Lao Tzu, and you're laughing at me. Do you believe that I won't let you invest anymore? Zhang Feng put on a posture to scare Yu Qigong. Who asked this guy to laugh at him? He was already speechless, but he still had to be mocked by this guy. Yu Qigong stopped laughing and looked at Zhang Feng helplessly. Don't. Feng, I'm not laughing at you, but it would be strange if they weren't angry with what you did just now. Zhang Feng heard that and was speechless. He didn't say anything. He just handed the business of the bathhouse to the Zhao family. Was he wrong again? He couldn't help but say, Did King explode? Old you, explain yourself clearly. Yu Qigong chuckled and said, Feng, are you really muddle-headed or pretending to be muddle-headed? She's a lady. You're talking to a lady about a bathhouse? You're asking a lady to go to a men's bathhouse? What are you thinking about in that head of yours every day? Zhang Feng heard that and felt like he was struck by lightning. Why didn't I think of that? This was the Tang dynasty, the era where feudalism was the strongest. Talking to a lady about a bathhouse was simply slandering her reputation. Why did he make such a low-level mistake? The fact that they didn't report him to the authorities and didn't kill him was already considered a good deed. Now that he thought of the two women's appearance just now, Zhang Feng wished he could slap himself. No wonder they scolded him and left in a huff. What should he do now? Seeing this, Yu Qigong went up to comfort him. Fengzi, don't worry too much. We can talk about this later. Why don't you tell Lao Tzu about the massage in the bathhouse first? When Zhang Feng heard this, he turned his head and looked at Yu Qigong in annoyance. Didn't I tell you before? Why are you still asking? Yu Qigong immediately ridiculed. F*CKU, you just said something that you didn't understand, and it made Lao Tzu's heart itch. Now, tell Lao Tzu what's going on. Zhang Feng reclined on the chair and continued to bask in the sunlight, feeling very comfortable. This fellow was simply a weirdo. He asked about everything and couldn't even remember what he said. At this moment, Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He stretched lazily and said lazily, This massage has a long history and has been around since a long time ago. Back then, when people encountered pain due to injuries while working, they instinctively used their hands to massage the painful area. Then they would feel the pain lessen or disappear. Do you understand? Yu Qigong was confused by what he heard and was speechless. It felt like this kid was messing with him. What exactly was that thing he was talking about? He was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. He seemed to understand, but also didn't quite understand. He was just extremely curious. He said angrily, Kid, can you be more direct? Tell me what you're going to do with the bathhouse. Zhang Feng was instantly amused by Yu Qigong and couldn't help but laugh. What he said was indeed like a heavenly book to a boor like him. He continued, As for me, I'm going to set up a massage room in the bathhouse and find some people to teach them massage techniques. After the customers have finished bathing, they will be able to relax their tired bodies. Yu Qigong finally understood a little and couldn't help but nod, gesturing for Zhang Feng to continue. Yu Qigong was most interested in this kind of novel thing, especially since Zhang Feng could always bring him endless surprises and make him admire him endlessly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng continued, Not only that, I'm also going to prepare some medicine packets made of Chinese herbs and soak them in the wooden tub. During the massage, I'll let the customers soak their feet in the tub. You have to know that these are very beneficial to the body. Not only can it relieve fatigue, but it can also relax the muscles and promote blood circulation. At the same time, I'll also teach them some acupuncture techniques to expel dampness and toxins. If it was set up in Jiangnan and even the Tang dynasty, it would definitely be more awesome than traditional Chinese massage. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yu Qigong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the bathhouse was set up like this, it would definitely be unprecedented in the Tang dynasty. Although he didn't really understand it, he felt that this thing was extremely awesome. Moreover, this thing would definitely make a lot of money. When the time came, he would definitely make a lot of money. He couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He really wanted to try the massage and soak in it. Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and said, I say, Fengzi, when you're done with such a good thing, don't forget Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu must come and try it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile and nod, agreeing to this guy's request. Otherwise, he would come looking for trouble every day. He wouldn't be able to deal with this guy. Chapter 2248. Unknowingly, Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong drank until night fell. Yu Qigong was fine, but Zhang Feng was already a little tipsy, burping as he leaned back in his chair. Burp. I say, old you, your alcohol tolerance is really good. I'm impressed. Ha ha ha. Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng's drunken state and could not help but laugh. He had only been drinking for a short while and this kid was already drunk. His alcohol tolerance was really low. He laughed and said, Feng, you really can't do it. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong and could not help but curse. Damn you, you guessed that I can't do it. Your whole family can't do it. Yu Qigong laughed through his tears. All right, I'll stop boasting with you. Old man will take his leave first. You should rest early. Zhang Feng lay in his chair and did not want to move. He only felt dizzy and uncomfortable. He waved his hand to indicate that he would not see Yu Qigong out. Yu Qigong saw this and shook his head helplessly before leaving Zhang Feng's mansion. Zhang Feng sat in his chair and looked up at the sky. Endless thoughts flashed through his mind. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for so many years that he could no longer remember. When would this F***Ketup system be activated? If not for Lao Tzu's extraordinary intelligence, he would have been sacrificed in this world. Sigh. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. The starry night hung high in the sky, and the moonlight dimmed as if something had bitten it. The moonlight and starlight converged in Zhang Mansion. At that moment, Jing Shu opened the door with a lantern in her hand. She was about to go to the courtyard to look for Zhang Feng. She could not help but worry after drinking with Yu Qigong until late at night. She knew Zhang Feng's alcohol tolerance. Thinking of that, she could not help but quicken her steps. A moment later, Jing Shu slowly came to the courtyard. She saw Zhang Feng lying on a chair and looking at the starry sky in a daze. She didn't know what he was thinking. She stepped forward and placed her slender hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder, pulling Zhang Feng back from his thoughts. He could not help but turn his head. Jing Shu looked at Zhang Feng worriedly. Zhang Feng blushed and looked at Jing Shu with a helpless smile. You've come. Jing Shu nodded and said softly, Don't you know how to drink less? You know that you can't hold your liquor well, yet you still. Zhang Feng chuckled and raised his hand to rub his temples. His heart was filled with helplessness. Who asked that guy to be so good at drinking? He took the opportunity to pull Jing Shu into his arms and caressed Jing Shu's face. He looked at Jing Shu with a gentle expression. Jing Shu blushed under Zhang Feng's gaze. For a moment, they did not know what to say. The two looked at each other affectionately for a long time. Zhang Feng paused. Right, Jing Shu, let me show you something good. Come with me. Before Jing Shu could react, she was pulled by Zhang Feng to the place where Zhang Feng showered. On the way, Jing Shu could not help but ask curiously. Where are you taking me? Zhang Feng put his hand on his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Jing Shu would know when they arrived. Jing Shu did not ask any more questions. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the place where Zhang Feng showered. With a creak, the bathroom door opened. Jing Shu was shocked by everything in front of her. She did not know what to say for a moment. She asked curiously, Prince Zhang, this is... Zhang Feng chuckled and pulled Jing Shu's little hand into the room. The wet water vapor filled the entire room. The big pool was steaming at this time. The steam in the room made Jing Shu's body water droplets appear. Jing Shu looked at everything around her. Her heart was filled with all kinds of questions. Zhang Feng spread his hands and explained with confidence. This is where I usually shower. How is it? Not bad, right? What? Jing Shu was shocked and embarrassed. Prince Zhang actually brought her to the place where he bathed. What should she do? However, this place was indeed very big. She had never seen it before. One had to know that they used to bathe in things like wooden buckets. This was the first time she had seen a bathtub like this. It was very novel. Jing Shu's ears and face were red. She asked, Prince Zhang, why is this bathtub different from what we usually use? Zhang Feng walked in front of Jing Shu and lifted the hair on her forehead with his hand. He looked at the shy Jing Shu and whispered, I call this a bathtub. It is a place that can accommodate many people taking a bath. Moreover, this big bathtub is heated by the heating pool outside, so there won't be any problems with the temperature. Moreover, the water is flowing. When Jingshu heard that there were many people taking a bath, she was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She pinched Zhang Feng's body. Zhang Feng cried out in pain. Ouch, Jingshu, you. Humph, you're shameless. Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu innocently. His heart was filled with infinite depression. What's wrong with Lao Tzu today? 2 women are talking about me like that. Forget about Miss Zhao, even my own woman is talking about me like that. I'm innocent. Zhang Feng's face was sullen. He muttered, What's wrong with you today? You're talking about me like that too. Jingshu was attracted by Zhang Feng's whispering. Did other women talk about him like that? She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She couldn't help but look into Zhang Feng's eyes and said angrily, Tell me, who else talked about you like that? This. Zhang Feng's eyes evaded. He didn't dare to look into Jingshu's eyes. He felt extremely panicked. It's over. I said the wrong thing again. What should I do? I can provoke anyone but not a woman. Now there's a misunderstanding. Chapter 2249. Zhang Feng was frightened by Jingshu's current appearance. He didn't expect a woman to be so angry. He had to quickly pacify her to avoid causing a bigger misunderstanding. She stammered. It's like this. Didn't old you come to drink with me today? Then we talked about how he wanted to open a bathhouse to solve the problem of funding for the paper mill and glazed glaze workshop. Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng in astonishment. You want to open a bathhouse? With this big pool? Zhang Feng nodded with a slight smile and explained. The bathhouse is only secondary. The main thing is to sell the soap and perfume. Jingshu nodded in understanding. It turned out that Prince Zhang wanted to open a bathhouse to sell these industries. That was why he did this. However, Prince Zhang just said that, and someone said such words to him. What did this mean? No, this Prince Zhang wanted to change the topic. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel wronged. Until now, Zhang Feng still hadn't given him a status. Now, thinking of this, Jingshu gnashed her teeth and said, Humph, don't try to change the topic. You'd better explain to me what you meant just now. This. Zhang Feng felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. This matter was really difficult to talk about. If Jingshu found out, he would be in serious trouble. What should he do? Jingshu saw Zhang Feng's awkward expression and felt even more uncomfortable. It seemed that Prince Zhang was really hiding something from her. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes and she was about to cry. Zhang Feng, who couldn't bear to see a woman cry, had mixed feelings at this moment. He felt like a child who had done something wrong. He felt very sorry for Jingshu. Especially now that Jingshu looked so lovely, Zhang Feng felt very distressed. He couldn't help but hug Jingshu tightly and gently said, Okay, my Jingshu, don't cry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'll tell you everything, okay? I promise I won't hide anything from you. His gentle words reached Jingshu's ears, and her body began to feel numb. She clung tightly to Zhang Feng's chest, feeling the warmth of Zhang Feng's embrace. She pouted and said, Then, tell me what is going on? Seeing Jingshu's lovely appearance, it seemed that her anger had finally subsided. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. She explained, It's like this. Since the bathhouse has been opened, it definitely needs someone to run it. I can't let that uncouth fellow, old you, run it for you. If I let him go, he'll shut down Lao Tzu's bathhouse. With his dark appearance, how can he sell soap and perfume to customers? The customers will probably be scared away when they see him. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Jingshu giggled. She covered her mouth with her hand and couldn't resist the urge to laugh. Hee hee. Then tell me, who are you going to find to run the bathhouse? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, So at noon, the 2 young ladies of the Zhao family came. I told them about this. Their image is not bad. They can sell perfume and soap. After they heard me say this, they left in a huff, just like how you scolded me just now. What? You actually let girls run the bathhouse? I'm so angry. When Metal heard this, she immediately broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace. She felt extremely uncomfortable and was about to leave immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Feng suddenly panicked. Oh my god. I knew that telling her would definitely cause a misunderstanding. What should I do now? He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Jing Shu, hugging her tightly. He was afraid that she would run away. He kept stroking Jing Shu's back and comforted her. My dear, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Don't be angry, okay? Listen to my explanation. Jing Shu kept trying to break free from Zhang Feng's embrace. However, she was just a girl. How could she break free from Zhang Feng's embrace? After being coy for a while, she calmed down when she heard Zhang Feng's words. She wanted to see how Zhang Feng would explain. She felt extremely wronged. As she spoke, tears flowed out. Zhang Feng was shocked when he saw this. It's over. This misunderstanding is huge. He quickly wiped the tears from Jing Shu's eyes gently with his hand and comforted her. Jing Shu, don't cry. Listen to my explanation. I want them to run the bathhouse because this is a matter of image. They are quite suitable. They came here to see my attitude towards the Zhao family and want to get something from me. That's why they sent 2 girls to find me. I don't want to entrust the bathhouse to them. There is a deeper meaning. After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Jing Shu gradually calmed down. She stared blankly at Zhang Feng and couldn't help thinking. This time, Prince Zhang came to Jiangnan to deal with the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms. Now that he didn't have any power in Jiangnan, he slowly drew these clans to his side in order to accumulate strength. Thinking of this, Jing Shu decided to forgive Zhang Feng's actions. After all, as Zhang Feng's woman, she had to consider the overall situation. She couldn't help but ask. Can't I, Yu Yao, and Yuer? We can also help you. When Zhang Feng saw that Jing Shu had calmed down, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had to pay attention to his words in the future to avoid causing misunderstandings. He stroked Jing Shu's face and said softly, You don't have to get involved in such a small matter. There will be other things in the future that need you. Be good, okay? Hearing this, Jing Shu finally understood Zhang Feng's good intentions. It seemed that she had misunderstood him and almost caused a conflict. At this time, she was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Zhang Feng, afraid that he would blame her for not being sensible. Zhang Feng smiled and carried Jing Shu towards the big pool. Jing Shu buried her head deep in Zhang Feng's arms and was too shy to raise her head. You. What are you doing? What do you think? Hee. You'll know later. You shameless. With a splash, Zhang Feng jumped into the big pool with Jing Shu in his arms. Chapter 2250. The next day. At noon, Zhang Feng woke up. When he opened his eyes, a ray of dazzling light spilled into the room from the window. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. Bursts of stinging pain came from his temples, which made Zhang Feng's face twitch involuntarily. He muttered in his heart, I'd better drink less in the future. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Prince Zhang, are you awake? At this moment, a gentle voice pulled Zhang Feng back from his thoughts. He rubbed his hazy eyes and responded lazily. Coming. He stretched his tired body and got up from the bed with difficulty. His head was very dizzy. He put on his clothes and walked out of the room. When he opened the door, he saw that Jing Shu had been waiting outside for a long time. He yawned and looked up at the sky. The warm autumn sun scattered in the yard and shone on Zhang Feng's body. He couldn't help but feel comfortable. He asked lazily, Jing Shu, what time is it? What are you looking for me for? Jing Shu looked at the lazy and comfortable Zhang Feng and couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. You're still talking about it. It's noon, and the sun is high up in the sky. Zhang Feng smiled wickedly and took Jing Shu into his arms. He kissed Jing Shu's face. Jing Shu's little face turned red and she said in a sweet voice, Well, you haven't been serious all day. Jia Daoren has been waiting for you in the living room for a long time. He must be looking for you for something. Seeing that you haven't woken up, he didn't want to disturb you, so he has been waiting in the living room. So I came to wake you up. Jia Daoren? Why is he looking for me? Zhang Feng suddenly felt that he couldn't leave the bridge. He let go of Jing Shu in his arms and couldn't help but think, Did something happen? Jing Shu said earnestly, You should go and take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded, then got up and walked slowly towards the living room. After a while, he arrived at the door of the living room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jia Daoren pacing back and forth in the living room. He kept pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. Pausing for a moment, he walked into the living room. Zhang Feng said loudly, "Old Jia, why are you looking for me?" A loud shout pulled old merchant out of his anxious state. He turned around and saw Zhang Feng looking at him with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you. Master, you're awake?" Zhang Feng walked to the table in the hall and sat down on a chair. He supported his head with his hand and nodded at Jia Daoren. Jia Daoren stepped forward and said anxiously, "Master, something bad has happened." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be suspicious. Old merchant was in such a hurry. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Old merchant, don't be anxious. Sit down and tell me." Hearing this, Jia Daoren walked to Zhang Feng's side and sat on the chair next to him. He took a deep breath and calmed his anxious heart. He said with a panicked expression, "Master, when I went to the glazed workshop in the city this morning, I inadvertently saw a few people whispering. I went up and eavesdropped on what they were saying. When I heard what they were saying, it was terrible. The Gao family actually sent people to poach people from our glazed workshop. Moreover, many people were poached by the Gao family." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was shocked. He couldn't help but think, I didn't expect the Gao family to have such a trick up their sleeves. However, everything is within my expectations. Since the Gao family has already started to make a move, then the next step is to spread more bait and let the Gao family eat their fill. In this way, the Gao family can be considered to have gradually entered my plan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. It made people feel that a conspiracy was brewing. When Jia Daoren saw that his master was not panicking and was still smiling, he couldn't help but have countless question marks in his mind. What's wrong with the master? Could it be that the news he spoke of has agitated the master? He couldn't help but ask, "Master, why aren't you panicking? The Gao family is already trying to poach people from their own family. How can you still be so calm and composed? Not only that, the Gao family is also poaching people from the paper mill. If this continues, what should we do?" Zhang Feng sat on the chair with a calm expression. How could he not understand old Jia's words? However, the Gao family was nothing to be afraid of. They wanted to make paper and glass, so Lao Tzu let them do it. Not only that, he even taught them how to do it. One must know that the core of these two industries was in Lao Tzu's hands. Without these things, they wouldn't be able to make paper for a lifetime. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Old Jia, don't worry. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Hearing this, Jia Daoren shook his head. How can the master be an idiot? You must know that in Jiangnan, even in the Tang dynasty, if the master claimed to be number 2, who would dare to claim to be number 1? Don't tell me, master, you. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Old Jia, let the Gao family poach. Whether it's glass or paper, let them do it if they want to. Not only that, we'll also send people to help them. Do you understand? Don't ask too much. Go. Jia Daoren didn't really understand. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand the master's true intentions. However, since the master said it, he must have his own plans. It wasn't good for him to ask too much. He just needed to get this done. Thinking of this, Jia Daoren signaled to Zhang Feng and turned to leave the hall. Chapter 22:51. After Jia Daoren left, Zhang Feng yawned and leaned against the chair with his eyes half closed. He used his hand to massage his temples to relieve the discomfort caused by yesterday's drinking. Unknowingly, he began to stew on the chair. At this time, Yuer walked in with a bowl of hangover soup. From afar, she saw Zhang Feng leaning against the chair and taking a nap. His face looked particularly haggard. After entering the hall, she walked straight to Zhang Feng. When she arrived in front of Zhang Feng, she placed the hangover soup on the table. Then, she walked behind Zhang Feng and took away Zhang Feng's hands. She stretched out her slender hands and placed them on Zhang Feng's temples, continuously massaging them. A fragrant smell poured into Zhang Feng's nose. Zhang Feng opened his sleepy eyes and smiled. You're here. Looking at Zhang Feng's haggard appearance, Yuer was both distressed and angry. The smell of a hangover came from Zhang Feng's body. It seemed that he drank a lot last night. She angrily said, "If you can't drink, then don't drink less." The smell of a hangover is terrible. Quickly drink the hangover soup on the table. Zhang Feng looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Who knew that old you could drink so much? He had drunk almost all of it. Who would have thought that that guy was still fine? He even kept ridiculing him. How could he endure this? Looking up at Yuer's slightly angry face, Zhang Feng said with a fawning expression, I know Yuer. In the future, I will definitely not drink so much with that guy old you. Saying this, Zhang Feng sat up and picked up the hangover soup on the table to drink. Gulp, gulp. Hiss, dash. The feeling of this hangover soup was still the same. It was still sour and refreshing. After drinking a bowl, he instantly sobered up. His temples also no longer hurt. This hangover soup was really strong. Yuer saw that Zhang Feng had sobered up and walked to Zhang Feng's side from behind. When I came just now, I saw Jia Daoren leaving the residence in a hurry. Did something happen? Hearing this, Zhang Feng calmly laid on the chair. He picked up a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep puff. Phew, he faintly said. It's not a big deal. The Gao family is poaching people from my glaze workshop and paper factory. What? Poaching people? When Yuer heard Zhang say this, she immediately exclaimed. She couldn't help but worry in her heart. Could it be that the Gao family had already made their move? Who would have thought it would be so soon? Prince Yu's, Prince Zhang's. Yu's was in a hurry. Was Yu's? Prince Zhang's a child? Leisurely was by Prince. After all, if the glaze workshop and paper factory were taken over by the Gao family, how much would you lose? Thinking of this, Yuer slapped Zhang Feng's chest. Zhang Feng immediately bounced up from his chair after being slapped by Yuer. PFFF. Are you trying to murder your husband? Zhang Feng looked at Yuer and asked speechlessly. Yuer's slap almost took Zhang Feng's life. He almost spat out the hangover soup he just drank. Yuer looked at Zhang Feng and snorted. She turned her head to the side and said angrily, I'll slap you to death. You deserve it. Zhang Feng looked at the angry Yuer and felt helpless. What's wrong with me? I was tortured by Jingshu last night, and today, sigh, who did I offend? Zhang Feng said with a sad face. Yuer, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong again? Yuer saw Zhang Feng's embarrassed look and felt angry and amused. She didn't know how to describe her feelings. The Gao family had taken action, but he still acted as if it didn't matter. Who wouldn't be angry? She scolded. You're still talking about it? The Gao family is stepping all over us, and you still act as if it's none of your business. You're really going to piss me off. When Yuer said this, Zhang Feng instantly came to a sudden understanding. So Yuer was angry because of this. I was wondering what it was, and he couldn't help but laugh. That's it? I thought I said something wrong again. Don't worry, it's just the Gao clan. That's right. Yuer didn't know what to say after hearing Zhang Feng's words. The Gao family had taken action, and Prince Zhang still didn't care? Seeing this, Zhang Feng pulled Yuer into his arms. Before Yuer could react, she was kissed by Zhang Feng. Yuer was embarrassed and angry. Zhang Feng looked at Yuer and laughed. I thought it was something big. Just let the Gao family do it. We don't need to care about them. Are you afraid that they'll take me down? It would be strange if the Gao family didn't take action. I'm waiting for them to take action. Yuer was confused after hearing Zhang Feng's words. What was Prince Zhang thinking? Why did he take the initiative to let the Gao family do those things? Even the clever and quick-witted Yuer was confused at this moment. She really didn't understand what Zhang Feng's goal was. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't help but ask curiously, then why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that the Gao family will threaten you? Threaten? Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng was amused by Yuer's words. He didn't know how to explain it to Yuer. He paused. Lao Tzu doesn't care about a mere Gao family. If he wants my glass and paper, let him do it. Not only will I let him do it, but I will also support him in doing it. Chapter 2252. Yuer was completely dumbfounded by his words. Prince Zhang didn't think of a way to deal with the Gao family, but Prince Zhang actually supported the Gao family in this matter. What was the reason? After thinking for a moment, she still couldn't figure out Prince Zhang's purpose. Wasn't he afraid that the Gao family would really replace him? Was Prince Zhang going to let the Gao family poach people from the glaze workshop and paper mill for Zhongnan's industry? Yu'er angrily said. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me what you want to do. You're making me anxious. If your industry is taken by the Gao family, what will happen to the Yu family? Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Yu'er's angry appearance was very cute, so he couldn't help but say, You're a fool. You fool, the core technology of the paper mill and the glaze workshop are in our hands. Do you think the Gao family can produce the glaze and white paper? When Yu'er heard this, she suddenly felt enlightened. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Without the core technology, the transparent glaze and paper can't be made. Great. Prince Zhang actually called me stupid. Thinking of this, Yu'er was furious. She immediately waved her small fist and continuously hit Zhang Feng's chest. Yu'er, stop hitting. Are you planning to murder your husband? Didn't I tell you already? Yu'er coldly snorted and angrily looked at Zhang Feng. Her gaze was as if she wanted to swallow Zhang Feng alive. It was very frightening. Seeing Yu'er like this, Zhang Feng didn't know what to do for a moment. This woman was really scary when she was angry. As he spoke, he constantly stroked Yu'er's back, trying to calm her down. Yu'er tenderly shouted, You knew but you didn't tell me and made me guess. Tell me, what are you trying to do? I'm so angry. Seeing this, Zhang Feng had a helpless expression. It turned out that this great aunt wouldn't give up until she got to the bottom of it. Thinking of that terrifying gaze just now, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel scared. He couldn't help but explain, My great aunt, if you get angry too much, you won't be pretty anymore. Whatever you want to know, just ask. I'll answer everything. Seeing that Zhang Feng had compromised and had a sincere look on his face, you couldn't blame him anymore. So, she asked them together. Then why are you doing this? You clearly know that the Gao family is coveting your business. Not only do you not care, but you also support the Gao family in this matter? It wasn't easy to guess Zhang Feng's thoughts. This time, the Gao family poaching people from the glazed workshop and the paper mill was all within his expectations. Since the Gao family had fallen into the trap, of course they had to give them some benefits in order to drag them down with them. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng stood up and crossed his arms behind his back. Think about it. If the Gao family didn't have my core technology, would they have been able to create azure glass and paper? Hearing this, Yu'er's head shook incessantly like a rattle drum as she replied. No way. Then what do you think will happen if they can't create it? Yu'er wasn't a stupid person. Seeing that Zhang Feng had made this matter so clear, she couldn't help but come to a realization. You're saying? Zhang Feng walked over to Yu'er and held her slender little hand, caressing it continuously. A cold smile appeared on his face as he couldn't help but say this. If the Gao family can't create azure glass and paper, then all the money they invested in the early stages will be wasted. In that case, my goal will be achieved. When they run out of money, think about it. What do you think they will do? Yu'er was completely shocked by Zhang Feng's words. She didn't expect Zhang Feng to be so meticulous as to set up such a big trap. When the Gao family jumped in and couldn't create azure glass and paper, they would definitely suffer a great loss. If the Gao family ran out of money, they would definitely seek help. At that time, Prince Zhang would make a move. Yu'er stared at Zhang Feng with wide eyes. No wonder Prince Zhang was so calm when she asked him about this matter. It turned out that he already had his own plans. Thinking of this, Yu'er couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng. Seeing that Yu'er seemed to have understood his goal, Zhang Feng walked up with a smile. All right, Yu'er, don't be angry. I've already said that the Gao family is nothing to me. Don't worry too much. Hearing this, Yu'er snorted and turned her head away. She didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and hugged Yu'er tightly from behind. He leaned his head on Yu'er's shoulder and couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he smelled the fragrance coming from Yu'er's body. Actually, Zhang Feng knew that Yu'er was worried about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have blamed him for not telling her the reason. His face couldn't help but brim with happiness. These three women had been with him all this time. After everything was settled, he would give them a status. It seemed that all of this would take a long time. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes still hadn't made a move. He didn't know what they were thinking. At the same time, The Gao family. At this moment, in the inner courtyard of the Gao family, a middle-aged man with graying temples and turbid eyes was tending to all kinds of exotic flowers and plants in the garden. He was holding a pair of scissors and trimming, looking very uncomfortable. From time to time, he would stand up and stare blankly at the flowers and plants. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 2253. This middle-aged man was the head of the Gao family, Gao Xian. Ever since the butler Gao Cheng gave him advice and decided to poach people from Zhang Feng's glaze workshop and paper mill, Gao Xian had never been calm. Sometimes he was happy, and sometimes he was worried. He didn't know if his plan would succeed. Although the Gao family was rich, it was Zhang Feng's business after all. He didn't know if he could poach them, so he was very nervous at this time. Master! Good news! Just when the head of the Gao family was worried about the result of this matter, a voice came into Gao Xian's ears. He looked over. He saw Gao Cheng hurrying into the courtyard, his face full of joy. Just as he was thinking, Gao Cheng had already arrived in front of Gao Xian. He clasped his hands and said excitedly, "Master, great news!" Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng in confusion. There was no great news in the house. Why did Gao Cheng suddenly come to congratulate him? He asked, "Gao Cheng, what's the good news?" Old man doesn't quite understand. Gao Cheng almost couldn't hold back his excitement at this moment. Master asked him to find his fellow countrymen and try to pull them from Zhang Feng's glaze workshop and paper mill to work for the Gao family. Unexpectedly, things went very smoothly, and there were unexpected gains, so he hurried over early in the morning to report to the head of the Gao family. Gao Cheng's voice was excited, and his hands were trembling. He said ecstatically, "Master, do you remember that I told you that my fellow countrymen are in the paper mill?" Hearing this, Gao Xian nodded thoughtfully. His eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but be excited. "Could it be?" Gao Cheng said excitedly. "Master, my fellow countrymen have left Zhang Feng's paper mill and come to work for the Gao family." As soon as he said this, Gao Xian's heart suddenly surged, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Is that true? You're not lying to me, are you? They are really willing to work for the Gao family?" Hearing this, Gao Cheng nodded his head in ecstasy. Gao Xian couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. Who would have thought that our Gao family would be able to start a paper business? Let's see how you, Zhang Feng, will compete with old man. Thinking of this, Gao Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Gao Xian was extremely happy at this moment, Gao Cheng also laughed and continued. "Master, that's not all. The people from the glazed glass workshop are also leaving one after another. They all want to work with our Gao family and work for us." Gao Xian was grinning from ear to ear. She didn't know how to express her excitement. Colored glaze and papermaking. Both of these items were worth a lot in the market. Although old man didn't get any benefits from the auction, he still had a lot of money. But now, the old man also had these precious treasures. Even if Zhang Feng knew, what could he do? He smiled and said, "Gao Cheng, you did well in this matter. The old man will reward you handsomely. Whatever you want, the old man will satisfy you." Gao Cheng was very happy to hear the old master praise him. He said sincerely, "I don't want anything. I just want to accompany the old master and have food to eat. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to the old master." Gao Xian looked at Gao Xian's sincere appearance and stroked his beard. He couldn't stop smiling. Gao Cheng had been following the old man for a long time and had always been loyal. Of course, he didn't treat him unfairly. He said, "You've contributed the most in this matter. The old man will reward you with 100,000 strings of cash. Go to the accountant to receive it later." "Thank you, old master." Gao Cheng bowed to Gao Xian. Gao Xian thought to herself. The business of paper and glazed glass was already in the hands of the old man. Then, the old man couldn't be idle. He had to get these things out before Zhang Feng. This way, the Gao family's reputation would be spread. My Gao family wouldn't have to worry about not getting rich. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha," then he said to Gao Cheng. "Gao Cheng, from now on, the Gao family will stop all of Zhongnan's businesses and focus on paper and glazed glass. Do you understand?" When Gao Cheng heard this, he was shocked. What was the old master going to do? If he stopped all of the Gao family's businesses now, would glazed glass really work? Would it be inappropriate to go all out on Lu Li? What if something unexpected happened? But now, Gao Xian was excited. What should he do? He stammered. Old master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Gao Xian came back to her senses. Looking at Gao Cheng's hesitant appearance, she couldn't help but be puzzled. What's wrong with this kid? She asked. Say it. Gao Cheng was afraid that if he said it, the old master would be angry. He didn't know how to say it. After thinking for a long time, he mustered up the courage to speak. Old master, if we stop all of the Gao family's businesses and stake everything on glazed glass and paper, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Hearing this, Gao Xian's face darkened. This kid was just at the moment when he was happy, but he poured cold water on her. She didn't know what to say to Gao Cheng. She immediately shouted, What do you know? The value of glazed glass and paper is extraordinary. Whether or not the Gao family can become rich in the future depends on these two things. You still dare to provoke the old man? All right, there's no need to say any more. You can leave. Old master, Gao Cheng wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't persuade the old master, so he could only give up. Chapter 2254. Chang'an City. The Imperial Palace. After Zhang Sun Wuji returned to the Eastern Palace in a hurry, he didn't even have time to change his clothes before hurrying to Taiji Palace. As soon as he entered, Zhang Sun Wuji saw Li Shimin sitting in front of the desk with one hand supporting his forehead, thinking about something. Zhang Sun Wuji quietly dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, and then personally dismissed all the guards outside the door. Only then did he cautiously come to Li Shimin. Li Shimin was a little confused. But after seeing Zhang Sun Wuji's serious face, Li Shimin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that Zhang Sun Wuji wanted something from him? Come with me. Li Shimin suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice. Then, as if he was still worried, he ordered, Shao Gizi. Your servant is here. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter the imperial study. Violators will be beheaded. I have something to discuss with Zhang Sun Wuji. Yes, your majesty. After giving the order, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji went to the imperial study. My dear minister, you seem to be in a hurry. What's the matter? Li Shimin asked as soon as he entered the imperial study and sat down on a soft couch. He waved his hand and motioned for Zhang Sun Wuji to sit down as well. Zhang Sun Wuji then said, Your Majesty, the Guanlong clan's industrial production is very prosperous. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to us. If we don't suppress them, they will unite with the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms of Jiangnan. Things will become very serious. Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned. The Guanlong clan and the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms were like thorns in his heart. If he didn't control them. For the Tang dynasty, this was not a good omen. Li Shimin paused. My dear minister, what do you think? Zhang Sun Wuji said with a burning gaze. But your majesty doesn't need to worry. I've received news that Zhang Feng's businesses in the Guanlong clan have already occupied half of the market. As long as the price is lowered, the Guanlong clan will definitely have internal strife. Li Shimin's expression changed as he couldn't help but think. Lowering the price would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the workers there. After all, the prices of all the industries in Guanlong were on the high side. If the price was lowered, it would destroy the balance and cause internal strife. In this way, they would have no time to care about the matters in Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and ordered. Minister, I'll leave this matter to you. Let the people over there rest for 2 days. At the same time, lower the price here. Understood. Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and bowed. Li Shimin lay on his bed and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty has talents like Zhang Feng to share my worries and solve my problems. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Seeing Li Shimin's melancholy expression, Zhang Sun Wuji comforted. Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Taking care of your body is more important. I've also received news from Yu Qigong from Jiangnan. It's about Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng? Didn't that kid go to Jiangnan? Could it be that the kid did something in Jiangnan? Li Shimin's melancholy face suddenly became rosy. Maybe it was because of Zhang Feng. Li Shimin asked doubtfully. My dear minister, quickly tell me, what's up with that kid? Zhang Sun Wuji said with joy. Your Majesty, Zhang Feng is preparing to open an academy in Jiangnan. Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but scratch his head, his heart full of doubts. What is this kid trying to do? He couldn't help but ask, My dear Minister, this kid is going to open an academy? Seeing Li Shimin's confusion, Zhang Sun Wuji explained. Your Majesty, please let me finish. Not only is Zhang Feng opening an academy, but he has also set up a test to recruit selective students. If you can answer it, you can be admitted as an exception. If you have a skill, you can also be admitted. Li Shimin's heart trembled. Does this kid want to open an academy in Jiangnan like Chang An's White Deer Academy? I remember that the kid said that opening an academy is to recruit talents from all over the world to serve the Tang dynasty. It seems that this kid didn't forget to think about me and the Tang dynasty after going to Jiangnan. He couldn't help but sigh with joy on his face. Good. Zhang Feng is really my good minister. Seeing Li Shimin's happy face, Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but agree. Your Majesty has such a talent. In the future, the Tang dynasty will be prosperous and the people will be at peace. It will be passed down for generations to come. Li Shimin said eagerly with joy on his face. Quick, my dear minister, what else did that kid do? Seeing Li Shimin's anxious face, Zhang Sun Wuji was secretly surprised. It seemed that His Majesty attached great importance to Zhang Feng's matter. After all, everything Zhang Feng did in Chang An was for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, he solved one problem after another. It could be said that he was the reincarnation of God's blessing to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Sun Wuji said lightly, Your Majesty, don't worry. Listen to me. Not only did Zhang Feng open an academy, but he also plans to build a bathhouse in Jiangnan. Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes were filled with endless curiosity. Bathhouse? What's that? Why have I never heard of it? This kid is always making strange things. I don't know what the bathhouse is for. Chapter 2255. Li Shimin couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked in confusion. I say, my beloved, what is this brat doing with this bathhouse? Seeing Li Shimin's curious expression, Zhang Sun Wuji was also very curious. He had never heard of this bathhouse before. This was the news that Yu Qigong had sent over from Jiangnan. Only then did he know about the bathhouse. Therefore he explained, Your Majesty, according to the news from Yu Qigong, this bathhouse is a large pool for many people to bathe in. There are also things like massages set up in it, but I'm not very clear about it. Li Shimin's brows were furrowed like fried dough twists. What is this guy trying to do? Bathing for many people? In the Tang dynasty, people could only bathe at most twice a year. Did this guy open this bathhouse to solve the problem of men bathing in the Tang dynasty? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to Zhang Sun Wuji and ask, My dear minister, then this massage is? Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled. When he received the news about this massage, he was also extremely shocked. Boxes per floor. This Zhang Feng actually did so many incredible things in Jiangnan. This massage. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and said, Your Majesty, I heard that this massage is similar to acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine. Hearing this, Li Shimin was suddenly enlightened. He didn't expect this guy to come up with such a thing. But what's the difference between this massage and traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture? Isn't this superfluous? He couldn't help but ask, My dear minister, isn't this massage the same as traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture? What's there to be curious about? No. Zhang Sun Wuji quickly waved his hand. The specific information also said that this was the first time Zhang Sun Wuji came into contact with such a magical thing. He didn't expect such a magical thing to exist in this world. He explained, Your Majesty, although the principle of this massage and traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture is the same, this massage is different. The so-called massage is to use the hands to find various acupuncture points on the body and press to stimulate the acupuncture points to achieve the purpose of relaxing the muscles and promoting blood circulation. Li Shimin's eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't expect this guy to come up with such a good thing. He could achieve similar effects without using needles like traditional Chinese medicine. This guy is too awesome. When I have time in the future, I must find this guy to try the massage effect. Seeing that Li Shimin was interested, he said happily, Your Majesty, I also know that Zhang Feng not only did this massage, but also made a kind of medicinal bath. What? Medicinal bath? What's that? Li Shimin was surprised. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. Li Shimin was confused. He didn't expect there to be so many tricks in this massage. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji continued. This medicinal bath is made of many different Chinese herbs. Soaking the feet in the water can not only relieve fatigue, but also remove dampness and diseases, relax the muscles and promote blood circulation, etc. After listening to Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Li Shimin suddenly felt as if he had opened a new world. He didn't expect this massage to have such a magical effect. This kind of good thing, I must get some from that guy. Usually, I have to deal with a myriad of affairs and review memorials every day. My body feels like it's filled with lead and it's very uncomfortable. It seems that I have to try this guy's medicinal bath to improve my body. I didn't expect this guy to come up with something so magical. There must be more surprises later. He suddenly stood up and asked eagerly, "My dear minister, what did that guy do in Jiangnan? Tell me about it." Seeing that Li Shimin was so happy, Zhang Sun Wuji didn't know if he should say what he wanted to say next. After all, this matter caused a lot of trouble. He didn't know how to start. Li Shimin saw Zhang Sun Wuji's awkward expression and vaguely guessed that this guy must have caused a lot of trouble in Jiangnan. He asked, "My dear minister, what is it?" Zhang Sun Wuji said in a trembling voice. I speak," Li Shimin said gently. Seeing that Li Shimin's expression changed slightly, Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know where to start. That Zhang Feng has caused quite a commotion in Jiangnan, causing a huge uproar among those small clans with 5 surnames and 7 hopes." Li Shimin paused. It seemed that this guy had decided to go to Jiangnan to share his burden and face those small clans alone. It seemed that he had already started to make his move. He didn't know what it was that made Zhang Sun Wuji unable to speak for a while. Then he asked, "My dear minister, what did that guy do in Jiangnan?" After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Your Majesty, Zhang Feng opened an auction in Jiangnan." Auction? What is it for? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and couldn't help but wonder. What was this auction for? What was this guy doing in Jiangnan? What did this have to do with the auction? 10,000 questions flashed through Li Shimin's mind. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji calmed down and explained, "Didn't Zhang Feng create the colored glass and perfume? Then he opened an auction in Jiangnan and sold these things, causing those clans to fight over them and create internal conflicts." Chapter 2256. When Li Shimin heard this, he was quite shocked and could not calm down for a while. He did not expect this kid to do such a big thing in Jiangnan. It seemed that the plan to deal with the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms was gradually being implemented. This kid did not disappoint me. I just don't know if those 5 clans and 7 kingdoms people will deal with that kid. Would that brat be able to handle it all by himself? Thinking of this, he could not help but worry for Zhang Feng. He could not help but ask, "Is that kid okay?" When Zhang Sun Wuji saw Li Shimin's worried expression, he knew that His Majesty was worried about Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was going alone, and there was no power in Jiangnan to protect him. However, with Zhang Feng's outstanding strategy, this was not a problem at all. Thinking of this, he could not help but comfort. "Your Majesty does not need to worry too much. Zhang Feng has outstanding wisdom and strategy. This time, he will be able to deal with it easily in Jiangnan." When Li Shimin heard this, he could not help but nod. He knew this kid. No difficulty could stop him. Moreover, there was Yu Qigong protecting him in Jiangnan. He would definitely be fine. However, Zhang Feng was very interested in this auction. If it was used in the Guanlong clan, what would it be like? Thinking up to this point, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Sun Wuji with interest and said, "My beloved subject, do you think we should organize an auction at the Guanlong clan? What do you think?" When this was said, Zhang Sun Wuji was shocked. What was His Majesty doing? Was he going to learn from Zhang Feng and hold an auction? This would not work. If it caused the Guanlong clan to be dissatisfied, things would become complicated. He immediately advised, "Your Majesty, you must not. Can you not add to the trouble?" Li Shimin frowned and could not help but look at Zhang Sun Wuji with a displeased expression. Could it be that that kid can do it but I can't? Thinking of this, he shouted, "My dear minister, do you think I can't?" Zhang Sun Wuji was speechless. His Majesty was simply adding to the mess. If things got out of hand, he would be the one to blame. That would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but say with a worried expression, "Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. It's just that the implications are too great right now." Hearing this, Li Shimin was speechless. Although I'm not as smart as that brat, I'm still the ruler of a country. How could something like this stump me? After hesitating for a while, Li Shimin gave up the idea. If he caused the dissatisfaction of the Guanlong clan, things would indeed become more complicated. Then he waved his hand and said impatiently, all right, I'm just saying." Seeing that Li Shimin had given up, Zhang Sun Wuji let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he managed to persuade him in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Shimin sat on the couch, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji took out a lighter and lit it for Li Shimin. He blew out a smoke ring and enjoyed the intoxication of the cigarette. He suddenly felt incomparably comfortable and couldn't help but ask, "My dear minister, other than this news from Jiangnan, is there anything else?" Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji remembered that when Yu Qigong sent the news from Jiangnan, he also sent some perfume developed by Zhang Feng. He took out a few bottles of perfume from his sleeve and brought them in front of Li Shimin. The strong fragrance of the perfume permeated the entire imperial study. Li Shimin was attracted by the fragrance and couldn't help but turn his head to look at the perfume that Zhang Sun Wuji handed over. "This is... Your Majesty, this is Zhang Feng's newly developed perfume. It smells different from the previous ones," Zhang Sun Wuji explained. Li Shimin took the perfume and couldn't help but sniff it. A mesmerizing fragrance poured into Li Shimin's nostrils. It was very comfortable and he couldn't help but sigh. "Good boy. You didn't tell me you developed a new product. This perfume is really good stuff." No, how can I let those people in Jiangnan use this before I do?" Thinking of this, Li Shimin suddenly felt unhappy. This kind of good stuff must be branded with the label of the imperial family. He immediately ordered, "My dear minister, this perfume will be used exclusively by the imperial family in the future." "As you wish." Zhang Sun Wuji immediately cupped his hands and said. Li Shimin kept fiddling with the perfume, feeling the pleasure brought by the perfume. His eyes were fixed on the perfume, and then he stuffed it into his sleeve. He cleared his throat. "My dear minister, I just heard about Lioli and Paper Buy in Jiangnan. I wonder how these businesses are doing in Jiangnan?" Seeing Li Shimin ask him, Zhang Sun Wuji paused. "Your Majesty, Zhang Feng has already opened a factory in Jiangnan for Lioli and Paper Buy, and it is currently expanding." "Oh." Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. This boy had actually expanded Paper Buy and Lioli's businesses in Jiangnan. He had already opened a factory. It seemed that things were progressing very smoothly. He couldn't help but feel happy. Then he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes slightly and said faintly, "I already know about this. You may leave first." "As you wish." After speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji left the imperial study. Chapter 2257. The next day. In the political announcement hall. The officials had already arrived. At this time, they were all discussing something. "Lord Sun, did you know? I heard that the Crown Prince and the generals have returned victorious." "Yes, I also heard that the people in the city are welcoming the army. The Emperor has arrived." At this time, the eunuchs were shouting. Everyone hurriedly shut their mouths and then shouted in unison, "Long live the Emperor!" While talking, Li Shimin walked with majestic steps and appeared in front of the dragon throne in the political announcement hall in a good mood. "My beloved subjects, rise." The officials straightened up and retreated to the two sides of the hall and stood in a row. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne and said lightly, "What is the matter today?" While talking, the anger in the entire hall suddenly changed at this moment. A minister walked out from the ranks and bowed. "Your Majesty, I heard that the Crown Prince has returned victorious and is being welcomed by the people in the city." As soon as these words came out, the officials instantly became excited and couldn't help but begin to discuss again. When Li Shimin heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. For a moment, his dragon face was overjoyed. His heart was filled with excitement. This kid didn't disappoint Lao Tzu. The Turks and the Tang dynasty have been fighting for many years without a result. Now Cheng Qian and Cheng Yaojin have won a great victory. Now that he has finally put down this big stone, how can he not be happy? He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The officials also became happy with Li Shimin. This kind of happy event made them very excited. At this time, report. The crown prince and the generals have returned victorious. A voice came from outside the hall. A guard in armor hurriedly walked into the hall and shouted. Suddenly, the entire hall began to boil and the officials couldn't help but shout. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Your Majesty is wise and mighty. The Tang dynasty will be passed down forever. Li Shimin was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. His face was filled with joy and his heart was extremely excited. Just as Li Shimin and the officials were enjoying this joy, a young man in golden armor walked in from the entrance of the hall and shouted. Father! Li Shimin saw the young man excitedly stood up from the dragon throne and almost rushed down to give the young man a big hug. This youngster was Li Changqian, who had just won a victory over the Tujue and India. Closely following behind him were two generals. They were Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda, who had returned with the youngster. Li Changqian bowed with his hands clasping hands. Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda also followed behind and bowed to Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin was very happy. How could he not be excited when his son came back victorious? At the same time, a minister among the officials stood out and echoed. Heroes come from the youth. Your Highness has such ability at such a young age. The Tang dynasty will be prosperous and the people will be at peace. Yes, yes, Your Highness has made such a great military service and raised the prestige of the Tang dynasty. It can be said that no one has ever done it before. At this time, another minister stood out and said. Li Shimin listened to the praises of the officials and was very happy. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. My good son, you've really made me proud. Seeing his father so excited, Li Changqian also laughed and said. Father, don't say that. It's all because of your good teaching that I have such achievements. This time, thanks to the help of the two generals, I was able to achieve a great victory in the war against the Turks in India. While speaking, Li Changqian looked at Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda behind him. This time, it was mainly Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda, these two generals, who were responsible for destroying the enemy. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to face the Turks and India army alone. Niu Jinda and Chang Yaojin were the gods of war of the Tang dynasty. When leading troops to war, they could be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Moreover, in this war, it was thanks to the magical weapons developed by teacher Zhang Feng that they were able to achieve a great victory. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. Li Shimin looked at Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda and said with a smile, You two have worked hard in this campaign. Hearing this, Niu Jinda cupped his hands and said, Your Highness is brave and good at war, and your strategy is not inferior either. In the future, you will definitely be a wise emperor. Li Shimin smiled even more happily at this time. He didn't expect that his son would become so outstanding under the guidance of Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng comes back, he must give my princes to Zhang Feng to teach to ensure the stability of the Tang dynasty. In this way, he can rest assured that he will hand over the world to him in the future. The more Li Shimin thought about it, the happier he became. He said loudly, Tonight, I will hold a banquet in the imperial garden to reward the army. As soon as he said this, the generals in the hall couldn't help but become excited. Everyone became wild with joy. They kept cheering, they shouted in unison, We wish your Majesty a long and boundless life. We wish the Tang dynasty a long and prosperous life. Long live the Emperor. Li Shimin looked at the hundreds of officials and generals celebrating in the main hall, and immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2258. In the evening. In the Imperial Garden. At this time, a celebration banquet was being held. The banquet was lively and vulgar. The sound of musical instruments could be heard constantly. During the banquet, the soldiers were talking freely and happily. There was a dazzling array of wine and food on the table. The civil and military officials all had a joyful expression on their faces. The scene became very lively and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The soldiers drank to their heart's content and talked and laughed uncomfortably. From time to time, they even played drinking games. Haha, you lost. It's your turn to drink. Damn it, I didn't even win at night. My luck is too bad. Again, I don't believe it. The Emperor has arrived. At this time, The voice of the little eunuch entered the ears of the civil and military officials. Hearing this, the soldiers who were drinking and the civil and military officials who were talking and laughing suddenly stopped and then shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor!" While they were talking, Li Shimin walked with majestic steps and appeared at the entrance of the imperial garden in a good mood. Behind him were the crown prince, Chang Yaojin, and the others. My beloved officials, no need to be so courteous. Today is Zhen's reward for meritorious officials. You can eat and drink to your heart's content. Thank you, Your Majesty. As soon as Zhen's voice fell, the civil and military officials began to eat and drink again. The atmosphere became very lively. Li Shimin's face was brimming with joy. He turned his head and said to Li Changqian and the others, "Changqian and my two beloved ministers, let's go inside first. The food and wine have already been prepared there." Hearing this, Li Changqian, Chang Yaojin, and the others nodded and followed Li Shimin into the house. When they opened the door, the wine and food were already prepared in the house. The dishes on the table were dazzling and colorful. It was very appetizing. Li Shimin walked to the front of the main seat and waved his hand to signal Li Changqian and the others to sit down. After everyone sat down, Li Shimin opened his mouth and said, "During this campaign against the Turks in India, we are indebted to the two of you for taking care of my son. Here, we bestow this wine to you too." While speaking, Li Shimin picked up the wine pot on the table, poured 2 full cups of wine, and raised them. Upon seeing this, Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda hurriedly stood up and bent over to receive the wine from Li Shimin's hands. "Thank you for the wine, Your Majesty." Then he sat down, picked up the wine cup with both hands, and drank it in one gulp. He suddenly felt hearty. Usually, drinking wine would not be so sweet. Today, His Majesty bestowed wine to him, which made him feel particularly carefree. At the table, Li Changqian was thinking about telling his teacher, Zhang Feng, the good news of his triumphant return. He couldn't help but fall into a daze. Li Shimin paused for a moment, then looked at Li Changqian and shouted, "Qingqian, why haven't you filled your two beloved officials' cups and offered them a toast?" An angry shout pulled Li Changqian back from his thoughts. Only when he saw Li Shimin looking at him with mild anger did he immediately react. He immediately stood up and picked up the wine pot on the table, filling Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda's cups to the brim, and said, "This prince toasts the two generals." While speaking, Li Changqian raised his cup and looked at Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda with a refined and courteous appearance. Seeing this, the two of them also stood up and raised their cups, drinking the wine in one gulp at the same time. Then the two of them sat down, and Li Changqian was like a child who had done something wrong. He turned his head to look at Li Shimin, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Li Shimin impatiently waved his hand and said, "Sit down." Hearing this, Li Changqian sat down and lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at Li Shimin, afraid that he would blame him. At this moment, Li Changqian only wanted to tell this good news to teacher Zhang Feng, but his imperial father and the two generals were here, so it wasn't easy for him to leave. He was extremely anxious. Sitting to the side, Li Shimin saw that Li Changqian's gaze was erratic. He had actually been in a daze just now. Did something happen? Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked, "Changqian, what do you want?" This. No, nothing. Speak quickly." Hearing this, Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda also looked at Li Changqian. What was wrong with the crown prince? Was there something that wasn't convenient to say here? Immediately, Chang Yaojin smiled and said, "Your Highness, if there's something, just say it. We're all family, what's there to be embarrassed about?" After hesitating for a moment, Li Changqian said in a low voice, "I want to tell my teacher Zhang Feng about my army's triumphant return." Hearing this, Li Shimin and Chang Yaojin looked at Li Changqian at the same time. Chang Yaojin couldn't help but smile. "I was wondering what it was about. I haven't seen that brat in a long time. I wonder what he's doing? I want to have a good drink with him sometime." "Yeah, I was just about to look for that brat." On the side, Niu Jinda also agreed. Seeing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but say, "I was wondering what it was about. That brat Zhang Feng has already gone to Jiangnan." "What? Jiangnan?" This, Li Changqian and Chang Yaojin were instantly shocked. They all looked at Li Shimin, their eyes filled with questions. They couldn't help but think, what did that brat go to Jiangnan for? They were still talking about looking for that brat to have a drink. Great. Now they couldn't have a drink. When Li Chengqian heard that teacher Zhang Feng had gone to Jiangnan, he couldn't hold back his excitement and said urgently, "Father, I also want to go to Jiangnan." Chapter 22:59. As soon as Li Chengqian's words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Li Shimen's face had long since become incomparably ashen. When Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda saw Li Shimen's current appearance, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that His Majesty was truly angry. Li Shimen suddenly slammed the table. With a clang, the bowl and chopsticks in front of him instantly fell to the ground. He shouted angrily, "We forbid you from going to Jiangnan to find that brat." Li Shimen's words gave Li Chengqian a fright. His expression immediately turned ugly. This was the first time he had seen his father angry. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He hadn't expected his father to be so angry. Had he really done something wrong? When Chang Yaojin saw the sudden change in His Majesty's expression, he hurriedly got up and poured a cup of wine for His Majesty. "Your Majesty, don't be angry." His Highness the Crown Prince spoke without careful consideration. "I hope Your Majesty won't blame him. This subject will offer you a toast." As he spoke, Chang Yaojin raised his cup and faced Li Shimen, quietly waiting for Li Shimen's response. Li Shimen paused for a moment. Seeing Chang Yaojin propose a toast to him, his expression eased a little. He stood up, picked up the wine glass on the table, and said with a smile, "Beloved subject, come, drink." Afterward, the two drank the wine in their cups in one gulp and sat down. Li Chengqian's heart was burning with anxiety. He, Chang Yaojin, and General Niu Jinda had repelled the Turkic and Indian armies. It should have been great news, but it had turned out like this. He only wanted to tell his teacher Zhang Feng the good news, but things didn't go as he wished. Teacher Zhang Feng wasn't in Chang'an, but had gone to Jiangnan. He had asked his father to go to Jiangnan to find teacher Zhang Feng. Why couldn't he do it? He truly didn't know what his father was thinking. When Li Shimen saw Li Chengqian's lowered head, his face filled with confusion and grievance, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He paused. "Oh, Chengqian, do you know why we did not allow you to go to Jiangnan to find Zhang Feng?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian shook his head in confusion. Upon seeing this, Li Shimen anxiously said, "You should know that you are the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. All the people in the world are watching your every word and action. If I let you go to Jiangnan, how can I be at ease on the road? If the 5 clans and 7 watchmen of Jiangnan knew that the crown prince of the Tang dynasty was not in Chang, and but went to Jiangnan, what do you think they would do?" When these words were spoken, not only was Li Chengqian shocked, even the hearts of Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda trembled. At this moment, Li Chengqian finally understood his imperial father's good intentions. However, wasn't teacher Zhang Feng in Jiangnan? His ability to strategize was well-deserved. With him there, what did he have to worry about? Thinking of this, Li Chengqian gathered his courage and immediately stood up to refute. "But, imperial father, I will be careful on the road. This time, I am going to Jiangnan incognito. No one will know. Don't worry. Besides, teacher Zhang Feng will also be there." This was the first time he had disobeyed his imperial father. Normally, he would not dare to do so. At this moment, his heartbeat could not help but quicken, and his breathing gradually became hurried. Seeing that Chengqian was not listening to him, Li Shimen suddenly stood up and glared at Li Chengqian, angrily shouting, "Impudent! We are doing this for your own good. Can't you let us be at ease?" At this moment, Li Shimen was so angry that he only wanted to beat this brat up. This brat actually dared to disobey him today. This brat really did not let him be at ease. If he went to Jiangnan, this matter would become complicated. Zhang Feng was going to Jiangnan to deal with the 5 clans and 7 watchmen. If this brat were to let the 5 clans and 7 watchmen know his identity, wouldn't this bring trouble to Zhang Feng and bring trouble to himself? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became incomparably solemn. Li Shimen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. If it was a child from an ordinary family, no one would stop him from going wherever he wanted to. However, as the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, he represented the entire Tang dynasty. If any accident happened, no one could bear the responsibility. Li Shimen would not allow Li Chengqian to be unreasonable and disregard the overall situation. Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda, who were sitting to the side, saw that His Majesty was furious. They immediately stood up, bowed, and shouted in unison. Your Majesty, do not be angry. His Highness the Crown Prince only wanted to tell the good news to Zhang Feng. For a moment, he was confused and said such words. I hope your Majesty will not blame him. Hearing this, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and could not help but sigh. He then sat down and stroked his temples with a headache. Sigh. Seeing that the emperor did not say anything, Chang Yaojin turned to Li Chengqian and tried to persuade him. I say, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you should be more sensible. Let His Majesty not worry. You represent the entire Tang dynasty. If something really happens, can you bear the consequences? Li Chengqian was about to speak, but seeing the situation, he thought about it and stopped. Seeing his father so angry, he felt incomparably guilty. After hesitating for a moment, he secretly decided that he would go to White Deer Academy tomorrow and find Cheng Chumo to discuss it first. Li Shimin saw that Chengqian had quieted down and did not refute, so he did not say anything. The atmosphere became incomparably awkward. Originally, it was to reward the three armies with wine and meat, but now it had become like this because of this brat. After a pause he said, My two beloved subjects, don't just stand there. Come, drink. Chapter 2260. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Li Chengqian hurriedly left the palace, preparing to go to White Deer Academy to find Cheng Chumo. On the mountain, it was still dusky. Some students, craftsmen and workers were busy preparing breakfast. When Li Chengqian went up the mountain, Cheng Chumo was doing morning exercises to stretch his muscles. Seeing Li Chengqian come, Cheng Chumo knew something was wrong. He hurriedly invited Li Chengqian to the side. Teacher Zhang Feng went to Jiangnan. Is he not in the academy? Cheng Chumo impatiently asked. Cheng Chumo nodded his head. Yes, in a few days we are preparing to go to Jiangnan to find President Zhang. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression changed. What was going on? Cheng Chumo and the others were going to Jiangnan to find teacher Zhang Feng? The reason he came here was to discuss with Cheng Chumo the matter of going to Jiangnan to find teacher Zhang Feng. At this time, hearing Cheng Chumo say this, he did not think that they already knew that his teacher was going to Jiangnan, and that there were only a few days left. Thinking of this, Li Chengqian became incomparably disappointed, his mood extremely heavy. Cheng Chumo saw the crown prince's melancholy expression and called out, Let's go to the cafeteria, we can talk while we eat. As the two sat down, there were workers who served several bowls of porridge. Waiting for them to leave, Cheng Chumo asked in confusion, Your Highness, you came here to find President Zhang? When the crown prince heard that he was going to Jiangnan to find President Zhang in a few days, he became incomparably melancholy. There was definitely something on his mind. Li Chengqian could not help but sigh. Sigh. Don't mention it. I originally wanted to tell teacher Zhang Feng the news of victory, but I did not think that he had already gone to Jiangnan. And you just said that in a few days you are also going to Jiangnan to find him. I sigh. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo was secretly shocked. No wonder the crown prince's attitude changed so much when he heard that he was going to Jiangnan to find President Zhang. Did he also want to go to Jiangnan to find President Zhang? Thinking of this, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but ask, Could it be? Your Highness, you are also preparing to go to Jiangnan? While speaking, Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. He could not believe that the crown prince of the Tang dynasty would leave Chang'an for Jiangnan. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but nod and say helplessly, I want to. Yesterday, I discussed this matter with Imperial Father. In the end, he flew into a rage and scolded me. He didn't agree. When Cheng Chumo heard Li Chengqian's words, 3 black lines involuntarily appeared on his forehead. His face was speechless. The crown prince must be crazy. If he left Chang'an and went to Jiangnan, the consequences would be unimaginable. The crown prince of the Great Tang represented the imperial clan. If he went to Jiangnan and let the thorns of the imperial court, the 5 clans and 7 princes, know about it, they would definitely be punished. Cheng Chumo didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Anyway, it would definitely be terrible, so he tried to persuade him. Your Highness, don't joke with me. Why don't you just stay in Chang'an? When I go to Jiangnan, I will tell President Zhang the news of your victorious return. You can rest assured. Hearing Cheng Chumo's words, Li Chengqian's mind suddenly exploded. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Cheng Chumo. Why can they go but I can't? What's wrong with the crown prince? I just want to tell my fourth brother the good news. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Li Chengqian said gloomily, I just want to go to Chang'an to find my teacher. Why can't I go? Besides, my teacher is in Jiangnan. What's there to worry about? As long as we keep a low profile and don't expose our identities, everything will be fine. Cheng Chumo didn't respond. He just picked up the porridge on the table and drank 2 mouthfuls while calling Li Chengqian over. Li Chengqian didn't dare to continue. If he continued, what would the crown prince say next? Li Chengqian shook his head. How could he be in the mood to eat breakfast at this time? He was thinking about going to Jiangnan. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but think, if Cheng Chumo and the others are going to Jiangnan, should I disguise myself and go with them? Thinking of this, he looked at Cheng Chumo with a smirk. Seeing Li Chengqian looking at him like this, he knew it was not a good thing, so he buried his head in eating and avoided the question. Li Chengqian smiled and said, Chumo, when you go to Jiangnan, how about I disguise myself and go with you? You cover me. Cough, cough. Cheng Chumo was asked by Li Chengqian. The rice that he had just eaten was suddenly stuck in his throat. He choked and coughed. He kept shaking his head and said, No, no, no. No. Li Chengqian's face darkened. He had thought of this idea with great difficulty, but he didn't expect this kid to not cooperate with him. He suddenly became angry. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, I order you to obey me and cover me when I go to Jiangnan. Do you hear me? Cheng Chumo was frightened by Li Chengqian. He looked at him with a face full of fear. He couldn't help but say, Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to, but once this matter is exposed, it will cause a huge commotion. I will definitely be dragged into this matter. When your father knows, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Can you not make things difficult for me? Hearing this, Li Chengqian's face was filled with displeasure. His mood was terrible. He secretly thought to himself, This won't do, that won't do. Then what should he do? Sigh. Forget it, forget it. If this continued, not only would it implicate Cheng Chumo and the others, it wouldn't be good for him either. He then bid farewell to Cheng Chumo and left White Deer Academy. Chapter 2261. Night quietly shrouded the palace. In the imperial study, Li Shimin sat on the couch with a melancholy face. There was a table in front of him with some delicious food and wine on it. Li Shimin took out a cigarette from behind him, lit it with a match, and took a deep puff. Phew! Endless thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he returned victorious from the battle against the Turks in India, he always felt a faint sense of unease. Although the Turks were forced to retreat to the depths of the grasslands by our army, there are still remnants. If the Turks are not destroyed, how can I be at ease? How can the Tang dynasty be stable? Thinking of this, Li Shimin could not help but sigh. Sigh. At this moment, the voice of a young eunuch sounded outside the door. Your Majesty, Lord Zhong's son is here. Hearing this, Li Shimin pulled out his wandering thoughts, paused and said, Let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, the door was pushed open, and Zhong's son Wuji walked in. He bowed to Li Shimin and said, Your Majesty, don't be so polite in the middle of the night. Li Shimin waved his hand impatiently, then took a sip of the wine on the table. Zhong's son Wuji saw His Majesty's worried face and could not help but ask, Your Majesty, I see that you look haggard and your face is not looking good. Is there something troubling you? Can you tell me? Sigh. Li Shimin could not help but sigh, then waved his hand. My dear minister, sit down and talk. Hearing this, Zhong's son Wuji stepped forward and sat on the left side of Li Shimin, quietly waiting for His Majesty to tell him what was on his mind. Li Shimin paused and said, My dear minister, although our army won the battle, we still have not eliminated the remnants. I am still worried. Zhong's son Wuji was enlightened when he heard that. It turned out that His Majesty was worried about the matter between the Turks and India. No wonder His Majesty had such a worried expression. Immediately he said, Your Majesty need not worry too much. This time, the Turks and Indians have suffered heavy losses. Under the prestige of our Tang dynasty, I believe that they will not invade again. Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but shake his head. He picked up the cigarette and took another puff. He instantly felt refreshed. My dear minister, the Turks are a thorn in my heart. As long as I don't get rid of them, I won't be at ease. The Tang dynasty won't be stable either. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed like His Majesty was preparing to completely eradicate the Turks and Indians to prevent future troubles. It would pave the way for the Crown Prince to ascend the throne in the future, so that the Crown Prince could sit firmly in the Tang dynasty and not be troubled by outsiders. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and couldn't help but ask, "What is your Majesty's plan?" Li Shimin's eyes revealed a hint of fierceness. He suddenly stood up and said, "I want to send troops to suppress the border and completely eradicate the Turks and Indians. This will shake the prestige of our Tang dynasty." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. It was filled with endless killing intent, making Zhang Sun Wuji shudder. However, if His Majesty attacked the Turks and Indians at this time, it would be really bad. There was not much food left for this march. It was not enough to launch another campaign against the Tujue and India. This time, they had managed to scrape together enough provisions to attack them. If they were to attack them forcefully, they would not be able to do so. If His Majesty attacked forcefully, our Tang dynasty would suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed and he immediately persuaded. "Your Majesty, please listen to me. This must not happen. Your Majesty, please withdraw your order." Li Shimin looked doubtfully at Zhang Sun Wuji and immediately shouted with a displeased expression. "Is there something wrong with this?" Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and cupped his hands as he pleaded. "Your Majesty, the rations for this expedition were gathered from all over the place. If we were to set off again, the rations wouldn't be enough. I hope that your Majesty can help us." Hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. So it was like this. "However, if the Turks are not destroyed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. What should I do?" This food was gathered from a method that Zhang Feng came up with when he was here. At this time, he had gone to Jiangnan. It is difficult for him to come back for a while. Without him by my side, I almost lost my mind. Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel helpless. Alas! If only that brat was here. He is outstanding in strategy and will definitely have a way to solve this problem for me. Zhang Sun Wuji saw that His Majesty didn't insist on doing things his own way and was deeply gratified. He continued, "Your Majesty, let's discuss this matter in the future. For now, let's save our strength. When we don't have to worry about food, then we will attack the Turks." Hearing this, Li Shimin felt a wave of exhaustion. His face was full of helplessness. He could only drop this matter and wait for that brat to come back before making any plans. At this moment, in the corridor outside the Imperial study, suddenly, there was the sound of someone singing. "The retired emperor has arrived." As the voice sounded, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji in the Imperial study were shocked. "Why is the retired emperor here?" At this time the retired emperor came. "Your Majesty, this humble subject will not disturb you. This subject will take his leave first." But at this time, Li Yuan walked into the Imperial study with a smile and saw Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji who was about to leave. He asked, "Where is my grandson, Cheng Qian?" Chapter 2262. While speaking, Li Yuan walked to the front of the couch and sat down. He picked up the wine pot on the table and poured himself a cup of wine. His face was brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly realized that the retired emperor had come to find Li Chengqian. But what was the matter? Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked doubtfully, "Imperial father, I wonder what is the matter with you visiting so late at night?" Li Yuan sat on the couch, eating delicious food and drinking wine. He picked up the cigarette on the table and started smoking, feeling very uncomfortable. He said impatiently, Zhen misses my grandson, is that not enough? I heard that this time, Cheng Qian defeated the Turks and India. I only found out about such a joyous matter now, so I came to find Cheng Qian late at night to chat." "This? Imperial father, Cheng Qian has already gone to bed," Li Shimin replied absent-mindedly. Hearing this, Li Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Li Shimin's melancholy expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Son, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy?" Could it be that you're unhappy that Imperial Father came? No, 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 no. This son definitely didn't mean that. Li Shimin hurriedly replied. Li Yuan looked at Li Shimin's anxious appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He paused. All right, Zhen was just joking with you. Then what's the matter that's making things so difficult for you? Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. He didn't know if he should tell Imperial Father about this. If he knew that Changqian was going to Jiangnan to find Zhang Feng, what would his attitude be? Imperial Father's thoughts couldn't be understood at all. What should he do? Thinking of this, Li Shimin stammered. This? Spit it out if you have something to say. You're hemming and hawing. You don't look like the ruler of a country. Li Shimin was startled and immediately said, ever since Changqian came back, I wanted to tell this good news to Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng is not in Chang'an. He went to Jiangnan a while ago. In the end, this kid was also clamoring to go to Jiangnan. How could I agree? He was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. If his identity was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The moment Li Yuan heard, he said with a smile on his face, I was wondering what it was? So that's the reason. If my grandson wants to go to Jiangnan, then let him go. But Imperial Father, he is the crown prince. If his identity is revealed then... Shut up! Li Yuan shouted angrily. Li Shimin obediently did not dare to refute, fearing that Fu Huang would get angry and blame him. Although he was the ruler of a country, he still did not have any way to deal with his Imperial Father. He looked at Li Yuan with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Li Yuan continued to say, Son, I say, are you muddle-headed? Why did you send my grandson to White Deer Academy before? Hearing this, Li Shimin could not help but think that when he sent Changqian to White Deer Academy, it was to let Zhang Feng teach him so that Changqian would be sensible earlier. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, how could he be timid and afraid of trouble? This was his original intention. Why did Imperial Father mention this? After thinking for a while, he asked doubtfully, Imperial Father, you mean? Li Yuan picked up the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and spat out circles of smoke. His face was blurred, and he enjoyed it very much. He said faintly, Son, since you sent Changqian to White Deer Academy to let Zhang Feng teach him, why are you being so submissive now and stopping my grandson from going to Jiangnan? Hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. He could not help but pat his head. Why did he not think of this? Originally, he sent Changqian to Zhang Feng to let Zhang Feng teach him. Why did he stop him from going to Jiangnan this time? No. This was Jiangnan, not Chang'an. There were the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. If his identity was exposed. Then, thinking of this, Min immediately said, Imperial Father, Zhang Feng went to Jiangnan to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Changqian's identity is special. If we go to find him and his identity is known by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, the consequences will be unthinkable. Li Yuan could not help but laugh. This child was really stupid. What kind of talent was Zhang Feng to give my grandson to that kid? I am absolutely at ease. Right now, Changqian needs to be well trained. With that kid's teaching, there will definitely be a great change. Seeing this, Li Yuan could not help but say, Son, if you're really worried, then let Changqian and White Deer Academy's Cheng Chumo and the others go together. When you leave, bring the weapons that Zhang Brat created to protect yourself. You should be able to be at ease like this, right? Hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. How could he be so stupid? Didn't Zhang Feng make weapons like Huatong in Chang'an? At that time, giving them to Changqian and the others to protect themselves would be good. Furthermore, the kid in Jiangnan was there. With his intelligence, he should be able to deal with him. Furthermore, General Yu Qigong was also there. When Zhang Feng went to Jiangnan, he had sent out 10,000 armored guards to protect Zhang Feng's safety. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's heart finally calmed down. He could not help but speak excitedly. I was confused for a moment. Please do not blame me, Imperial Father. Tomorrow, I will have Changqian go to Jiangnan. Ha ha ha. Come, drink. Li Yuan laughed loudly and called Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji over to drink together. Chapter 2263. Wanshan. White Deer College. Old Yu, what do you think of our young friend Zhang setting up Chang'an University in Jiangnan? Our young friend Zhang is setting up a college to recruit talents for His Majesty. Of course, it's a good thing. At this moment, two old men who were over 60 years old were chatting at the head of the class in White Deer College. They were the great scholars Yu Shernan and Ouyang Sun, who were overseeing Chong and White Deer College. They were discussing Zhang Feng's matters in Jiangnan. Yu Shernan shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Ouyang Sun saw Yu Shernan sigh and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old Yu, what's wrong with you?" Yu Shernan's mind was filled with thoughts of Zhang Feng setting up a college in Jiangnan. He couldn't help but worry. He was really afraid that this kid would mislead the students. After setting up White Deer College, he handed it over to the old man and Ouyang Sun and became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. He didn't care at all. Who knew if this kid wouldn't worry about setting up a Chong and university in Jiangnan this time? Ouyang Sun saw Yu Shernan's worried face and comforted him. "Old Yu, why are you worrying about this? It's not like you don't know that kid's abilities. Although he is usually sloppy and has a lazy look, but this kid's wisdom and character really make this old man admire him. Otherwise, how do you think that kid convinced the two of us to stay in White Deer Academy?" Yu Shernan's expression became slightly better after hearing this. He sighed in his heart. That's right, old man definitely recognizes this kid's abilities. In terms of intelligence, this kid is as cunning as a monkey. He probably has his own plans. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Brother Ouyang, you're right. Since this kid can open White Deer College, he can definitely do it in Jiangnan. However, old man is still worried. Seeing that Yu Shernan was still worried about Zhang Feng, Ouyang soon comforted him. "Old Yu, it's almost the new year. If you're still worried, we can go find that kid and celebrate the new year together. Wouldn't it be better to ask that kid about the academy while we're at it?" When Yu Shernan heard this, he was a little tempted. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to see that kid and ask about the academy. However, they couldn't leave either. The two of them were in charge of White Deer College. If they left, what would happen to the college? He immediately shook his head and said, No, if the two of us leave, who will be in charge of the academy?" When he heard this, Ouyang Sun thought about it. That was true. The two of them definitely couldn't leave the academy now. What should they do? After thinking for a while, Ouyang Sun slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, old Yu, we can send Cheng Chumo and the others. Anyway, they must have gone crazy from staying in the academy. Let them go out and train themselves. They can also visit Zhang Feng. When the time comes, they can write to us and report the situation." When Yu Shernan heard this, he instantly felt enlightened. That's right. Let those brats go to Jiangnan. They can also help us see how that kid is doing with the academy. When he thought of this, he shouted, "Someone call Cheng Chumo do go and the others here." "Yes, sir." The servant at the door heard him and walked into the room. After a while, Cheng Chumo, do go, and Wei Shuyu walked into the classroom. They greeted Yu Shernan and Ouyang Sun in unison. Students pay respect to teachers. When Yu Shernan saw them come in, he said eagerly, "Chumo, Brother Ouyang and I have decided that when you go to Jiangnan, you will keep an eye on Zhang Feng for us and see how things are going with the college. If there is any situation, you can contact us by letter." Cheng Chumo looked confused. What's wrong with the teachers? Why did they suddenly say this? Could it be? They must be afraid that President Zhang would cause trouble in Jiangnan, so they asked them to watch over Zhang Feng. When he thought of this, Cheng Chumo bowed and said, "Yes, student will follow teacher's order." "Teacher, At this time, Cheng Chumo didn't know if he should tell them. Yesterday, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince came to him and asked him to go to Jiangnan together. He felt helpless. When Yu Shernan saw Cheng Chumo's hesitant face, he couldn't help but think, "Does this kid have other things to say?" He asked, "Chumo, do you have other things to say?" After hesitating for a long time, Cheng Chumo was ready to say it. This matter involved a lot. He must tell the teacher and see what decision he would make. After thinking about it, he said, "Teacher, yesterday, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince came to find me." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Yu Shernan frowned. Didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince go with General Cheng Yaojin to attack the Turks in India? Was there something he didn't want others to know? Thinking of this, Yu Shernan couldn't help but wonder, why did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince look for you? Cheng Chumo paused and said, "Teacher, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked me to go to Jiangnan to find President Zhang. He wants us to take him with us when we go to Jiangnan. What? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is going to Jiangnan? Suddenly, Yu Shernan and Ouyang Sun were shocked and immediately stood up from their seats.